Hello and welcome to Six Pack. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Fem Deku became the Powerpuff Girl? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
It was a normal early Sunday morning when Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless girl, was at Dagoba Beach once again removing barrage from it in her training to acquire one for all from her hero and mentor, All Might, who had chosen her to succeed him one day. In a world where 80% of the population is born with some kind of power known as a quirk, while only 20% of the minority is born without one and are therefore unfairly treated like garbage because of it, unlike everyone else. Everyone, with the exception of her mother, treated Izuku badly for not having a quirk prior to their meeting on that fateful day. Bullying, name-calling, favoritism toward quirked students while being utterly hostile toward students who don't have one. She is the only one in her neighborhood. The teacher's flagrant disregard for the bullying, some of which even go so far as to encourage it, and some of which even punished her for things that the other students had caused. She attempted to fight back a few times in the past, but it didn't work out. Since her school's reputation was anything but stellar, she wouldn't be shocked if the staff deliberately altered the profiles of her and other students in order to make it easier for certain favored students to get into a future hero school and to give the school credit for producing such heirs, so to speak, while also unfairly demeaning other students who were working hard and diligently to get good grades so that they themselves could get into good schools one day. Nobody cared about her or stood up for her when she was mistreated, regardless of what she did. She knew her mother would worry, so she never even told her. She also knew from her past that her mother had repeatedly tried to get schools to recognize that her daughter was being bullied and to stop it, but her words were ignored, so she ended up crying uncontrollably, which devastated her. She therefore decided that it would be best to conceal it and take care of her own wounds. She wanted to become a heroine despite all the abuse in her quirkless status. She would not give up no matter how much suffering or beating she received. In fact, she began writing notebooks full of her favorite heroes' quirks, listing their advantages and disadvantages as well as suggestions for improvement, as early as childhood. She made the sensible decision, though, to keep this a secret out of concern that if anyone found out, the bullying would only worsen, and if a villain managed to get their hands on them, it would be disastrous for other heroes and defenseless bystanders. Not especially to her primary bully, Katsuki Bakugo, who was once a close childhood friend but betrayed her as soon as it became apparent that she was eccentric. Even though she was aware that he wasn't perfect in terms of his personality and how he treated others, she still admired him for his confidence, his quirk, and his determination to become a hero despite the way he treated her. She could admit that his attitude was anything but stellar, and she was undoubtedly aware that he detested her because no matter how much she genuinely complimented him and how much she admired him, he would always yell at her and annoy her. It appeared as though he was oblivious to the fact that she looked up to and admired him. In his view, she was demeaning and denigrating him, even though that was never the case. It's true what they say about admiring someone but still finding flaws in them. Bakugo, who at the time she still called Kachan, grabbed her hero notebook as she was ready to leave the classroom after class ended. Fortunately, he did not read it, and he was grateful that the book's title was HNFTF number 13. Despite this, he used his quirk to burn the cover before throwing it out the window. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. What hurt the most were his last remarks before departing, in which he threatened to destroy her if she tried to take the UA exams. If you want a quirk so badly, then here's what you should do: make believe you'll get one and take a swan dive off the roof. Baiting for suicide, he actually succeeded. She was pretty sure that he wasn't even aware of how much those words can truly affect somebody, and could seriously get someone in trouble should their victim commit suicide after that. Before, he would threaten to kill her, hurt her with his quirk, and do everything in his power to make her feel inferior. However, in all the years she had known him, he had never said anything so heinous as that until that day. Even though the idea seemed pointless, she kind of hoped that one day he would come to regret his behavior and become her friend once more. But on that particular day, he truly went too far and crossed the line. Any hope of them being friends again, any admiration she had towards him, was completely turned to dust in an instant. She started crying that day, but she refrained from sobbing in front of him because she only said the following to him after he said those words. "It's a wonder how your parents can still love you despite how much you act more like a villain than a hero." After that she shoved past him and his small posse, and ran out of the classroom as fast as her legs could carry her, not wanting to stay and face any sort of backlash from him after saying that. The thing she had said was awful, but she knew it was the truth, It was a very hard pill for her to swallow, but she knew that after he had said those despicable words, words you should absolutely never say to an abuse victim, she knew that she couldn't look up to him anymore. True heroes never bully nor abused anyone, let it be other heroes, civilians or even villains. She was already aware of this, particularly the fact that they would never, ever advise someone to commit suicide. Doing so would only make you no better than a villain yourself. What he said was anything but heroic. Before she would painfully shrug off all of the beating as a part of her still hope that he would come to his senses, but now after those vile words came out of his mouth, the potential hero she once saw in her eyes was replaced of that of a villain. She always knew that, why she didn't really and truly accept that full fact before that day would elude her, but she's, heartbreakingly, willing to acknowledge that she had been a fool for not accepting the fact that with his attitude becoming a hero was not ideal. But even if she could tell someone what he had said, a part of her figured that no one was going to listen to a quirkless girl. The idea of telling her mother and running the risk of further hurting her heart broke her heart, even though only her mother would listen. Don't get it wrong, she had made several attempts to inform Kachan's parents, whom she considered to be her aunt and uncle because Mitsuki had been a close friend of her mother since she was a young child, about his mistreatment of her. Although the parents listened and punished their son appropriately, their son didn't take it well and attacked her, threatening to harm her more if she did it again. In addition, she didn't want to jeopardize the friendship between the two mothers. What if she gave it another go now? She feared that he would actually kill her after what he had said, so she thought it would be the last time. After removing her notebook from the fish pond and examining its condition, which was fortunately quite good, only the cover and the edges of the notebook sustained more damage, but everything else, including her writing and drawings inside, was still intact. She then decided to take a shortcut home in order to avoid running into Kachan, momentarily questioning whether she should still call him that after what he had said. She would be like All Might and stand tall with a smile, and she would put in more effort in her training as soon as she could. She was determined to keep pursuing her dream in spite of everything that had happened. She had tried to train at a real professional gym for years, but she was usually rejected because no one wanted to train her because she was odd. She had also tried martial arts dojos, but even though they had accepted her, she was treated like trash right away because the other students made fun of her, and she had to quit completely. Instead, she made an effort to train on her own without telling anyone, including her mother. In order to build up her stamina, she mostly ran constantly and tried to take notes on every hero fight she saw. She also worked out in her bedroom, mostly doing push-ups and setups, but she had to use smaller training weights because heavier metal ones were rather expensive, and she didn't want to get into trouble with her mother for getting some for her. She also attempted to teach herself martial arts, but it was challenging. Even though she was still rather scrawny looking, her training was fairly mild, but at least she was getting her body into decent shape. She was determined to become a hero even if she didn't have a quirk. She would fight quirkless if she didn't have one, much like the erasure hero Eraserhead, who served as an inspiration for her training. Despite having a non-battle-oriented quirk, Eraserhead was still an effective hero who could defeat villains with muting quirks. However, she recognized that he needed to use both his intellect and his strength. The underground hero always had multiple strategies to defeat his opponents, so it was wiser to pick your battle style and even wiser to avoid becoming a one-trick pony. In actuality, she was motivated to pursue her dream by both All Might and Eraserhead. However, everything changed when the sledge villain attacked her and nearly killed her by suffocation while trying to use her body to get away from the heroes who were searching for him. Fortunately, All Might showed up and saved her, much to her surprise. The attack knocked her unconscious, but mainly because she had nearly suffocated to death. Fortunately, she was revived, and the villain was apprehended and put in 2-liter bottles, which was shrewd because he was not in uniform and had to use something to try and efficiently contain the villain without the proper restraints to do so. During her recuperation from the entire incident, All Might had even signed her notebook. However, she clung to his leg as he was about to depart because she wanted to ask him a crucial question. This was a poor decision because she nearly died the second time while clinging to him for dear life as they flew across the city. After landing on a building, she asked him if someone like her could become a hero without having a quirk. However, as she was telling him the abridged version of her story, which concealed the severity of the bullying and how much he had motivated her to pursue her dream of becoming a hero who could cheer others up, it was revealed to her what All Might's true condition was. He revealed that he had actually suffered serious injuries 5 years prior, and that the true nature of the battle that caused it had been kept out of the public just to prevent panic. He asked her not to discuss this, and she vowed not to. He even told her that, although he didn't think she could become a heroine, he encouraged her to try becoming a police officer because, without them, heroes would have a harder time trying to arrest criminals. He had a friend in the police force that he trusted and had worked with several times on different cases over the years, and he had told her that while it wasn't wrong to dream, she had to work hard if she wanted to obtain such a dream. It was extremely painful, but at least there was a silver lining. Her hero was willing to be honest with her and, in contrast to everyone else, he didn't minimize her or mock her dream. Instead, he tried to persuade her to pursue a different line of work so she wouldn't run the risk of being killed too soon. Unlike everyone else, he treated her with kindness. It was a pleasant change of pace, but his words were the only thing she had to combat the overwhelmingly dark thoughts and despair that still whirled viciously in her heart after what had happened at school. As she made her way home, letting her legs carry her, she unintentionally came to a hero fight subconsciously because it had become her body instinct after doing it for so long. She was initially going to ignore it, but her curiosity overcame her and she wanted to find out what was happening. She was shocked to learn that the sledge villain had a hostage in addition to somehow escaping All Might. She immediately placed the blame on herself, remembering that the bottles had been in his pants pockets when she had held on to him earlier. She felt that she was the one who had unintentionally released him and allowed another innocent person to become entangled in this madness. The victim would eventually suffocate to death, just as she nearly did, since All Might was out of time and the other heroes lacked the necessary quirks to deal with this. She was most shocked to learn that Bakugo, KEH, was the hostage. The events that followed seemed to occur in a flash. When her bully demanded to know why she was there, she screamed in hysteria that she didn't know and that her legs had moved before she could think. After considering everything that had happened, she told him that she couldn't just stand there and watch him die despite how badly he had treated her and all the horrible things he had done to her. Her body had moved before she even had a chance to think, trying to think of something, anything to save him. She quickly used her backpack as a distraction to throw it straight at one of his eyes, causing him to flinch and let Bakugo around his mouth, allowing him to breathe. Fortunately, this created enough of a distraction for All Might to recover his strength and leap in just as the villain was about to knock her away. He used a Detroit smash to splatter himself while clinging to the kids to keep them from being blown away by the whirlwind caused by a smash. The weather also changed, briefly raining, which helped put out the fires caused by Bakugo's explosions while he was trying desperately to escape, but to no avail, only causing property damage and making it more difficult for the heroes attempting to save him. She headed home after being chewed out by the other heroes while the media surrounded her. However, before she could even get to her neighborhood, she was stopped twice by two people she didn't anticipate seeing again that day. Before trotting back home himself, but in a different direction, Bakugo first told her that he didn't need any help and that she should have just minded her own business. He also screamed that she would never become a hero and that she would always be a Deku, a nickname he had given her since he was a child and that meant literally, worthless. The second was All Might himself, who was still in his muscular form before reverting to his original form after eventually escaping the media because he stood for justice rather than sound bites. This happened almost immediately after. He apologized for what he had done earlier and wanted to express his gratitude to her because without her, he would have been a useless bystander in the crowd. She initially told him that he shouldn't thank her because she was the one who unintentionally allowed the villain to escape in the first place and that all she did was cause more trouble. However, he stopped her and told her that, in spite of her quirkiness, she did something to try to save Bakugo, which was incredibly motivating and enabled him to go above and beyond his comfort zone to save them both. He informed her that although there are numerous tales of how heroes were created, they all shared the trait of having their bodies move before they could even think. She was among those individuals. When her daughter asked her if she could still be a hero despite not having a quirk, her mother apologized and wished for things to be different. Her daughter's question made her cry because those were not the words she wanted to hear. However, he said the exact words he had hoped to hear from someone all her life on that day. "Young lady, you too can become a hero." When she finally heard the words that lifted her out of her despair, she fell to her knees, clenching her chest as tears of relief and joy streamed down her cheek. And the person who said those words to her was All Might, her favorite hero. After that, he made the decision to designate her as his successor and revealed to her that his quirk, which he was not born with, was actually a torch that someone else had passed on to him. This shocked her and left her incredulous, but if this was coming from the might of all people, then it had to be true. He also explained that the quirk was kept a secret because it was designed to combat villainy, and if anyone knew that it could be passed on to someone else, it could be abused and used for evil, since villains would do anything to obtain it from the current user. She accepted without hesitation after giving it some thought, which he foresaw with a broad smile. Since the quirk would practically kill her if it were passed down to her in the state she was in, it was obvious that acquiring the quirk itself would be extremely difficult. First, she had to train her body to be strong enough to contain it. Even though her prior training was passable, he was aware that she could always do better, particularly since she would require all the assistance possible. In order to prepare her for the task of clearing the beach of trash for the next 10 months prior to the UA entrance exam, All Might decided to use the beach, which was once a popular tourist destination but had long since turned into an unofficial city dump due to people dumping their garbage there so much that it could no longer be visited for fun. He even provided her with a meal and exercise schedule that she could follow so that she could not only complete enough work but also take breaks and avoid overworking herself. Since he had learned the hard way when he was younger he had been a little younger than her when he began training he had told her early on that even though he understood that she needed to hustle and work harder than anyone else to achieve her goal, she should not ignore the fact that she absolutely should not overwork herself to the point of exhaustion, as that would be extremely dangerous and detrimental to her own physical health. He also told her that if she wanted to add more work to her workout going forward, she should speak with him first so that he could make the necessary adjustments. And even advised her to address him as Mr. Yagi in public to avoid raising suspicions and exposing him by accident. This startled her because she now knew her mentor's name, Toshinori Yagi, but she accepted it knowing it was the right decision. She has been working hard for the past 7 months, dedicating her time to training and strictly adhering to her mentor's plans and instructions. On some days, she went above and beyond, but she also took her teacher's advice to heart, making sure that she didn't overdo it. Her workouts were getting harder and harder, but in a way that would not only allow her to complete more work but also prevent harm to her own body. Things were still difficult at school, but for some odd reason, Bakugo didn't pick on her. Sure, he would glare at her most of the time, but he didn't yell or attack her, which left her feeling exhausted, but she was thankful that she could concentrate on her training and schoolwork without any problems. She hoped that he would just concentrate on finishing his own work before the end of their final school year and the exams so that he would have less to worry about later. Even though her mother was a little dubious about her training, she chose to remain silent at home and instead encouraged her daughter to train and even adhere to the meal plan she had given her. This was her mother's way of trying to make up for giving the impression that she had given up on her dream years ago after being diagnosed as quirkless, and she was willing to give it her all to help her daughter succeed, even in a tiny way. When questioned about the reason for the change, her daughter explained that she had come to the realization that she needed to start training harder if she wanted to have any chance of passing the test. Her mother was obviously worried that her daughter wasn't training alone, but she chose to keep quiet and let her daughter tell her when she was ready, and she would intervene if things got out of hand. Izuku felt guilty, but she only concentrated on finishing her training in an effort to fight the bullying. Of course, she never told her mentor how horrible the bullying had been over the years or how things actually were at school outside of how her day went. She told him that everything was fine without going into full detail, which made him a little suspicious, but he still bought it. Overall, things were going smoothly. However, she was unaware that everything would change, both positively and negatively, on this ostensibly typical Sunday. I wonder if I should recommend young Midoriya to share her hero analysis with other heroes. It might be good for her not only to show her great potential in analysis skills to others and give her a confidence boost but also be able to help each of the pros so that they'd be able to work more efficiently on the job. Toshinori thought as he was browsing through one of her hero analysis notebooks, with her permission, as he watched his chosen successor work hard as usual cleaning up the beach, which she has made pretty huge headway of it and was almost done. In just a few short months the beach will be completely cleared, though he briefly wondered if his successor will have any time be able to learn how to use the quirk before the entrance exam, because he started to wonder if he probably might be cutting it just a little close, but he was hoping to allow his successor to be able to have at least a little bit of time to be able to learn control of it so that she will have a chance at being able to use it in the exam without hurting herself. It took him a long time to figure out how to control the percentage of strength he uses in each of his punches, let alone how much he may need to apply depending on the type of enemy he's facing off against. He recalled that, years ago, sometime after receiving the quirk, he accidentally caused too much damage during his own entrance exam. Looking back on his own experiences, he was able to use his quirk almost exactly right on the fly without any issues, but his problem was controlling his strength. He also remembered a few instances in which he went overboard and hurt himself, thankfully not enough to incapacitate him indefinitely, but definitely enough to really hurt a lot. But he briefly wondered frightfully just how much damage his own successor might face once that time came. He wanted to make sure she wouldn't end up making the same mistakes that he did, if not on herself, then around the surrounding area. In all honesty, he couldn't help but sigh with sadness. He might be a great hero and he might be good at helping with physical training, but now that he thought about it, he really should start adding some martial arts lessons to her schedule so that she can learn how to throw a proper punch, let alone be able to throw proper moves in battle later on. Nevertheless, that didn't change the fact that, to be honest, he didn't think he was capable of teaching her how to use the quirk itself. His successor will find it particularly challenging because there is a difference between learning how to use other people's quirks and learning how to use your own quirk in general. Sure, he could give her some tips on how it feels, but that doesn't always translate into proper instructions on how to use a quirk. It didn't help that Nana passed away before she could adequately teach him how to teach later when he had to select a successor. She passed away when he was 18, during his last year at UA. The only training he received was from his other master, Gran Torino, and even then, it was essentially him beating the living daylights out of him until he could still feel the phantom pain from all the beating he had received in the past. Even though the man is now elderly, he could still wipe the floor with him if he wasn't careful, which is why he still fears him. He discovered the hard way that no matter how old someone is, you should never undervalue them. In an attempt to determine the best course of action for his successor, he had been thinking about this for days. As much as he wanted to be the one instructing her because he has grown to love her so much that he views her as the daughter he never had, though he lacked the courage to say it aloud, he is willing to acknowledge that he needs assistance. Being the greatest hero does not imply that he is unbeatable because he occasionally needs assistance because of all the lessons he has learned from his experiences as All Might over the years. Additionally, he is aware that she will require all available assistance. In light of his own past mistreatment, she might need to see a therapist if she wasn't already, as far as he knew, since he was well aware that quirkless people experience a great deal of trauma. He was already afraid of what he would discover about what quirkless people actually go through these days compared to decades ago once he got down to doing research on it. He would have done it sooner, but he was too preoccupied with training, hero work, and finishing a lot of paperwork so he would be prepared for his first tenon at UA. Looking back, he should really try to find time to do so. He knew he would eventually have to ask her, but he didn't want to pry. Weighing his options, he is still debating whether to ask Night Eye or his old master for assistance at UA. He fears both of them just as much, but not as much as the former because he knows that a certain principal would undoubtedly take his student under his wing to develop and nurture her analysis skills. Even though he truly didn't think the world was prepared for another Nezu like Himayuro, not to mention that they were of different species and gender Sayuro, the mere prospect of it frightened him so much that he was practically afraid to go to sleep at night for fear of nightmares. But in all honesty, he wanted to be able to support her in more ways than just her physical training, and wondering if he should ignore his own fears and just go for it. He was aware of her exceptional analytical abilities because he firmly believed that she could receive an early scholarship to the top university and possibly obtain her license before any qualified quirk analyzing experts saw her notebooks. Even though that was a long way off a Euro, she still needed to complete her education before she could even consider going to Collegia Euro. If she decided to do that instead of beginning her career as a pro hero right out of high school, her skills, which she had been honing and developing for years, were by no means something to laugh at. Since knowledge is power and it would be useful in hero work, heroes need to use their brains in addition to their strong bodies and fighting prowess, as well as a unique ability that can be used in some way during a battle. Hero work, after all, isn't just about having a lot of muscle, let alone depending so much on your quirk that it becomes a crutch if you can't use it. It was also definitely about more than just fighting bad guys in general. He could see in her eyes that she cares more about saving and helping people than fighting, but that doesn't change the fact that she would fight to defeat the villains in order to save people. Looking at her now, he could see that they had a lot in common. Doing good for the sake of doing good was ultimately what mattered, even if some of those people would argue that they didn't need saving, so long as it doesn't cost you gravely in return. Furthermore, whether they realized it or not, those who say they didn't need saving are typically the ones who most needed it. Though he may have been a little younger than her when he first began training, he too had worked extremely hard to reach his goal so that he could wield one for all without seriously injuring himself or dying. He could only hope that he would be able to perform as well as his mentor had for him. For a moment, he wondered if this was how Nana felt when she was training him. Mr. Yagi. He was startled out of his reverie by his successor's voice as he turned to face her. She was wearing a basic white sweatshirt and gray gym pants, and her hair was down. He could see that she had removed her ponytail and tied a hair tie around her wrist to relieve some of the tension from holding it there for so long. She was also wiping the perspiration from her forehead. Is everything all right? You've been staring off into space for the better part of an hour. Is something wrong? She asked with worry. He gave her a reassuring smile and said, I'm fine, young Midoriya. I was just contemplating on how to change things up in your training, because it hit me that as much as you need to build muscle in your body, you also need to learn how to properly fight when the time comes for you to fight against a villain. Since she didn't want to worry him, she nodded and said, I understand that. I mean, I have tried to teach myself how to fight at home, but I'm honestly not sure if I'm doing it right. She thought it was a bit more than that. He smiled and continued, it's often like that with beginners who are unable to afford proper training at a gym for some reason or another. For your case, we both know that the very reason why you're not able to go to a proper gym for that is because, well. The final sentence he said with hesitation. Putting a hand on his shoulder and nodding, she sat down beside him on the bench and told him in a quiet voice that she understood because she had seen firsthand how the quirkless were treated unfairly, as if they were worthless trash. Additionally, people were too predisposed to the idea that the quirkless were worthless to care if they lost a potential client. They both knew it was the truth, despite how painful it was. However, that didn't alter her gratitude for what she had now: a Euro, someone who thought she could become a hero and was prepared to train her, who was willing to give her the opportunity she needed to prove she wasn't worthless and that she could become a hero in spite of what everyone else said. Despite having only 2 people to support her, she felt like she could accomplish anything because she had both her mother and him by her side, encouraging her to keep going. They both grinned at each other while having a private, silent discussion about how they would overcome the challenges that lay ahead. The young brunette's stomach decided to make an appearance at that very moment when a loud groaning voice informed her that she needed to eat. Her mentor, on the other hand, was laughing a Euro, thankfully not so hard that it would make him cough up blood again, a Euro, while she blushed brightly, irritated that her stomach had ruined the moment so cruelly. I guess this would be the perfect time for us to take a lunch break. He stated, you have been working pretty hard all morning, and seeing that it's almost noon, it would be a good time to stop and get a bite to eat before getting back to work. Thankful that her mentor was more considerate than most people she had encountered in her life, she nodded as her blush began to subside. If it were anyone else, they would have made fun of her for being strange and hungry, but in this instance, that was not the case at all. She was happy about that. Toshinori returned Izuku's notebook, which she had placed in her backpack, as the two stepped off the bench. They then headed for the stairs to board the truck, but not before Izuku noticed something in the sky. She was horrified to see that the light was going to strike her mentor, as it appeared to be a white cluster of 7 bright lights that were circling each other until they finally blended into a single ball of light that appeared to be falling from the sky. She sprinted before she could think, just like the sledge villain. She yelled, "Look out!" as she jumped in the direction of the man she perceived as more than just a mentor but also as a father figure she didn't have, though she was afraid to say it aloud. She shielded her body from the light by covering his with her own. As Toshinori screamed for the girl in terror, a bright flash of light appeared instantly after, forcing him to shield his eyes to prevent blindness. Although it seemed to last for a few long seconds, it felt like an eternity to the top hero because his thoughts were constantly focused on his successor, hoping she was safe, and he detested the fact that the light was so bright that he couldn't see anything and that he couldn't do anything to help her. Fortunately, the light eventually went out. He glanced at the girl right away and was going to ask her if she was all right and see if she was hurt, but instead he saw something startling. After rubbing his eyes in shock, he turned to see that he wasn't dreaming. Izuku had changed his attire and hairdo. She now wore a hot pink skin-tight but not in a showy way, sleeveless suit that has the legging part stop in the middle of her thighs, and it came with a skirt that stopped there too and black lining at the end of it along with black lining around the collar area of said suit. A light pink vest with a white lining with a hot pink stripe in the middle around the end of the vest, which was unbuttoned, and around the collar area along with hot pink buttons, and the cuffed sleeves were of the same color, and on her vest was a yellow P with a white outline to it on the left side right where her heart was. A black choker with the same initial at the center that was white. White pearl earrings, black fingerless gloves with the cuffs of them being kind of rounded and were white with a pink stripe in the middle much like the collar and ending of her vest. On her middle finger on her right hand was a simple ring with a hot pink gem that had the same initial like on the choker and vest, only the P was light pink like her vest. She wore hot pink and white shoes with the cuff-like socks of the shoes being just like the cuffs on her gloves. Around her waist was a white belt that seemed to have a compact-like buckle at the center, as said center had 3 different colors to it which were pink, blue and green with a white P at the very center of it, and on the belt itself there seemed to be 2 golden buttons on each side around the buckle compact area, and on the right side there were 3 circles that had the same colors as that on the compact, and lastly on her head was a big red bow which held up her hair, which was once down and around her shoulder blades up in a high ponytail. Finally, he noticed that her eyes, which had previously been emerald green like her hair, were now the same shade of hot pink as her new theme color outfit. They both examined this, blinking as they did so. Toshinori was perplexed as everyone left, and Izuku was stunned as he tried to process what had happened. In this day and age, especially when it came to quirks, anything was possible, but this was just absurd. It was just too strange, even for their world as it was. And that was a statement. What? Just, she exclaimed, so stunned that she nearly felt as though she was floating. She didn't realize that she was until Toshinori had to grab her by the ankle to prevent her from rising too high, which caused her to look down and yell in shock. In an attempt to remain as composed as possible because he was equally as freaked out as she was, he gently prodded her, saying, "I'm just as confused as you are, but I think it would be in our best interest if we calm down and help you get your feet back on the ground first before we try to contemplate anything." It was difficult to resist coughing up blood from all of this. Izuku was able to relax and safely guide herself back down on the ground after taking a few deep breaths. Her mentor released her, astonished that she could do this so effortlessly, as though she had done it all her life. Izuku told him, "I really do not know what to say about this." Toshinori asked her worriedly, "That makes 2 of us, but still I have to ask, are you all right?" Feeling a little giddy but still cautious, she explained, "I'm all right, actually more than that. I feel stronger than I ever had before. I feel really great, actually, like I can easily lift a truck up over my head and toss it like it were a volleyball without even trying." "I'm glad that you are well, but still, how did this happen? Was it somebody's quirk?" Toshinori asked, scanning the area for anyone nearby who might have contributed to the incident, but he couldn't find anyone. She looked down at her hands thoughtfully and said, "No, I don't think so. For some reason I could tell that this isn't a quirk, nor was it caused by someone else's quirk. It feels like this came from somewhere else, almost like. It came from another world altogether, but I can't explain why I feel like that's the case. I think we should both head to UA and see what we can figure out there. If anyone can help us, then it's the principal himself and the staff there." Toshinori said, "It looks like we're going to need some help in this." At that moment, an idea struck him. He was already considering this anyhow, so he might as well say it. She agreed with her mentor because she was at a loss for ideas and thought that was the best course of action. After that, they both went to his truck, where Toshinori quickly turned on the engine and they drove to UA. The last thing Izuku wanted was for her mother to have a heart attack because she forgot to text her, so she texted her to let her know that she might be out for a little longer than planned, but she didn't explain why, and to let her know when she would be back. She can only hope that whatever had happened to her wasn't something negative and that she would quickly realize why. He would be a millionaire by now if he had $1 for each instance in which something unexpected or went wrong, to the extent that he seriously considered retiring early and ignoring the repercussions. He had regrets about becoming a teacher on some days, but on the majority of them, he had no regrets at all, especially if it meant he could help raise the next generation to be heroes when it came time to compete on a level playing field. He wouldn't say it aloud, though. When he received a call from his boss informing him that he was required at UA for an emergency, his planned day off was abruptly taken away. And in order for him to learn the entire story, it would be preferable if he visited in person. All he knew was that there was a child involved, a teenager of the age needed to take the entrance exam, and that he needed to help. He detested being in the dark. Although he would never publicly admit it, he truly cared about his students and, more generally, any child who might need his assistance. However, that won't stop him from telling the child that they made a mistake. He hoped to learn the whole story as soon as possible, whatever was happening. But when he arrived at the principal's office, He was genuinely surprised to see a man who resembled a skeleton in flesh and blood and a girl who appeared to be wearing an odd Supergirl costume because her color scheme practically shouted, "Pinkalicious," as Nemuri would likely put it. Although he knew he had never seen her before, he assumed she was the child who needed his assistance because anyone would have recognized someone wearing a costume like that. Principal Nezu said, "Ah, Aizawa, good of you to join us." His enchanting smile, which rarely falters as if nothing were wrong, was still there. "It had to be on my day off," he said reluctantly and wearily as he quickly sat down on the couch next to the skeleton-like man. The girl was sitting in the chair directly beside the couch, and the principal was sitting on the other couch across from them, with the coffee table serving as the only barrier between them. "I do apologize for calling you at this time, especially given the work you got done late last night." Nezu began. "No, you're not," Aizawa thought, glaring at the rat beneath his weary face because this was not the first time something similar had occurred. "But it was rather urgent that your presence was required for this odd little conundrum." Nezu finished his sentence when he explained, "This young lady here was caught in a very strange amount of circumstances as of 2 short hours ago. She and Mr. Yagi were planning to take a break from training to go eat when suddenly she spotted a white cluster of lights that soon merged into one and was about to hit her mentor, to which she leapt towards him in order to shield him from the impact, which engulfed her in a flash of light and soon resulted in her not only getting a change of wardrobe but she seems to have gained powers from this as well." The greenette, who had been watching him since he entered, nodded shyly to him before turning to look at her knees as if they were a fascinating work of art. "Mr. Yagi, the man who was standing next to him, I looked around to see if it was the result of somebody else's quirk but I spotted no one, and young Midoriya told me that to her it felt like it came from another world beyond our own and doesn't understand why she feels like that's the case." Aizawa gave a single blink. Then twice. He gave them a look that told them he was leaving if this was some sort of strange joke. He started to say something, but Nezu interrupted him, saying, "Before you say anything, I would like you to see this. I've managed to procure a video that was recorded from a video camera nearby from a store that has long since closed down. The camera itself was thought to be long since disabled by everyone, but coincidentally first that wasn't the case, so I was able to secure the video in question and send a virus to the camera in order to prevent it from getting hacked into or abused for malicious purposes. I believe young people would say, seeing is believing, in this case in question," Nezu said as he handed the underground hero. He decided to take the rat's word for it and accept the tablet before watching the video to see for himself, even though he was still a little dubious because he knew not to undervalue the rat if he was able to obtain proof of what he claimed, which is one of the principal's scariest traits and something nobody should ever underestimate. Anyone with a sharp eye could see that he was stunned by the revelation in front of him, but he did well to conceal any hint of surprise behind a seemingly neutral gaze. And as soon as he realized that they hadn't been lying or making a joke, all of his doubts and skepticism vanished. Before returning the tablet to him who accepted it, he turned to face the principal, the man next to him, and the girl. He sighed and said, "Perhaps we should get introductions out of the way before we really dive into all of this." The man beside him gave a nod of agreement before turning to face the girl, who he assumed was either his daughter or apprentice. Prior to saying, My name is Izuku Midoriya, AA middle school student in Alder. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Eraserhead," she nodded and spoke nervously. Well, that really caused him to raise his eyebrows. How could this girl have known he was? She then told him, though now slightly less nervous, "I'm actually a fan of you. In fact, I'm actually a fan of a lot of heroes and I tend to do analysis on quirks, and have been for years. Due to your profession being an underground hero, you prefer not to be in the spotlight, so it makes it hard for people to spot you when you're doing hero work, as you're very stealthy, which could rival that of the ninja hero Edgeshot, but I've actually managed to see you at least a few times on the occasion when you were around my neighborhood. Your quick may not be battle-oriented, but you're more than make up for that with pure skill in martial arts and hand-to-hand combat while using your quirk to disable most your opponent's quirks, and you're even able to fight against those who have mutant-type quirks that are not affected by your own quirk. And the reason why you dress as you do is so it makes it harder for people to recognize you, which can really come in handy when it comes to apprehending villains if they can't recognize which hero you are." Quote. She then stopped herself when she realized what she did, as she blushed a bit before bowing her head and apologizing immediately with a shameful frown. "I'm so sorry. I know people get really annoyed when I go off like that when it comes to heroes. I'm just a big fan of yours and I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. Please forgive me." The amount of information he had just received from this girl, Midoriya, who seemed to know a lot more about him than most people outside of his coworkers, was so overwhelming that he could only blink. It was evident to him that he needed to improve his stealth and alertness in his immediate surroundings because a lone middle school student was able to identify him and had actually seen him at work a few times. However, it also demonstrated that she was highly informed and possibly cunning in that regard. When she began apologizing as though she had done something wrong, he was a little perplexed. However, years of working as a hero and frequently collaborating with police detectives revealed to him the telltale signs that she had been mistreated for the things she seemed to be passionate about. But for the time being, he decided not to pry, telling her, "It's fine, no harm was done, though I am surprised at how knowledgeable you are. Is this a hobby of yours? I've been into analyzing quirks for years, ever since I was 3 or 4. I thought it would come in handy as this kind of information would be useful for hero work," she said, somewhat flushed and rubbing the back of her head. Before he introduced himself, the man beside him said, "My name is Toshinori Yagi, by the way. I'm her personal trainer and mentor and have been for the past 7 months. Her skills are something to marvel at," he said. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you All Might's secretary? I've heard rumors about you here and there from other heroes I've worked with sometimes. Why are you mentoring a middle schooler outside of the office?" The erasure hero asked after nodding. "While that is true, there's a good reason why I'm mentoring young Midoriya, but there's more to me than meets the eye, for you see the secretary job is just a cover-up to hide my real identity," Mr. Yagi said, pausing for a moment before turning to face the principal, who nodded briefly before responding. The man raised an eyebrow in response, and his curiosity piqued when he suddenly began to release steam. The girl was startled and appeared to be about to ask her mentor a question with a look of shock and worry, but she was stopped when the man raised his hand and gave her the thumbs up, indicating to her that everything would be okay. The girl nodded nervously, but the expression in her eyes did not reveal her worry but rather the deep trust she had in him. The steam itself covered the man with what sounded like a short, popping sound, and then Aizawa was startled by a large plume of steam that erupted from him. When the steam finally subsided a moment later, he was shocked to see All Might, the top hero, turning back to face him and flashing his trademark smile and catchphrase, "I am here." He would have spat it out in shock by now if he had been drinking a cup of coffee. As he tried to comprehend what he had just seen, a million questions raced through his head. Knowing that Mr. Yagi and All Might were the same person based on his words a moment ago, the skeleton man who appeared to have gone years without eating and who could be easily carried away by a gust of wind changed into the man he both admired and detested. Before Blonde Hero said, "Undoubtedly you have a lot of questions, I'd be happy to tell you, but summing it up so we don't waste too much time and get back to the case in question," he gave him a few hard blinks. After a brief puff of steam, the man reverted to his slender form. He then scowled and carefully lifted the left side of his shirt, revealing a horrible scar that the underground heroes shakily acknowledged was the worst he had ever seen in his life. Now that he thought about it, he felt like face-palming for not realizing he had been wearing clothes that were too big for his physical body. He had witnessed more than his share of negative scars from other professionals, villains, and even his co-workers over the years, and it was true that heroes were frequently injured on the job, but this one looked very serious. It was red and purplish gray, and it was shaped like a spider with many legs. The fact that he had been keeping something like this a secret only made him realize that there was more to the hero than he had thought. The scar must have been there for years, and he could tell from the blonde's face that it hurt. "I got this scar almost 6 years ago while I was fighting a very dangerous villain. The injury I received badly damaged my left lung and destroyed both my stomach and some small intestines beyond repair. Because of this I can now only operate on 3 hours a day of hero work before returning to this form. And before you ask, the fight I had with the man who did this to me was kept quiet and kept out of the public in order to not scare people and ensure that peace could be maintained because the man in question was, to put it bluntly, worse than any villain you've ever met. Even though he's gone, the mark he left on me remains," he said in a voice that disturbed him how serious he was about it of his shirt and let it go back down on it was. It would be inaccurate to say that he was too stunned to talk after receiving such a shocking revelation. Although it was difficult to accept, even he had to pinch himself to confirm that he wasn't experiencing a sleep-deprived, hallucinogenic dream as a result of having too many consecutive all-nighters. The fact that All Might, the most popular hero, who appeared to be nearly impervious to any significant attacks, who had been a hero for many years, who was able to smile in any circumstance, and who seemed to be untouchable in every way. could be so severely injured that it seriously impacted his physical well-being and heroic efforts, and the fact that, given his current state, he truly looked as human as the rest of us, completely disregarded any reservations or uncertainties about the hero and buried itself so deeply that it desired to decay and perish. Yes, he acknowledges that he made some assumptions about the hero due to ignorance and his distaste for him. He also acknowledges that the hero is human, just like everyone else, but for something so secretive to be revealed to him in this way, truly caused him to reconsider his true opinion of the man. However, he began, a little croaked at first, practically needing to yank his voice back into his throat. Quote, "If it's supposed to be a secret, why reveal it to me?" he asked. "Several reasons really," the number one hero stated. "First is that I wanted you to be the first to know that I'm actually going to be joining the staff this year. I'll be teaching heroics with you, but because I'll be new at this I'm going to need your help in learning how to teach so that I'll be better prepared for the upcoming year. The second reason, and this goes with the first, while I am able to do well teaching how to do physical training without too many issues, when it comes to actual quirk training I'm lacking in that department, and when the time comes to it I'm going to need help teaching my successor so that she'll be better prepared for the upcoming exam and hopefully the upcoming school year. And lastly, since you are a homeroom teacher for 1A in the hero course, and after pondering about it for a while, I thought it would be best to inform you so that I can have some more assistance going forward so that my successor can have all of her blind spots covered, not to mention someone to talk to if I'm not available, or to others who I'm planning to call in soon, not to mention that if I were to miss something I know wholeheartedly you'll help me cover whichever basis I'm missing. Being the number one hero doesn't change the fact that I'm going to need help every once in a while, especially in areas I can't cover on my own." When he looked at the hero in front of him and the girl who was still sitting in the chair, it was clear that she was the successor in question. He was equally stunned and understood why he had revealed all of this to him. He had to acknowledge that he could understand why the symbol of peace would approach him for help, despite the fact that all of this information was overwhelming him. It makes sense that he would be among the few people who could assist in this situation because his years of experience as a hero and as a teacher have taught him that there is a difference between training someone physically and training someone quirk-wise. The two subjects themselves were similar, but otherwise as different as the sun and the moon. He had to ask him one question, though, because it was still kind of bothering him. After finally gaining the composure to speak without being silenced, Aizawa asked, "But if that's true, I still don't understand why you're choosing to join the staff here at UA, as it's just as big a responsibility as being a full-time pro hero is." "Quite simple really," he told him firmly and earnestly. "I'm planning on retiring soon." "Hold on a minute, is he retiring?" It makes sense that he would eventually need to, given the scar on his body, but to be told this directly in person. Yes, anyone would find that shocking. Alright, listen to him. He knew that every hero retires at some point, and that varies from case to case. He also knew that, even though All Might was just as human as everyone else, he would most likely have to retire at some point. However, there is a significant difference between believing that and actually learning it for himself. It's shocking to hear this from someone who was much more private about many aspects of his life, to the extent that many rumors circulated online and no one could determine which was true. His reaction must have been obvious to all of them when he responded with a sad grin. "As much as I want to keep on doing my job, I'm aware of that I can't keep it up forever, and with my injury as it is and it draining my time and how long I can maintain my hero form, I know that inevitably I'm going to have to step down from my position and think about retirement. But if I were to retire I want it to be so that I could still help others even if on a lower but still important scale and be sure that the future will be in good hands. Hence why I chose to join the staff here at the very school I attended and graduated from, and why I chose young Midoriya to take my place someday. So I can slowly transition into the career of being a teacher as the retirement plan and allow the spotlight for a new generation to come forth so that once I retire, I'll know that the future will be just as bright even if I'm not there." This was more shocking than any other revelation he had been told or discovered in the years he had been a hero in the underground department, and he was actually beginning to grow weary of being shocked so much in one day. But is it really possible for anyone to criticize him? Nevertheless, he now knew why the man was acting in this way. But he couldn't help but turn to face the girl, who had a sad expression on her face as her eyes were once more drawn to her lap. He could see that she knew exactly what he was going to do because he had either told her in advance, she had discovered it on her own, or she had some combination of the two. She then raised her head again and looked at her mentor, then at him, who could see a new light in her eyes that was burning like a flame and determined to win no matter how depressing that fact was. It was the kind of spark he frequently witnessed in his students who were driven to succeed and become heroes, prepared to go above and beyond their comfort zones to accomplish their goals regardless of any challenges that may arise. He was prepared to assist in any way he could in this situation if she intended to enroll here, worked hard to prepare for the entrance exam, and eventually rose to the status of her mentor's hero. He was willing to help if she had no intention of leaving. Aizawa nodded to him, her expression returning to one of neutrality but understanding. Aizawa told him, "I'll do what I can to help, but I need to know the details about how you two met and why you chose your student specifically to take your place." In order to avoid surprises, he needed to know all the details if he was going to be helping him. Mr. Yagi nodded in agreement, then sat down beside him again and started giving him all the information he would require. After an hour, therefore, it seems that there were quirks that could be passed on to another individual apart from inheritance from the parents' genes. That seemed unreal, but he has witnessed many oddities that seemed unreal until he witnessed them firsthand. Given that the top hero has been a hero for a longer period of time than he has also witnessed many oddities that seemed unreal. Additionally, it was obvious that she had a lot of catching up to do if she wanted to be prepared for the entrance exam because his intended successor was a middle school student with no quirks. He could see that she was aware of this as well and was prepared to go above and beyond to bridge the gap between herself and her future classmates. He saw what All Might was capable of with all that raw strength behind him, so he could understand why she had to work as hard as she had for the previous 7 months. If the quirk was transferred into an unprepared body, she would undoubtedly die. However, it was a little surprising that she had to prepare her body so that a backlash wouldn't be as severe, especially after learning that the power of the quirk gets stronger each time it is passed down. To be honest, though, anyone would be fairly certain that they were never ready for something like this to happen given that they were suddenly endowed with abilities just 3 months before the test. However, it was crucial to get this under control and figure out how it all worked in advance if this power could be used to give her an advantage and if it could help her control that strength of one for all once the time came for it to be passed down to her if the powers she had were permanent. Aside from the fact that the girl's entire outfit was altered to resemble something from a teen girl anime, Mr. Yagi had observed that she appeared to have gained a lot more muscle tone in this form a euro, not enough to make her appear particularly bulky, but definitely enough to make her stand out and appear physically stronger than a track and field athlete combined with a professional female swimmer. Additionally, the girl appeared to be floating more than walking, as if she were doing it unconsciously. She only realized this after one of them pointed it out, at which point she put her feet back on the ground and followed them all as they headed to one of the training gyms. They could see that she could hover off the ground without any problems, but he was aware that hovering off the ground was not the same as actually flying because they would soon be able to see how well she would perform once they got going. When they entered the enormous gymnasium designed especially for indoor quirk training, they encountered Ken Ishiyama, also known as Mentos, a member of the UA staff who can also assist in teaching students how to better utilize their quirks. He can help provide remakeable targets for their prospective student candidate to practice with. It's the cement hero Mentos. A hero capable of molding, manipulating, and controlling cement at will, and his quirk can very easily tire out and incapacitate multiple villains seemingly all at once without tiring himself out or putting his fellow heroes in danger. Midoriya proclaimed, beaming broadly, as she began to bounce and float in place upon seeing him. Knowing that there are heroes who are staff members here is super cool. To be honest, Aizawa was no longer shocked to learn this. Since he had previously seen her journal entries, he was aware of her ability to conduct a thorough analysis of her quirks, weigh their advantages and disadvantages, and even jot down suggestions for how to make them more adaptable. She would undoubtedly be a very powerful hero someday with a mind like that. He also concurred with Mr. Yagi that she would undoubtedly be eligible to attend the top quirk university with such skills and possibly even get her license early. If she decided to go to college after high school rather than going pro right away like All Might did, she could easily get a scholarship. Additionally, he agreed with the number one hero that one Nezu was bad enough after learning that Nezu had already seen her journal and that he intended to make her his personal student. Knowing that the principal would be assisting in the development of her developing mind meant that this would be disastrous for everyone. Although that may seem extreme, you would understand why the idea of someone like the principal was so terrifying that it would be nearly impossible to sleep soundly from now on if you knew what he was capable of, especially with his high-specs quirk and what he had been through before becoming a principal and hero. In fact, After seeing and realizing what she was capable of with her new abilities, both men were terrified of the IQ test that the principal intended to administer to her. Midoriya stopped, blushed, and apologized just as Smentos was laughing with laughter. The walking block of cement smiled and said, "And I'm impressed you know quite a bit about me. You needn't apologize, young lady, there's no harm in showing admiration towards someone you look up to." The girl sighed with relief at this, and then she asked him to sign her notebook. He agreed, taking the notebook and pen that she appeared to have pulled out of thin air and starting to write in it. He had already seen the autographs of Nezu and Mr. Yagi while looking through her entries, so he wasn't shocked there either. Although he was debating whether or not to give her one of his rare ones depending on how things went today, it appeared that she wanted to ask him to but was hesitant and wanted to respect his space, which he appreciated. After returning her notebook and pen after receiving praise for her work, for which she thanked him, she turned back to the others and was about to apologize when she realized her reaction. Her mentor interrupted her, telling her that it was okay and that she should stop constantly apologizing because her reaction was understandable. Aizawa could see from the man's eyes that he was worried about her mental health. In fact, he was in a similar situation to hers and was considering discussing it with her hound dog later. But for the time being, it was time to work. Toshinori couldn't help but laugh as she watched the young brunette fly around the gym so freely, laughing all the while in the exhilarating joy of flight. She flew with perfect grace, as if she had been flying her entire life, with the skill of someone with years of experience. He would have felt the same way, as if nothing could hold him down now, if he had suddenly developed the ability to fly. Does anyone with a flight-type quirk feel like this, he wondered. Perhaps Nana as well. Not wanting to start frowning while his successor was in a joyful mood, he didn't think about that too much. He simply concentrated on what had happened since she began her training and ability assessment. It took her a little while to get the hang of flying in different directions higher than 5 to 6 feet off the ground, as evidenced by her crashing a little bit at least 2 or 3 times, but she eventually got the hang of it and even got to practice dodging some of Smentos's cement-like liquid tentacles coming at her, which she absolutely nailed without getting cement on herself. She passed all other aerial-type tests that were equipped within the gym. They were currently testing how long she could fly before experiencing vertigo or exhaustion, and thus far, there has been no indication of either. When she got close enough to fly in circles around him, Aizawa told her, "Remember to take this seriously, Midoriya." Before she finally made the decision to stop and land as her feet lightly touched the ground, she said, "I am sir." When he walked up to her, Nezu asked, "Were there any disadvantages at all?" She smiled excitedly and said, "Nope, I really don't think I've hit a limit yet. I mean there's got to be some kind of downside to this, but so far I think my limit to how long I can remain flying before I feel some kind of drawback is pretty long." He nodded. "I've also noticed that you seemed very cheerful while you were flying. Undoubtedly it must have been very fun." Nezu pointed out while Izuku nodded before saying firmly, "It really was. In fact, when I was flying I really felt a positive flow of joy course through me, pushing away my worry and nervousness. It's actually been a long time since I've really felt this way." Nezu nodded, and although it was encouraging to see her in a happier state, Toshinori and Aizawa couldn't help but grimace inwardly at that. They both sensed that there was more than one meaning in her words. "I really should check in later on those quirkless reports. No matter how much I may later regret it." They both unwittingly had the same thought, with the latter feeling somewhat embarrassed that his prior knowledge of that topic was lacking because his last case was 12 years ago, even though he was certain it painted an unpleasant picture. Nezu instructed the cement user to construct a rectangular stone block so that she could test her strength and determine whether there was a limit to it. He made sure the block was large and thick enough to withstand the test for as long as possible before it would unavoidably smash the pieces. "So we can check that off the list. We can test your flight further on another day, but for now let's get to the strength part of this exercise." Smentos gave the group a thumbs up and then moved aside to give the girl space as she glided over to the target before landing, saying, as the kids would say, "Let her rip." Taking a fighting stance, she yelled, "Smash!" and, based on her recollection of attempting to teach herself karate, pulled back her right fist before launching it forward as forcefully as she could. She then made a small but respectable fist-sized crater as her fist struck the cement target, causing a tiny explosion of cement as pieces flew. The only outcome of her punching a target like this would be bruised and bloody knuckles, but in this form it caused no pain at all, as if she were punching an overstuffed pillow. She stared in wonder at what she had done, amazed that she could do that, alone. Her eyes glowed as brightly as they had when she was flying, and she turned back to the others, smiling and asking, "Did you see that?" Her mentor smiled admiringly and nodded, "Yes, we did, young Midoriya." After giving Mr. Yagi a quick, "Really? Look," Aizawa said, "looks like that answers our question. Was there any pain?" Glare, since she imitated his smash catchphrase before turning back to face her. "Nope," he replied, "not even a little. It felt like I was punching an overstuffed pillow." "Indeed, it seems you are strong enough to leave a dent into that cement block, but the question remains on how long can that strength last without stopping and if it can go even further than this." Nezu replied with a grin that widened slightly. She turned back to the cement block after saying, "Let's see." She soon began repeatedly punching the block, left and right, causing more craters to form around the first one and causing it to go deeper and deeper. She didn't actually pull back until she was a few feet deep, at which point she panted a little and waved her hands slightly in agony. Toshinori turned back to them and asked, "You okay?" She nodded and replied, "Yeah, just a bit winded and my fingers and knuckles sting a little bit." Then there is a limit to how long you can keep going before you actually start to feel any form of drawback. Eventually you'll start to feel winded and feel pain from punching for more than 3 minutes. Nezu concluded. As she nodded and clenched and unclenched her hands to relieve the stiffness and pain, her mentor said, "It may not seem like a long time, but going at it for that long can still make a difference." But then she began to look thoughtfully as something suddenly came to her. She was a little taken aback because it seemed like the thought was being gently forced into her head just enough for her to notice it. She glanced down at her belt, a euro, more precisely, the buckle that resembled a compact. But when she noticed that the green portion of it was flashing that color, practically beckoning her, as if it were giving her instructions, her eyes widened in shock. The others saw this as well, and they were all filled with caution and curiosity about what was going on. Izuku touched the compact before anyone could speak or take action, and as soon as she did, a flash of white light appeared, almost blinding everyone, and they turned away. It was fleeting, and when they all turned to face her again, they were shocked to see how she had changed. Her hair shifted from a high ponytail held by a large red bow to an upright, somewhat curly, spiky style that resembled a wave but looked more natural than it would have if someone had applied hair gel. On either side of her hair were highlighted diamond-shaped screamin' green hair clips, and the color of her outfit changed from hot pink to screamin' green, from light pink to chartreuse-ish yellow, and from the P initial on her ring to light green. The rest of the outfit style remained the same, and finally, her eyes turned screamin' green. And unless you actually got a closer look at her eyes to verify the difference, Toshinori Yagi could tell you that her natural emerald green eyes and this color looked somewhat alike. Izuku was astounded to see that she had simply changed from pink to green. At that moment, she also felt much more powerful than in her pink form. Was this form more powerful than the other, then? There was only one way to know, though. In order to test something using this new form, she turned to the cement hero and asked him if he could fix the block. Despite blinking at this, he obeyed and used his power to restore the cement block to its pre-damaged state. Though they speculated a euro, particularly regarding the principal and the blonde scarecrow a euro, that she had noticed something in the form and wished to test whether it was stronger or weaker than the one she had previously been in, the others were interested in what she intended to do. The block quickly returned to its initial position before she assumed the same fighting stance once more. After ensuring that Smentos was out of the way, she pulled back her right fist and then threw it forward while shouting, "Smash!" As the pieces flew again, a larger cement explosion occurred upon impact, and her punch not only left a larger crater than the pink forms, but it was also unquestionably deeper than the last one. In fact, she could estimate that it was roughly as deep as her lower arm from elbow to fingers. "I knew it," she said with amazement. "This form felt stronger than the pink one I was in, so it's safe to estimate that apparently I must have 3 forms, if the colors on the compact are an indication, and each one has their own sets of power levels, strengths and weaknesses. Possibly even abilities that only each one of them can do but the other cannot. It's best that we gather as much information as we can about each form and keep an eye out for any additional bells and whistles that each one might have included." Nezu nodded, agreeing. Izuku nodded before being allowed to keep punching to see how much longer her strength would hold this time around. The cement block began to crumble the more she punched it, and eventually it crumbled to a pile of dust and tiny pieces. She then unleashed more attacks on it, but they were faster, naturally to her, than before, and not just on one side but on every other spot around the block itself. After that, she didn't even feel exhausted. Not only is this form stronger than the other but, muscle speed-wise, faster, and it seems you have more stamina too. We should assume that your other stats have a limit of their own and it varies depending on how much of which one you're using up more. Though I should guess that some of them would probably be the same as the others depending on the circumstances. Nezu concluded that this was beginning to intrigue him ever more. Should we continue? Aizawa inquired. Nezu turned to the greenest greenette and said, remember, you don't have to push yourself if you reach a limit. If you hit it then stop and tell us of your state. The last thing you want is for you to overexert and hurt yourself more than mild bruising. Nezu replied, yes, at least until this form has hit its own limit. Before you ask, they had called Recovery Girl to join them earlier, but she was currently occupied with an appointment at a nearby hospital. Nevertheless, she called to assure them that she would return soon and that they could proceed without her as long as they kept a close eye on her progress. As she turned back to the pile that had once been the block, she nodded to him, understanding his instructions. She watched in wonder as the cement hero put it back in its original form and created multiple targets around her to test her endurance, reasoning that it would be more morally right and sensible to have multiple targets for her to practice on rather than just one and constantly changing it. What Smentos was doing here would save them time. She then started working, incorporating flying into the mix to help her punch the targets even more quickly. She repeatedly punched and destroyed each block, one by one, even as the others were being repaired after she removed them. She did, in fact, outlast the pink form until she finally winced for the umpteenth time from the final blow she delivered to one of the restored blocks. Realizing it was time to give up, as she clenched and unclenched her hands as before, she turned back to the gentleman and gentle hybrid and said, the same as before, I'm okay besides feeling my knuckles hurt enough to make it sting. As she examined her watch, Aizawa said, you lasted for about 8 straight minutes. Might not seem much to others but it's still a pretty long time to fight, all things considered, and a lot can happen in that amount of time much like your other time with the pink form. After voicing the principal's words and nodding with the erasure hero, Toshinori informed her, now it's time to see what you can do in your blue form, if the color on your compact is any indication. She turned back to the compact and nodded before placing her hand on it. Another flash occurred, but this time they were ready because they had shielded their eyes to prevent blindness. They expected to see something different this time, but the flash only lasted a moment before they felt it subside and turned back to her. Her hair was styled differently again, but this time it was in 2 high corkscrew pigtails with a few curls here and there. She had a shiny blue hair clip on the right side of her hair, where her hairline was along her forehead, which pulled some of her hair back and caused some of her curly bangs to go slightly upward, giving the appearance of a cowlick but much smaller. Her theme color, similar to the previous one, changed from screamin' green to sky blue, and what had been chartreusish yellow and light green to light pastel blue. Otherwise, the outfit was the same, with the exception that her eyes were now the same color as her main theme, which was sky blue. Similar to the previous time, she was able to see herself clearly and sense the power percentage of this form, but this time she was able to clearly show that, despite its strength, this form appeared to be somewhat weaker than the pink one and definitely weaker than the green one. Izuku told them while she was still in the air during all of that, I think this form is actually weaker in terms of strength than the other ones as it feels a little close to the pink one but not too much. After making an educated guess, Toshinori said, then it's safe to assume that we're only just going to need one target for you to practice to see how long you can keep going before a drawback hits you. He then motioned for Smentos to eliminate the other targets and just create one, which he did without any problems. Izuku landed as she went to work, repeating what she had done the previous 2 times. She heard another smash as she punched the block, but this time it didn't send too many pieces of cement flying, and she could see that the crater was smaller than the pink one. She continued until, after perhaps a minute and 30 seconds, she began to wince in pain again as she pulled back and looked at her handiwork, realizing that the crater was only roughly half as large as the one that the pink one had left. She floated back to them, clenching and unclenching her fists once more, and said, same as before on my stats. In terms of strength we can establish a tier list as the blue one seems to be the weaker of the other 2, the pink one's in the middle between them and the green one is the strongest of them. Nezu assessed, we should also assume that considering that you didn't feel any drawback from flying all the while you were in your green form and your current one, we can safely guess that for all 3 of them, in terms of flying, their limit is pretty high. But again we'll have to test more on that at a later date. Plus we will have to see how well you'll do in terms of weightlifting, as there's a difference between punching something and lifting it, later on. As Smentos joined them and Izuku considered everything they had learned thus far, everyone nodded. Although they had some pretty good data so far, she still felt that there was more to each form than first appeared. She felt as though there was something inside of her that was just waiting to be grabbed and used, and she was encouraged to do so. She focused on this feeling and held out her hand, while the others watched to see what would happen. Soon after, she felt it pop into existence as a brief but unmistakably smaller flash of light entered as she grabbed the object of her attention before getting a closer look at what it was. It was a huge white bubble wand with a blue outline that ran from the loop to the very end. It had a blue bubble jewel close to the base of the neck, and at the end of the wand was a strange, inexplicable design that resembled a blue jewel. Regarding the bubble wand's actual length, it was either a few inches or possibly close to a foot longer than her. A bubble wand, really? Aizawa questioned, somewhat perplexed and more frustrated because this seemed absurd. Aizawa, Nezu gently but humorously warned, we shouldn't underestimate it just by its general appearance, just like with the other forms there has to be more to this than meets the eye. Toshinori turned back to his proto-copyright ga copyright and said, it's best we see what it can do before we make a final judgment. He agreed, saying, he is right, judging a book by its cover before getting to see the contents of it is pretty foolish. Izuku concurred as she examined it more closely. It felt as light as a feather, and she had the impression that she had been carrying this weapon her entire life almost as if it was teaching her how to use it on autopilot. She first just blew at the loop, causing regular bubbles to appear. The bubbles, delicate yet lovely iridescent coloring, made them look very lovely. There was no need to dip the bubble wand into the bubble liquid as was customary because it was evident that the device itself created its own bubble liquid. Then, as she assessed the room around her, her gaze returned to the block she had been punching moments before. Before she assumed a stance and raised her bubble wand in anticipation of an attack, she thought, I wonder. The block appeared to have more divots than a golf course due to the size and shape of ping-pong balls. She carefully aimed her wand, causing a barrage of bubbles to shoot out and fly directly towards their target, leaving numerous dents on the block. As he, the principal, and the top hero watched in awe, Aizawa felt a little silly for underestimating the weapon in question, which now piques his interest. Who says bubbles can't be weaponized? Nezu joked, if Bubble Girl is able to do it, then so can Ms. Midoriya. Aizawa tried not to look foolish for forgetting about Bubble Girl and her peculiarity, but he knew that was aimed at him. What caused him to forget? He attributed his memory blurriness to that late-nighter he had. Izuku looked at the bubble wand for a while because she couldn't get rid of the feeling that she needed to use it for one more move. She knew what she needed to do, but she had to test it first. Her gaze then fell to a piece of debris that had been flying from her earlier smashing of the other stone blocks in her green form. Taking a chance, she swung the bubble wand at the object, and exactly as she had imagined, the bubble did not destroy the piece of debris, but rather trapped it inside as it floated as if it were not carrying something that should have been heavier than the bubble itself, with said bubble being larger than the piece of debris it held. Not only am I able to unleash a barrage of bubble-like attacks at my opponents, but I can also use this to capture them and possibly even use it to help catch civilians falling or use them to easily transport them to safety if picking them up by hand is a no-go depending on the circumstances. Izuku predicted, plus when it comes to children it'll probably be entertaining for them and help to at least dissuade some of their fear until they are transported to safety. Toshinori's question, but how durable is the bubble in that regard? Prevented her from rambling on because he always thought it was cute but knew it would irritate Aizawa, even though he hasn't mentioned it yet. Nezu walked up to the bubble and said, only one way to find out. Then he turned back to the girl and said, may I? Before Nezu tried to punch the bubble, she backed up a little and said, go ahead. However, the bubble continued to float in place and bounced off the blow. Nezu is physically weaker than the others, to be sure, but his punch was still not as powerful as someone with a strength-enhancing quirk. However, it should be noted that his intelligence more than made up for his lack of physical strength, particularly in regards to his peculiarity. In addition to the fact that he would not have to exert much effort to capture his adversaries, you must keep in mind that, despite his sentience, he is still an animal, so he has his own set of claws that he is not hesitant to use when needed. He also has quicker reflexes and reactions. He can use a retractable metal bow staff to whack your head into submission when necessary, which is exactly what he attempted to do to the bubble when he pulled it out before extending it. He then attempted to pop the bubble by repeatedly whacking it from as many angles as he could, but all he managed to do was have the attack bounce off the bubble each time. The principal said, "It seems that these bubbles are pretty durable, although I wonder how they would withstand somebody who has a quirk that makes them physically stronger or somebody who has a quirk that makes them spiked up or just spiky objects in general." After withdrawing the bow staff and placing it back in his back pocket after observing no changes in the results. As everyone else concurred, Aizawa informed him, "They'll probably be something we'll have to test later if we want to do a thorough side-by-side comparison." Nezu asked, "Ms. Midoriya, do you think you'll be able to pop the bubble yourself?" After giving it some thought, she said, "Only one way to find out." She went over to the bubble that still held the piece of the block and held her wand out in front of it before tapping it lightly. The bubble burst instantly and the piece dropped back to the floor. Toshinori said, "But that also begs the question, if this form has a weapon, then wouldn't it make sense that the other two have weapons of their own?" As his apprentice strode back towards them, "For the time being you're the only one able to pop the bubbles that you create. I think you're right. In each form I was in, even when I was focused on strength and flight, I was able to sense that there was more to each one in terms of feeling like there was something inside that was waiting to be used. If your hypothesis is correct, then the other two forms should have a weapon just like this one." Izuku concurred with and speculated as the other began to concur. It was a clear possibility in light of everything they had seen and assessed thus far. Now it's time to start working. She focused on that sensation again when she changed into her pink form, and she was able to call forth the yo-yo, the weapon that matched that one. However, similar to the wand, it was by no means ordinary and should not be taken lightly based solely on its outward appearance. Finally, the yo-yo's ring was also hot pink. The yo-yo itself was hot pink, with a gum pink bubble on each side and a fuchsia P in the middle. The bubble had a dark magenta outline around it. The yo-yo itself was about as big as a baseball. The yo-yo appeared to be much more specialized for capturing objects and opponents and tying them all up, much like a cowboy would an animal on a farm, but it was undoubtedly powerful because it could leave a respectable dent in the stone block when used to hit it. Additionally, the yo-yo's string was incredibly resilient and could withstand even the strongest strength enhancement quirks, as demonstrated by Toshinori in his All Might form. It was also amusing to watch All Might become so entangled in the yo-yo that they had to spend a considerable amount of time trying to untie him after he had changed back into his normal state. This was done in an attempt to make things simpler, but in reality, it made things more difficult. Aizawa found it amusing, and Nezu couldn't help but laugh at the predicament of his former students. Like the other two, the green form followed, and she focused on the sensation before the weapon materialized in her hands once more. This time, it was a hammer. Based on its design, it was specifically a Megaton Dunk hammer. The hammer itself was yellow with black lines separating the two ends from the center, and the base and end of the hammer were crystal blue. At the end of the hammer was a crystal blue ball, not a fortune-telling ball or a real glass ball, and the staff portion of the hammer was yellow, with a screaming green P on the face of both sides. The hammer's shape kind of reminded them of a video game character from the past. They can all agree that the bubble wand was definitely longer than the hammer, even though it was nearly as long as she was. Given that the green form was the strongest of the two, it made sense that this form would have the strongest weapon. This was demonstrated by the smashing session she conducted with the newly formed blocks to test the power and strength of the hammer and determine how long she could use it for an attack. Additionally, although her weapon is primarily a close-range weapon, she can also create and send energy projectiles and extend her hammer by using the staff to attack at a long distance. With sufficient control and ferocity, the hammer itself enabled her to transform into a spinning tornado that truly packed a punch. For that final section, it's similar to fusing a bow staff with a hammer. Don't say it, I already know what you're going to say. In any case, the hammer appeared lighter than it actually was, but she was able to wield it. Further investigation reveals that the weapon itself appears to be impossible for anyone other than her to lift, as evidenced by the fact that even Toshinori, in his All Might form, struggled to raise the hammer off the ground because it was heavier than he had anticipated. Even though he managed to raise it to his chest, he was only able to do so for a full minute, if he was exerting himself for endurance, before he had to drop it or felt as though his arms were actually going to break off his body. And that was really saying something considering how strong All Might normally is. The same was true for the other two weapons, which they tested rapidly. They all agreed that the hammer was much heavier than the wand and the yo-yo, but the young brunette thought that perhaps someone could wield them if she allowed them to use her weapons for a short time. She was confirmed to be correct when the weapons' weight abruptly vanished, allowing everyone to lift them as though they hadn't been heavy just moments before. Apparently she was able to allow the person to borrow her weapons even if she was in a different form. The weapons would all come back to her if she willed them to, even from a distance, though how far the range could go they would have to test later. Regardless of the form she was in, it was evident that each weapon would only match the particular form it matched, regardless of the circumstances. However, it was different if someone else wielded her weapon while she was in a different form. As she entered the gym, Recovery Girl's voice said, "I hope there hasn't been any serious harm done while I was away." Her tone was firm, but it also implied that she would whack someone if they hadn't been careful. She was short and old, but that didn't change the fact that she could still beat you into next week if you weren't careful. Don't let her cute and friendly grandmotherly appearance fool you into forgetting that she can still fight if the situation called for it. As she approached the group, Nezu assured her, aside from some mild bruising earlier, everything's been okay. However, as the principal turned back to Izuku, he had an epiphany and said to the nurse hero, "Now that I actually bring that up, I'm actually quite surprised that I haven't seen our young student here wince in pain at all after having received some bruising from demonstrating her strength earlier aside from some she expressed when she hit her limit 3 times in all 3 of her forms. Actually now that you mention it, yeah, that does seem kind of weird." Toshinori and the erasure hero both agreed as the idea struck them. They all turned to Izuku, who appeared to have the same realization as she looked down at her hands, particularly her knuckles. She did feel the pain from reaching her limit 3 times, but she didn't even notice that it seemed to have gone away after that. At first she thought it was because of adrenaline, but now she was starting to think that it might be something else, and not just because she could sense her body telling her that. She took off her ring and both her gloves, surprised to see that her knuckles looked perfectly fine even though she should have at least shown some bit of bruising. Not even a scratch. Izuku was astonished. "I should have had some bruising or at least some form of injury after using my full strength 3 times in each form, but it's as if nothing happened. I didn't even notice that the pain was going away while we were evaluating on my weapons. At first I thought it was because of adrenaline, but now I see that's not the case. These powers include the ability to heal, and it can correspond to each form. It's the only thing that makes sense." The old healing hero chimed in as she got closer to her before the brunette knelt down to meet with her at eye level and showed her knuckles to her as the woman nodded at seeing that there was nothing wrong after a brief examination. "This new facet should come in handy, but I would like to get a sample of your DNA to see what other sort of changes we should expect. It's better if we have as many details as possible, no matter how confusing or odd, than to be left in the dark." "That makes sense," Izuku said as she nodded. "Hopefully we'll be able to learn more about this from there. For now though, I would suggest that you all take a break for lunch while I do the examination." Recovery Girl told them as Izuku's stomach decided to make its prolonged hunger known as it growled very loud, definitely louder than it had earlier as Izuku blushed in embarrassment. With a moan, Toshinori said, "I completely forgot that we were planning to have lunch earlier, but then all of this happened and it completely slipped our minds." He gave himself a small smile. "Then it would be wise to stop for the time being and get back to it after lunch and after Recovery Girl gives us an evaluation on her findings." Aizawa stated and proceeded to make his way over to the door before he finished with, "Besides, you can't work on an empty stomach, it's illogical and dangerous." Everyone agreed as they all made their way over to the door. Their first stop would be to the nurse's office real quick so that Recovery Girl can not only get a sample of her DNA but also actually give her a well-needed checkup to make sure everything was going smoothly before the others would make their way over to the cafeteria to eat. Little would any of them know that what they would soon learn would definitely be, for lack of better dictionary words, completely strange and mind-blowing. To say that they were not expecting any more surprises until at least after lunch would probably be an understatement. After Recovery Girl got a sample of Izuku's DNA, the blonde, the black, the brunette and the hybrid all made their way over to the cafeteria to get a much-needed meal in whilst Mentos, who turned down the offer as he already ate earlier, went to go finish setting up the student paperwork for literature arts. At this point, Izuku was beginning to calm down from her ecstatic state, which gave her time to reflect on all they had discovered thus far. Flight, super strength on different levels, superpowered weaponsa Euro, who knows what other abilities she might be able to perform. The possibilities of what these powers could do and how many she could control were simply amazing in and of themselves. The sheer possibilities of what she might also be capable of seem limits. The day just got more and more surprising, intriguing and exciting with each passing minute. It would probably be accurate to say that she essentially became a jack of all trades as a result of an incident that occurred on a beach she was cleaning. She had always wanted to be able to experience what it was like to have special powers just like everyone else, to know what it feels like. Any semblance would suffice. Don't get her wrong. She still intended to inherit the All Might quirk, carry on his legacy, and strive to become a hero in her own right. However, it will be interesting to see how these powers will interact with OFA later on and what the next few months will bring before the entrance exam. Since it would be extremely dangerous to place untrained powers in the same body as them, she will obviously need to train these abilities before returning to her OFA training. Doing so could result in serious property damage, blacklisting, dire medical care, or even an early death. You cannot dispute that these probabilities are highly likely to occur with inexperienced hands, even though I realize that sounds extreme. Maybe she could persuade Mr. Yagi to allow her to test how quickly she could complete more beach cleanup using her newfound abilities. She would save time and preparation that way, and if it were only by a tiny bit, she might even have more time to practice using All Might's quirk before the deadline. No, she wasn't avoiding her work. Rather, she was simply broadening her options for how she could use these new abilities to complete more tasks. She was aware that she needed to continue training in order to gain strength and catch up to everyone else, quirk or not. She wasn't going to become indolent or arrogant. However, she was still troubled by something. Actually, there are two things, though the former may be easier to handle. First, since she was a teenager and it should be nearly impossible for someone to manifest their quirk at this age, she knew she needed to explain to her classmates why she had acquired these powers so abruptly when she returned to school. Although that wasn't exactly the case, there were reports of infrequent cases where people showed their quirks later in life, usually when they were still children but were undoubtedly older than 4. There were even a few cases where people showed their quirks when they were in their teens, though that's even more uncommon, especially if it's an adult, usually in their early 20s, though that was a bigger rarity in its own right. That would certainly help her avoid uncomfortable questions that she would prefer to avoid. She might be able to persuade Recovery Girl to provide her with a medical report that would demonstrate that, in terms of medicine, she did have a quirk, by feigning that the power she had acquired was a quirk that had materialized and only required the correct ingredients. Certain eccentricities frequently required a particular method to express themselves, even if it was unconventional, risky, improbable, crazy, or just plain dumb. She knew that there had been reports on quirks like these and had memorized them so she could use them to support her claims. She had spent years studying quirks. To be honest, she knew it would be lying because of how she got those abilities, and she didn't enjoy lying, even though she had done it a lot to keep her mother from becoming even more alarmed, but it was the only way to make sure no one became suspicious or took any drastic action as a result. She hoped that this would finally get her classmates to stop making fun of her and that the teachers would step in a bit more to stop the bullying. Even a small amount of help would be more than enough for her. She had a feeling that he wouldn't want to be her friend after what she had said to him in the classroom months prior, so she knew that trying to patch things up with Bakugo was definitely out of the question, regardless of whether she had acquired a quirk or stayed quirkless. After that ship set sail, she was better off severing her relationship with him because she knew he was toxic. She honestly didn't know if she could trust herself to not break in front of him in an attempt to explain, and she had a gut feeling that even if she said something, he wouldn't believe her and would probably assume that she was lying and hiding her powers all along, which isn't the case and never was. However, if anything, these powers will probably surprise him and possibly, most likely, make him angry and he'd demand answers from her. Not only that, but what she told him months ago was still the same, terrible. Even if he was now leaving her alone, it wouldn't change the fact that he could lose his temper at any moment. The fact that he's now glaring at her doesn't change the fact that he still hates her. She thought, I know what I said may have sounded harsh, but it was necessary to get that jerk to back off already. He deserves it. He'll always be a villain no matter how heroic his quirk may seem to others because his attitude is absolutely horrible. This caused her to pause for a moment in her thought process. Where did that originate? She asked herself. I know I wasn't thinking that, but the way that thought came out in terms of tone was. I mean, she knew he was definitely not nice to her, and with his current attitude, she knew that he would be at risk of blowing his own chances of getting into a hero school even if their middle school teachers would try to hide that to increase his chances. To her, it was unexpected and rather cruel. Nothing sprang to mind because it didn't sit well with her, but she decided to put it on hold for the time being. She'll try to work this out later and concentrate on the second problem, which was perhaps more urgent. With only flight requiring some trial and error, how did she even know how to use her abilities without further assistance from the teachers beyond what they had provided in the gym? Why did knowing all of this information about how to wield them correctly feel natural? Why did it seem that these abilities already included a set of mental instructions that she could access at any time? And above all, where did these abilities originate? Were they a product of someone else's peculiarity? Were they made in a laboratory, or were they from another planet entirely, even though that sounded crazy on its own? She moaned a little as she rubbed her head in an attempt to calm the growing headache because there were simply too many questions and not enough answers for her. Aizawa asked her, "Everything all right, kid?" as he and the others became concerned about what Toshinori was going to ask her. "Yeah," she replied, "just an overload of questions as too much has happened in a single day. We don't have enough answers to all of this and even the thought of the whole thing is headache-inducing." He gave her a quick pat on the back and said, "I don't blame you. It could partially be because you're hungry, but on a big majority of that, we understand what you mean. We all feel the same way, Ms. Midoriya, though I wouldn't let it go to your head if I were you. Undoubtedly we will figure it all out in time, but for now we should focus on the present and tackle each problem one at a time so to not overwork or overstress ourselves." The teacher assured her. They are both right. It's much like how a kid first manifests their own quirk. They're not going to be able to know every single bell and whistle to it, even if some on an occasion come with a set of some mental instructions to know how to use them in particular ways right off the bat, until they actually get practice in and work hard in learning more on what possibilities could be achieved with them. And learning more about them one day at a time. For all of us, we just need to take it at our own pace. Does that make sense? Toshinori stated to her as she grinned. As everyone else nodded in agreement, she responded, "You have a good point. Taking things at our own pace is a much better idea than trying to rush into it no matter how much I want to learn everything about these powers I have right now." However, this epiphany was rudely cut short when her stomach began to complain impatiently once more. This caused her to blush in shame and give her stomach a fierce mental glare, telling it that it was not helping anyone. The principal and the number one hero both laughed at this, while Aizawa rolled his eyes despite having a humorous smile concealed beneath his capture scarf. Fortunately, the group was getting closer to the cafeteria, which gave her much needed peace of mind. She could have eaten a horse because she was so hungry. When she opened the doors, she smelled something sweet, which caused her eyes to sparkle and her mouth to water. The fact that she had unconsciously touched her compact, changed into her pink form, and flown over to the source of the delicious sweet smell was so overwhelming that she was unaware that she had startled the others. She saw what had drawn her in when she walked into the kitchen. Her nose had been telling the truth. It was a cake, and a very attractive one at that. It was a triple-layered cake with white frosting as the primary color and flowers made of light pastel yellow frosting, a few edible golden pearls scattered throughout, and a white macaroon with yellow filling in the middle at the very top of the cake resting on top of a single frosting-made flower. These macaroons matched the ones lining the bottom of the cake. She wasn't alone in this kitchen. There was none other than the cooking hero Lunch Rush, a master chef who was employed by Ua in addition to being a hero. The hero asked her in jest, "Ah, it seems I've attracted a fellow sweet lover. My latest masterpiece drew you in, huh?" The girl nodded enthusiastically as the others stormed into the kitchen to investigate, only to be relieved to discover nothing was amiss. "But, hello everyone," Lunch Rush said, grinning subtly. "Did y'all come here to try my latest masterpiece? Or was it because you were worrying about this little lady?" "That would be the latter, although I must say that your latest cake definitely looks like a real prize winner," Nezu said to him prior to returning to the young lady. Although it was curious to see her react like this all because she smelled something sweet being made, I only have to guess that she isn't the type to act like this. The brunette became agitated when she heard Toshinori's worried statement. "I've spent a little over half a year with her, and in all the time that I've spent I know for a fact that she doesn't have a sweet tooth and she rarely ever has anything sugary sweet, especially given the diet plan that I gave her for her training." When she realized what had happened, she instantly displayed a look of profound disbelief and embarrassment as she looked back at the group and the surroundings. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed with shame as she returned to the floor. "I didn't mean to scare you guys like that. I had no idea what I was doing. The very moment I smelled something sweet I didn't even know, my mind just went into autopilot almost like it had a mind of its own. I don't even know where that came from. I'm so sorry." Even though she was still a little flushed from the humiliation of what had happened, she was finally able to relax and look back at her teachers in the eyes after everyone took the time to reassure her that everything was fine and that nothing had been done. However, this raised an excellent query. Izuku crossed her arms and said out loud, "But why did I even act like that in the first place? It makes no sense. That's never happened to me before." It was almost as if. Nezu said, "As if you had another personality in you altogether." He said more than he asked, which caused Izuku to turn to him. The others did the same. Still perplexed, Toshinori questioned, "Sir, are you implying that?" The principal nodded in response. It's entirely possible that these new powers also came with a split personality, or given the fact that she has 3 different forms, she must have more than one kind of personality besides her own. Also, if I had to wager, I would have to say that depending on the circumstances, each part of these personalities will pop up at any given time. Even though she'll still remain as herself, it's safe to assume that with this pink form she has a sweet tooth. Izuku blinked in shock at this. Several distinct personalities. She. With all eyes on her, she responded, "I mean, it's kinda like a reversible jacket, because like me it can switch between one side to the other without issue. But only if said jacket could have 3 sides to it instead of just 2, and every side of it would look similar, though they would be different in one particular way if not by just color alone." She touched her compact once more without realizing it. Then, as she blinked and realized what she had just said in shock, she snapped out of it. Yes, she is undoubtedly another personality because, despite her history of making analogies, she had never done so in relation to clothing, and she had a strong sense that the blue form was interested in fashion. And just when she thought she couldn't be more shocked today than what had already happened, she was hit with yet another wave of shock before the day was even over. This time, at least, she didn't do anything embarrassing. It made sense because it would explain why she had acted the way she had just moments before, and it was definitely the reason behind her earlier thought process in the hallway, but there was still something unsettling about it. While that does make sense, I mean it has to, and we should not disregard that confirmed fact, yet. I feel like I've been thrown into the world of Alice in Wonderland because I feel like my world's been thrown off kilter. She expressed worry. I've never even had a split personality, let alone multiple different personalities before, quirked or not. Generally speaking, anything was possible in the world of quirks, and yes, there were sentient quirks those with a mind of their own some of which even had 2 distinct personalities. However, they were difficult to adapt to when it came to those specific types of peculiarities. It would be simpler to deal with as a child, even though it would take some time to get used to it. If those specific quirks appeared in late bloomers, it would become even more difficult, to put it simply, and could make it more difficult for that person to maintain order, let alone make the necessary adjustments. Even people who do not have a split personality quirk but have had their mentality altered in some way due to their quirks have also had to deal with adjusting to new aspects of themselves, both positive and negative. And managing this in particular can be challenging and stressful for the person with the quirk as well as those around them. It was easy to see that the others sympathized with her situation, especially since they felt sorry for her because she already had enough to deal with. Previously, it was somewhat exciting, but it was concerning to know that she would likely have to deal with a semi-personality crisis because she had no idea what these new personalities would bring. She felt a hand on her left shoulder, which brought her out of her cloud of worry and uncertainty. When she looked up, she saw that it was Mr. Yagi, who smiled reassuringly and said to her, "It's all right, young Midoriya, we'll figure this out together. So you do not have to worry about trying to figure it out all by yourself, even if there may be some things that you'll be able to understand without an issue while there are others that you'll have difficulty trying to comprehend. We'll help you in any way we can." When she turned to face each of them, everyone else nodded in agreement, including Lunch Rush, who nodded despite not fully understanding what was happening but sensing that it had something to do with her peculiarity. She smiled back at them, nodded, and then thanked them, feeling a little less pressure on her shoulders. However, the moment was once more marred by her stomach's loud rumbling and roaring, which caused her to blush even more than before and become quite enraged. This time, she touched the compact consciously and changed into her green form while glaring at her stomach and practically screaming, "Quit ruining the moment, you noisy organ." It was hilarious and made everyone laugh. In addition, this response was rather amusing. However, this made it clear to them that the green form had a temper, even though the way she was expressing it at the moment was amusing. To her relief, however, this made it possible for Lunch Rush, who now realized why they had come in the first place, to enter and inform them that he would be delighted to prepare lunch for everyone. And since Izuku's split personality had given him a sweet tooth, he offered to let her be the first to sample his newest creation, but only if she would give him a review of it and only after eating a healthy meal in advance. She gladly agreed. Fortunately, the lunch and dessert he provided €1, along with a generous helping of seconds €1, were more than enough to sat her vocally ravenous appetite. Izuku questioned bewilderedly, "Wait, you're saying that I have more than just my own set of genes in me?" "In a sense, yes. To explain, imagine that your DNA at its core is like a stem of a flower. While that in your blood type remain untouched, the stem itself has gained a set of leaves while the blossom on top has bloomed, which in this case would be these powers, but each one of the leaves seems to be from 3 different plants instead, and yet it is not causing the flower itself to wilt due to the obvious difference between each one, but as coexist with it like a symbiotic relationship, allowing the whole plant in general to thrive. I even saw the change in the genes occurring under my microscope while you were all having lunch. It was fascinating seeing it all with my own eyes. And given what you all told me, it seems I was correct in my hypothesis. You got your powers from not just one but 3 different people who seem to have nearly identical abilities with several differences here and there. Weirdly but thankfully enough, despite the different genes, each one of them in terms of blood type seems to be exactly the same as yours, so there won't be any problems because of it there." Recovery told her as she and the others were seated in the nurse's office after having came back from lunch. Aizawa asked first, "Do you know who they belong to?" "Unfortunately no. Even one of my trusted medical colleagues from the Hosu hospital can't make heads or tails of this. Whoever these 3 belong to doesn't seem to be from Japan. Nothing can be found in the national database about it either. He even asked me if this was some sort of prank. Were he in the same room as me, I would have whacked him on the head for even thinking I'd do something like that." She expressed disappointment, which was understandable. Before they left the cafeteria, Nezu took a sip of his tea, which he brought from the kitchen, and said, "Which makes the theory of these powers coming from another world altogether more plausible. But it still doesn't explain how we can get the kid back to her normal self. If she can transform, then surely she should be able to return back to her normal clothes," Aizawa said, glancing at the girl who was in a thinker pose, half listening and half thinking. He was worried that he hadn't witnessed her power down during their entire day together and wished that she wouldn't be stuck in this situation. If that were the case, it would be challenging to explain it to her mother later. "That might actually be easier to explain, given all you told me. If these abilities did indeed come on almost an instinctual level during her training, then it shouldn't be too hard for her to figure out, if she thinks about it, how to transform back," he was told. After hearing everything, Izuku turned to face her and nodded before glancing down at her compact. She then grabbed it, but this time, rather than changing, she slid the compact out of its sleeve and opened it. There were 4 buttons on the opposite side, 3 of which were the same colors as her 3 forms, while the final one, which was a circle and held the other 3 colors as if they were half of a circle, was yellow. The other half was a plain white surface with yellow dots making up the line for the other side of the lower half of the compact. The inside of the lid had a screen surrounded by a yellow outline and yellow dots in a circle, and she had a feeling that would be a crucial detail later. A flash of light appeared after pressing a few buttons, and when the light subsided, everyone could see that she was once again dressed normally €1, the same attire she had worn earlier in the day when she had been cleaning up the beach. There were 2 main differences, though. She still wore her power belt even though she was dressed normally, which meant she could still use her new abilities whenever she wanted to, and she still had the same toned appearance as when she was powered up. With a relieved smile, Toshinori said, "At least that's one thing we have less to worry about. It's good to know that she could simultaneously transform and detransform. To be honest, it would be very challenging to try to explain to her mother why her daughter was perpetually trapped in a superpower form. But that still leaves another question," the girl from recovery replied. "If these powers did indeed come from another world, what was that world like? Why were these powers brought here in the first place? Who are the people she is connected to? There's just too many questions and not enough answers for this." Toshinori nodded along with the others, saying, "You have a point there. Which is why it's a good thing that you called us here to help." The group turned to face the door as soon as they heard that voice speak, and the door slid open. 3 men were standing there, 2 of them young adults, and the third was an elderly man who was about the same height as Recovery Girl but clearly at least a few millimeters taller. Izuku recognized the first man right away as Sir Night-Eye. All Might's former sidekick before they broke up a few years ago. He is a pro-hero with a unique foresight that allows him to see into the future of the person he makes physical and eye contact with for the next 24 hours, and if needed, years into that person's future. His hair was shorter than hers, and he wore a pair of oval glasses, a simple gray office suit with white dress shirt and a red tie with white polka dots, and black dress shoes. His base hair color was similar to hers, with the exception of the emerald green, which had several yellow highlights that were visible in the same color as his eyes. He may appear to be your typical, strict-looking office worker, but that was only a front. As a pro-hero, he took his work very seriously. To reiterate, the suit was designed to be worn in combat, and he also carries special weighted stamps that he throws as projectiles that can pack a real punch, as she has witnessed from a few of his kind of rare fights in the past. Even though he didn't have a battle-oriented quirk, he was similarly to Eraserhead in that he knew how to defend himself in battle, especially when his quirk was active. The second man came next. He was tall, had short black hair, and had black eyes that were somewhat rectangular. A white dress shirt, green tie, black slacks, and dress shoes were worn underneath his tan overcoat and matching hat, which resembled a fedora. She's going to take a chance and assume that this man was a police officer or detective because he seemed rather unremarkable. In contrast to the other two men who entered, he greeted everyone with a smile, making him seem like a pleasant follower. She had no idea who the little old man was, but judging by his costume, she assumed he was a pro-hero or at the very least an old-time veteran. He wore a full-body monochrome suit, a yellow cape, a belt with the letter G on it, very thick yellow gloves and boots, and a dark domino mask that resembles two diamonds. He had light brown eyes and gray-white, spiky short hair that was the same color as his beard. It's disgusting that she didn't know who he was, but if she had to speculate, it's possible that, considering his advanced age, he retired long before she was born and wished to avoid the limelight like the Erasure hero. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. To start, she saw her mentor trembling at the sight of the elderly man, as if he were about to run out of here. Although it was obvious that he was afraid, there was also a respectful expression on his face. Why did he fear that elderly man? He must know him, but she wasn't sure how or why. The second was that she had never seen the Foresight hero glare at her with such intensity on television, but it was frightening to feel it in person because she thought he was trying to either turn her into ashes or psychoanalyze her too much. However, he could see in his eyes doubt, mistrust, fury, aimed at her. However, why? She had done absolutely nothing to deserve that. Why, then, did it appear that he was upset with her for, in a philosophical sense, running over his cherished cat? 3 was that the unassuming man gave everyone an apologetic smile, as though he was expressing his regret for what was about to happen, and it appeared that he was aware that tensions were rather high. The 4th was that Eraserhead was obviously aware of Sir Night-Eye's identity but was unaware of the identity of the elderly man, while the principal and the youthful heroine were wearing knowing expressions. She hoped that she would soon discover what she was missing before her green-themed persona appeared to make an irate remake about the evidently abrupt increase in tension. Kaoru. She was startled by an unknown voice in her head, but fortunately she was able to conceal it this time. She wondered where it came from. Kaoru. Is that the green form's name? She was startled out of her reverie when she heard the elderly man yelling at Mr. Yagi. You idiot! Why didn't you call me about getting a new successor months ago? You can't just leave a text out of nowhere like that without any further context and expect me to help you just like that. I didn't want to bother why you and I didn't know NW would be a better time to tell you. Toshinori attempted to tell him, but he was trembling like a scared little child and stammering terribly. Don't even think about lying to me, you big oaf. You knew exactly when you should have told me. And even though you told your sidekick, former OR no, you should have told me as well. The elderly gentleman yelled as he began to his right. If you weren't in your true form right now I would pummel you until you're black and blue. With a higher octave in his voice, the blonde yelled, I'm sorry. The elderly man lectured him, you better be boy. Since it felt strange and uncomfortable to her, Izuku was genuinely unsure of what to do in this circumstance. It almost seemed as though the man was reverted to being the same age as her instead of the adult he truly was because he was being lectured by a small but unquestionably older man. She had never seen her hero mentor receive a lecture like this, or really at all. She truly had no idea what to think or say about this. She was shocked to see that Aizawa was the only person in the room who appeared shocked by this, aside from her, since he was also unsure of how to react. It appeared as though a part of him wanted to laugh at the fact that someone was actually lecturing the top hero about something other than Recovery Girl, but he was also just shocked because this was the first time he had ever seen someone genuinely both scare and reprimand him at the same time. And that was saying something because, as far as the erasure hero was aware, very few things scared him. This was illogical considering that everyone is afraid of something, but for the number one hero, he did so well to conceal the fact that nothing scared him that even rational thinkers would find it absurd to think otherwise. I think this kind of conversation should wait until you two are in private. Right now I think it would be better to introduce ourselves and get down to the reason why we're here, the unassuming man said, attempting to defuse the situation. He was right. They need to return to the matter at hand and save the lecture later. Toshinori made a note to himself to get him a gift basket later to express gratitude for defusing the situation. That, along with his friend, prevented him from appearing even more cowardly in front of everyone, even though he had a valid reason to do so. Fair enough, otherwise we would be in here all day, the elderly man said with a sigh before releasing his shoulders and turning to face Izuku. So you're the successor he chose who ended up in this mess in the first place, correct? He asked after giving her a thorough inspection. Why yeah, she said, attempting to overcome her hesitancy, and fixed him with her gaze, trying not to let her gaze wander or her mind wander to the fact that just a few moments before, this elderly man had been reprimanding her mentor. My name is Izuku Midoriya. The elderly man gave a nod of approval, saying, nice to meet you, name's Gran Torino. He was relieved that she wasn't avoiding him and had instead chosen to pay attention to him in spite of his tirade just moments before. I'm Naomasa Tsukauchi. I'm a police detective and I've been a good friend of Tashi's for several years, the plain man said, grinning amiably as he removed his hat to greet the other two men. She nodded back. The last person to introduce himself was Night Eye, who said, I'm Sir Night Eye. I was formerly All Might's sidekick before we parted for personal matters. He spoke calmly, but the calmness in his voice did not match the expression in his eyes as he adjusted his glasses. Toshinori had a momentary guilty expression on his face before turning to his successor and telling her, they too are a few others who know of my secret and about my quirk, so you don't have to worry about hiding anything from them. He spoke of personal matters, as though it were nothing more than a depressing burden. The officer said, Toshi brought us in to help with your case, and so we can be introduced ahead of time in case something might happen, after she nodded and turned back to face the officer and Foresight hero as they closed the door behind them. It was logical, she nodded in comprehension, realizing that. Soon after, the principal gave the newcomers the tablet so they could see what had happened on the beach earlier that day and confirm that what had happened to her was real. They then discussed her findings with Recovery Girl and what they had learned from the gym training with the principal, Toshinori, and Aizawa. Tsukauchi even assured her that everything would be fine because he had a lie detector quirk which, as she commented, was a super handy quirk for a police detective and made interrogations a lot easier. To which he thanked her with a laugh and that she would tell them everything she knew in response to each question. There were brief moments when she was asked about confirming a few things and about her own thoughts about what they learned. She didn't mind, though, that the adults were talking most of the time. However, if the foresighted hero had simply stopped staring at her excessively throughout the entire event, it would have felt less awkward. She didn't want to take the chance of saying something that would make things even more awkward or give him another reason to glare at her, even though it was unsettling to say the least. Instead, she chose to return her attention to what had happened just before the older professional began yelling at Mr. Yagi. Kaoru. When she was considering the green-themed persona, she heard that name. It felt appropriate, as if her name was actually that. What were the blue and pink ones' names, then? Momoko. She sat up straight as two strange voices spoke in her head, Miyako. Momoko. For the pink one, that is, and Miyako is the blue one, she thought to herself. At least now she knew. She still felt strange about knowing names like this or anything else she knew out of the blue, but she would have to put up with it if it allowed her to find the answers she was seeking. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that each of them had a little more to them. If Momoko, Miyako Kaoru, and the others had superpowers, did that imply that they were heroes from their respective worlds? Did they also have hero names? If so, Blossom, Bubbles, Buttercup. This time, she heard the three unknown voices in her mind, one after the other. Now that she was focused on it, She realized that all three were female and had distinct voices. That supported the latter. It simply had to be the case for the former. She decided to believe it in light of everything that has transpired today. She still had a lot of questions, though. What was the age of the three? What was the nature of their world? How did they live their lives away from hero work? Similarly, how did their lives change while they were exhibiting heroism? Were they able to confide their secrets to anyone? Like in those old comic books, did they have to hide their powers? Or did members of their society also possess superpowers? Were they all family members? To mention a few. However, Sir Night-Eye's voice snapped her out of her reverie before she could even begin to wonder. Those are very good questions indeed, Ms. Midoriya, as well as insight you provided. Hearing that, she turned red as she turned to face the group of people staring at her, and she became aware that she had begun mumbling aloud once more. To be honest, she was beginning to seriously consider wearing a mask to muffle her mumbling so that it wouldn't be disturbing others. Additionally, keep her out of trouble. Knowing what the first section was about, Toshinori questioned, "It happened again?" "Yeah, sorry," she replied, attempting to calm herself by breathing in and out through her nose rather than rubbing the back of her head in shame. Sir Night-Eye told her matter-of-factly, "If it's any consolation, I too had the same bad habit as you when I was younger, and it took me ages before I got it under control." She asked him, "Is that true?" After doing a double take and forgetting how embarrassed she was. He replied with a nod, "Yes, and I've been told that I got that habit from my biological mother, who I never got to know as me and my twin sister, who I too never got to know, were separated and adopted by two different families not long after birth. To my frustration I never learned anything beyond that as I was never told any further nor have I found anything regarding that." Alright, that was unexpected. Since this was personal to him, he never meant to share that part of his past with Harayuro. In fact, he never meant to say it aloud. Even Toshinori was unaware of this. Why, then, did he think it was okay to tell her? Naomasa broke the silence first, saying, "Okay, I didn't see that coming." Astounded by this fact that his former sidekick had never mentioned, Toshinori remarked, "You never told me you were adopted or had a sister." As he adjusted his glasses, he said, "It's because it was personal to me. Though I don't know why I chose to speak about that part out loud, that part baffles me." Gran Torino said, "I think we've all had moments like that in some manner, even about subjects we'd rather keep to ourselves, suddenly we start speaking about them without meaning to." The others agreed, having experienced similar things in the past. In addition, each of them had a right to their own secrets. The foresighted hero himself is unaware of some details about his former boss, just as Toshinori was unaware of that aspect of the young man's past. Additionally, he respected others' privacy just as he does his own. "As I was saying," Sir went on, attempting to clear his head after the incident. "It took me quite a while before I got it under control. I still do so, but I only ever do so when I'm alone in my office. All it takes is practice." She gave a sympathetic nod. She concentrated on what he told her, ignoring what she had inadvertently discovered about the pro. Even though it never bothered Mr. Yagi, her mother, Aizawa, or the principal, it was strange to realize that he shared her habit, but it was comforting to know that there was a way to control it sufficiently that it wouldn't bother other people. Aizawa then added, "Now that we got that out of the way," wanting to return to the main topic. "We can now focus back on why we're here," he said, turning to face the young adolescent, "and on what you had said before." "Right," she stammered a little before responding. "The knowing part of this power happened again, but this time it allowed me to know the names of each of these forms, and gives me enough insight to know that these three belong to three girls who are heroes from where they are from." "Which are?" Nezu asked, allowing her to finish her sentence. "For the pink form, it's Momoko, who goes by the hero name Blossom. For the blue form, her name is Miyako, who goes by the name Bubbles. And for the green form, that would be Kaoru, who is known as Buttercup." She went on to say, "But aside from that and knowing what we already know about each side of this, I don't know anything about where they are from and the like. Which is why I'm here," Sir Night-Eye said as he walked directly in front of her. "My quirk might give us a hint on what we don't know yet, even though I can use it to see into the future. I've never had a chance to try it out on someone who had a split personality, quirked or not. Since this is a new variant however, there may be a chance that I may see something that I haven't witnessed before." He made a valid point. According to her recollections of his participation in hero fights and cases, he has never before been known to use his quirk on someone who had SPD or MPD. Additionally, this seemed like a good idea. However, she questioned him worriedly, do you think there'll be some kind of backlash from using it on me? Are you sure you'll be okay with it? The expression on her face was charming. It appeared that she would consider what might happen to him if he used it on her. Although he could sense that she also wanted answers, she was unwilling to subject him to any psychological or mental suffering that might result from this peculiar variation. Given that there would be no turning back, she was asking him if he was still comfortable carrying out the plan. As he acknowledged that he was moved by her care for him, Sir smiled at her to reassure her since entering the room. Even though she was the focus of this situation, he began to comprehend why Toshinori picked her to succeed him after realizing that she was more concerned about him than she ought to be about herself. If he was really serious about this, it would be foolish to not look into that, but that's for later because he had to focus on the now. He may still be afraid of her, but he was willing to admit that he saw something in her and that she was smarter than she looked, according to what the principal told him. He gave her his left hand, ready to take it, and said, I've already taken it all into consideration. Rest assured, should anything happen, know it was not your fault and that I knew what I was getting into going forward. She trusted the hero and gave him a firm nod before accepting his left with her right, despite her worries. She was able to witness his peculiarity up close when he took hold of her hand and fixed his gaze on her. When he blinked, the white portion of his eyes turned black, and his pupils were replaced by odd and complex purple gears that rotated clockwise and counterclockwise directly in front of a pale purple void behind them. Words cannot express how fascinating it was. She will undoubtedly write about it in her notebook later. With the exception of Aizawa and Toshinori, who positioned themselves behind him in case he stumbled backward due to an emergency, no one spoke as they observed the visionary hero in action. After a few minutes, he lunged back and released the teen's hand. The teen gasped and grabbed his head with both hands as though he was shocked or in pain. His eyes were closed as the two heroes caught him before he could hit the ground or wall. They could feel him shaking in their hands as he forced himself to take deep breaths in an attempt to relax. While the police detective, the veteran hero, and the young teen watched as they gave the others space to work, the recovery girl went over to check on the man's well-being. Meanwhile, the underground hero and the number one hero moved him so he could sit on the bed and be able to steady himself. Night Eye hurriedly waved them away, assuring them that everything was fine and that he simply needed some time to gather his thoughts. Even though it took a few minutes, he was finally breathing normally as he closed his eyes and rubbed his eyelids, which throbbed a little from psychological phantom pain. Enough to make him unsteady in a non-physical sense. At last, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to face the group, who were staring at him with concern, especially Izuku, who had a guilty expression on her face as if she had done something wrong. No, it wasn't her fault. They both knew what might happen if his quirk reacted to her. He can't really blame her for worrying, but she shouldn't feel bad at all because he knew what would happen and was prepared to face it if it meant learning more about the strange case they were involved in. He nodded when the recovery girl asked him if he was okay, saying firmly but a little confusedly, shaken more than anything but otherwise I am okay. Izuku hesitantly said, did you? Rest assured Midoriya, I'm all right. We both theorized and I confirmed that there was a different outcome and a drawback that would happen from being in contact with the other. Despite being thrown off my equilibrium, I am stable. Do not blame yourself. I've already made my bed and I slept in it. Metaphorically speaking, I was ready to face it despite the reaction I got. He reassured her with gentleness. She understood and nodded, not believing her voice. Gran Torino asked, were you able to see anything? Night Eye nodded firmly and said, far more than I anticipated, far beyond what I thought would happen if I used my quirk on someone with more than one side to them. Aizawa and Toshinori remained by his side in case something went wrong, so he asked, meaning. He quickly responds, the theory on these powers and personalities coming from another world are correct. They're from a world different from our own, though rather odd. It literally feels like they did come out of a superhero teen girl anime from back in the old era before quirks were born. They did come from three normal girls who were turned into superheroines. Everyone turned to face the man who was prepared to share what he had discovered while in his foresight zone, after looking at each other in surprise, though it was difficult to tell with Nezu. In a different world, things were similar to how they were in the past, before superpowers became a reality in the world that we are all too familiar with. However, in this particular world, which appears to have no superpowers at all, it was about to encounter a unique set of peculiarities that were both new and something that had happened years and years ago. A professor named Professor Utonium lived in the city of New Townsville. He worked with his son Ken and their robot pet, Poochie, to improve a chemical called Chemical X. Up until that day, nothing had changed, either for the better or worse. Poochie, who was a little too eager to try a zebra cake despite being a robot dog, had unintentionally thrown one of the cakes into the Chemical X batter. Rather than exploding catastrophically, the cake merged into the chemical and changed inexplicably, becoming precisely what the professor wanted it to be. As a result, he quickly changed the chemical's name from X to Z. However, something utterly strange occurred on that same day. Without any prior notice, glaciers began to appear in the town and cause an unexpected blizzard. However, the effects were not limited to that area. Strange weather phenomena were occurring all over the world in ways that shouldn't be possible, such as blizzards in the desert, droughts in Venice, and non-stop rain in the outback, to name a few. The cause of these phenomena appears to be the glacier itself, despite the fact that this seems irrational. Ken had proposed that they use the recently developed chemical Z to melt the glacier and return everything to normal. His father had protested that they should test the chemical before attempting to use it, but his son ignored him and proceeded to use the new chemical immediately, using a turret similar to cannon to melt the glacier. Even though it worked almost instantly, the blizzard abruptly disappeared, but something strange also happened. 7 white lights and several black lights flew throughout the city. 4 of the 7 white lights, however, produced something incredible, whereas many of the black lights would later give rise to new villains who would wreak havoc. Momoko Akatsutsumi, Miyako ga Tokuji, and Kaoru Matsubara, 3 teenage girls about Izuku's age, were struck by 3 of them. They each used their bodies to protect 3 separate children from being struck by the lights, making them heroes and forming the Powerpuff Girls Z. Poochie was struck by the 4th one, which gave him sentience and the ability to think for himself. Since the gang had to deal with villains every day, the other 3 white lights quickly disappeared and were forgotten. From a monkey known as Mojo Jojo who gained intelligence and most certainly was smart enough to be able to create machines to cause havoc. To a country bumpkin by the name of Fuzzy Lumpkins who is territorial and will make anything his property with about as much stubbornness as a bull. To a gang of 5 green individual members known as the Gang Green Gang who cause a ruckus. To a rich bratty classmate who without any knowledge whatsoever becomes a villain every time her pet cat screeches in pain who was extremely jealous of the girls and of anyone who got way more attention than her, even her own older sister, even though she looks up to her. To a girl that although they were friends with they often had to fight her alter ego, which she was completely unaware of and would transform every time lipstick came in contact with her face regardless if it touched her lips or not, who was just as in love with a boy named Jason as she was and would go at any lengths to have him as her own, and who at first was completely unaware that she and the girl Annie were the same person until Jason, who accidentally stumbled upon their secret one day, had revealed it to her and was ultimately the one to help resolve everything, as he promised to keep things simple and assured her that even though she was a different side to Annie, they were both generally the same person, and thus that meant he would love her as he did Annie, which allowed her to make peace and hardly ever cause trouble ever again. Even having to fight against their gender-opposite counterparts who were created by Mojo, who used samples of their DNA along with chemicals he stole from the professor's lab, better known as the Rowdy Rough Boys, who were as gross as they were completely immature and childish, to name a few. The girls fought off villains and kept the city safe every day. Usually, this came at the expense of maintaining stability in their school lives, getting a full night's sleep, or even wanting some special time for themselves. Nevertheless, they always tried to find solutions to as many problems as they could in both their heroic and everyday lives. The professor, his son Poochie, the mayor, and his secretary Miss Bellum are their only allies. Here is a quick rundown of the 6 main gang members. Momoko is a girly teen who is happy and a little ditzy. Unlike Miyako and Kaoru, who had to force themselves to cry, she is cunning and somewhat manipulative, as evidenced by her love of action figures, comic books, manga, superheroes, and sweets. She is also regarded as boy crazy. She does, however, occasionally act foolishly and immaturely, and she frequently stops fighting with her friends to rest. Despite her personality, Blossom is far more intelligent and mature than people realize, especially during her happy times. She is a hyperactive girl as well. Additionally, she has an insatiable appetite for sweets and will even encourage herself to reward herself with sweets if she completes her homework. She also detests having her treats stolen and fears visiting the dentist. She is the trio's unofficial leader. She has a good sense of humor when it comes to saving the day, and because she enjoys reading manga, she is mostly known at school as a heroine freak who frequently makes references to them in her favorite franchises. Pink is her signature color. Miyako is a mature woman with a nurturing, maternal side. She is just as sweet and feminine as Momoko. She is friendly and courteous, but like the other two girls, she can get angry when provoked and dislikes crying to get what she wants, even though she doesn't always understand things. Despite being popular at school, she is neither a brat nor spoiled, and she frequently ignores the boys who are crushing on her because she already has feelings for another boy, Cody, whom she has known since childhood. She has a kind and innocent personality, loves animals, and has a taste for fashion, both of which have been useful on multiple occasions. She also adores her doll, Octi. Thanks to her grandmother, she has experience with household tasks like cooking and cleaning. She occasionally takes too long to complete these tasks effectively, though. Her career goal is to become a fashion designer. Blue is her signature color. Despite having a heart of gold, a sense of humor, and occasionally being more of a brain operator than her leader, Kaoru is a tomboy and the most easily agitated of the three. Wearing the Powerpuff uniform is a little more awkward because she hates everything girly, especially dresses and skirts, but she is powerless to change it. She is admired by many female students and is well known for being the most athletic girl in the school. She spends a lot of time watching sports on television and loves all types of sports. She also excels at martial arts, sports, particularly soccer, and is afraid of the dark supernatural genre. She also enjoys skateboarding, wrestling, and fighting Crimea Euro, but not when she's exhausted, and is the most powerful of the three. Her signature color is green. Even though Professor Utonium is a very kind and serious person, he occasionally acts a little immature. He is shown to be willing to assist even if it means stepping outside of his comfort zone. For example, when the Powerpuff Girls Z are grounded from using their powers for a day due to an incident, Professor Utonium fills in for them with Ken and Pucci. He calls himself Professor Puff Z, and is dressed in an exosuit with a laser beam gun and rocket pack. He is a wonderful inventor and a loving father to his son, and he even demonstrates these qualities to the girls. Although he occasionally feels sorry for Ken because he can't spend time with his mother, who is usually away on important space-related business, he does his best to support him even if he occasionally goes too far and makes it possible for him to talk to her when she has time to call her family. Being an only child and a budding scientist, Ken occasionally refers to his father as professor rather than dad. Ken can be a little bossy at times, but he also acts more mature than the girls. Despite having a good heart, he is extremely spoiled because his father allowed him to be. Being a prodigy, Ken has already completed every level of school, so he doesn't attend. However, he has good friends in Momoko's younger sister Casey and his former rival and bully Joey. He is as knowledgeable as his father. He is a PhD holding super genius, who is 8 years old. He and Pucci are very close. And finally Pucci is a kind and lovable dog. When faced with obstacles in his life, he never gives up. He can occasionally be vile and irate when tricked. He is willing to help out however he can and he is usually the one to call out to the girls, signaling them to get suit up. When trouble stirs up, at first his calls would promptly make the girls transform, but after the professor did some modifications this allowed the girls to transform on their own, but they would receive the Psy when they are required to save the day again. Momoko had a mother, a father, and a younger sister. As mentioned earlier, Miyako had a grandmother, and Kaoru had both parents and 2 brothers, the younger of whom was younger, so the girls kept it a secret from everyone, including their own families. Even though they had a few near misses, they had to make sure that nobody knew they were the same as the Powerpuff Girls most of the time. On occasion, they have even fought off new foes from a different planet or realm and made new friends. However, out of all the villains they have encountered, one person stands out as the worst of the worst. More commonly referred to as he. It would later be revealed by the professor that there was a backstory behind him. That long ago in a time forgotten by everybody but a select few. He used to be an ordinary human who had the worst life, as not only had he lost his parents at a young age but since childhood nobody has ever lent a hand to him. No one has ever helped him, and in fact either disregarded him altogether or made his life ultimately worse, all because his parents were not the best pottery salespeople and the fact that his grandfather was a notorious thief who long since died from cancer. Things ultimately got worse after his parents were killed in a carriage accident when he was only 5. And with every year that went by, especially after losing his parents, his hatred towards people grew more and more, long since forgotten any happy memories he ever shared with his family, as he actually grew to hate them for leaving him so young, and he especially hated his grandfather for causing all of this in the first place, even though he too was long dead. When he was older, he began playing nasty pranks and causing incidences to happen in his village as his way of getting revenge on those who shunned and discriminated him for things that were not his fault and for all the harm that they brought upon him, which only further ostracized him, as he was more often than not branded a freak and a monster. It wasn't until he was 22 years old that the villagers finally took action and permanently exiled him from the community. However, that same night, a stunning meteor shower that was unheard of by anyone in that era appeared out of nowhere. It was also the meteor shower that produced the one meteor that would alter everything. The meteor itself was made of radioactive compounds that would make it dangerous, but when the man touched it, it mutated him instead of killing him. The elements of the meteor combined with his negative emotions, memories, and black heart to create a monster that looked like a jester with crab claws and the most bizarre outfit you'll ever see. The man rushed over to investigate when the meteor crashed. He was a monster of chaos and destruction, not Himuro Hakasaki the human, and he gave himself the most horrifying name imaginable, a Euro, one so long and horrifying that people had to call this new monster him. Since then, he has used his newly acquired abilities to bring about chaos and disaster, a Euro, not just practical jokes and annoying incidents, but real damage and devastation that has resulted in fatalities or serious injuries, a Euro, not only in his former village but also in other places. He would spend the entire winter inside a volcano, which would normally kill a person, but for him it would feel like he was having a relaxing vacation at a hot spring, dormant until spring finally arrived. People would only feel safe during the winter months because, even when he was human, he always hated them because they were very harsh and nearly lethal to him. People had hoped that he would finally die out one day, but as it turns out that the meteor had not only changed him but also made him have the ability to become ageless. Even if it was possible to weaken and kill him, he wasn't going to die from old age, and he was too powerful for normal weapons to hurt him. Nobody was able to stop him no matter what he did. Until a professor named Professor Pythium, who was the professor's ancestor, eventually devised a method to permanently defeat him. He was the original creator of Chemical X, and with the assistance of his three apprentices, Mei, Mi, and Shoko, a Euro, three girls who were actually the Powerpuff Girls' ancestors, a Euro, he transformed them into superheroes, better known as the Good Enough Girls X. I am aware that the name was rather cheesy, but they were pressed for time and were unable to come up with a better one. Together the three girls were able to weaken him enough that the professor could use a siphoning device he made to separate his darkness from him, putting him into a comatose state due to him being so in tune with his powers, while they sealed up the dark light in a specially made box which was later thrown into the sea to be lost forever. They buried his body in an ancient tomb with seals made with the same substance in order to keep him trapped forever. They had hoped that by doing what they did, he would never again wreak havoc on anyone, but the sad truth was that even though they were able to defeat him, they were unable to kill him because he was simply too strong. Not knowing that he would finally be reawakened thousands of years later. Without anyone's knowledge that the cannon that had destroyed the glacier also held the box which released all the black lights in the first place. As one of the black lights one day had managed to wake him up, but he was still too weak to be able to break the seal of his coffin and thus had to create a minion to find white lights in order to break it for good, which led to the girls facing that monster who drained their powers, leaving them in a weakened state. Nearly facing defeat if not for the help of Pucci, who shared his light with the girls and thus gave them back their strength and allowed them to defeat it, all without knowing that the last remnants of it flew away back to where the tomb was and was able to break the seal. But due to it being winter he had to remain asleep until the weather finally got warmer. And since then he has caused havoc for the girls, actually nearly getting them killed more often than not, nearly succeeding in ending their lives or careers or both. He was the worst villain the girls had ever encountered, they all agreed. The girls would always defeat him by saving the day, even though they had a few near misses. He eventually had enough and began calling back all the black lights that were flying throughout the city, but he found that some of them refused to leave their hosts, who were actually a number of the bad guys the girls had to deal with, including Mojo Jojo, the Green Gang, Princess Morbucks, Fuzzy Lumpkins, Sedusa Annie's alter ego, and the Amoeba Boys, despite the fact that one of them is a girl, to mention a few. A few other people were also struck by what were known as Black Z-rays, as the black lights were commonly called, but the girls or their friends were able to either completely transform them or bring them back to normal. Him hatched a scheme. Under the guise of a party he invited those who still had their Black Z-rays who were still villains. And while Mojo, the GGG, Fuzzy, the AB, even the RRB came. Princess didn't come because she thought it was a scam and had her cat Sapphire dump the invitation into the garbage, while Annie was confused about who Sedusa was due to her not knowing about her alter ego. But Jason on the other hand didn't, under the guise of telling her that it must have been a mail error and was going to return it to the post office. He discreetly threw away the invitation, not wanting Annie Sedusa to get hurt or worse. He wasn't disappointed, though, because he was content to make do with what he had. He soon made his appearance and told the villains that they would all band together to defeat the Powerpuff Girls. The villains accepted and fell for the ruse that he would give them additional powers in order to accomplish this, only giving them a small taste of his black particles. The gang first attempted, but failed, to get rid of Pucci because of his interference the previous time. The professor then revealed to them that they had actually forgotten something very important. That on the fateful day when the girls gained their powers, there were actually 7 lights total, 3 of which had vanished. After some investigation, he discovered that the 3 remaining lights had somehow been sent back in time. Fortunately, he had already devised a solution to the problem, creating 3 robots that looked like the girls and could combine to form a giant battle-like robot, which would enable them to go back in time and retrieve the final 3 lights. He was able to learn of this, though, and attempted to stop them by sending the villains back in time, but they were unsuccessful. That was the last straw, period. He pretended that he would give them all even more power, but in reality, he took as much of the dark light as he could from each of them in order to regain his all-power. But worse than ever, he had begun to cause the volcano near the city to erupt as the dark clouds above the town spread like wildfire, the lava overflowing and threatening to engulf the town in a sea of fire, the little balls of fire shooting out from the top, the ash and soot practically falling everywhere like rain, and the volcano itself causing serious global catastrophes to happen all over the world. This happened just as the girls had returned from time traveling and finding the last 3 lights. And that wasn't the only problem. The hotter the volcano made things, the bigger and stronger he became as well. They were aware that this was his ultimate plan and that they needed to take action immediately to avoid losing everything. To everyone's surprise and horror, the professor offered a solution. They could use the siphoning device and white Z-rays to permanently stop him. However, there was a catch. They needed all of the white Z-rays, including the ones that the girls and Pucci had. They were running out of time, and there was no way to make any more white Z-rays, so the girls were very reluctant to give up their lights and to stop being superheroes altogether, because it was thanks to those rays that they had incredible adventures, were able to fight crime, and kept their city safe. However, Pucci, despite his reluctance to return to his normal toy dog form, was willing to sacrifice his own light if it meant saving everyone. Because of his bravery, even though the girls fled in sorrow, almost immediately after he had saved the civilians from being struck by fireballs, they were willing to give up their lights as well, if it meant stopping him, using whatever powers they had at the time to save the day. The girls were having trouble at first trying to weaken him, and they knew that siphoning him wasn't that easy, so they had to figure out how to destroy him permanently. That's when they noticed that there were still icebergs in the city's bay. It turned out that even though the giant glacier had been destroyed, the icebergs that followed didn't vanish, but they were harmless enough that no one would be affected, so they were left on their own. That's when they got the idea that, knowing that he would have a negative reaction to the cold, by enclosing a glacier in a bubble and shattering it into pieces, they could shove all of it down his suit, making him feel cold and shrinking him with every second. This gave the girls the opportunity to do serious harm to him. Once he was back to smaller size, the girls used the device to sever him from his powers. But with all 3 of them working together, some of their white lights merged with the siphoning rays and not only took away his powers but severed him completely from his body, which had long since been indestructible but was now reduced to the size of a doll and fell helplessly into the lava. Without him in it, the doll itself was no longer impervious to anything and disintegrated as it was nothing but an empty shell. The black cloud that was now him, or rather had long since became the black mass, as his body had only served to be a physical vessel to interact in. Tried to retreat into the volcano to get warmed up again, but it only bought him so little time as Ken used the cannon like last time. But this time with the white Z-rays, and shot them straight at the girls as they were ready to give up their powers. Upon impact, the white lights were taken from them before they went straight for their true target, while the girls, who were unconscious and back in their normal states, were levitated gently back down to the ground as the final act by the rays themselves. Upon reaching their target, the 7 lights ensnared him and took him straight up into outer space. Where it was far colder than one can imagine, as not even winter nor even the coldest places on the planet could compare to how cold it was up in space. The white lights held him down as he struggled and screamed, trying to get away from the cold atmosphere, but was helpless, as not only was he held tightly by the lights but also was taken far, far, far away from Earth. Soon enough, to his horror, he started to fade away into nothingness, and try as he might he could do nothing, as finally, after all these years, he finally disappeared for good, never to rain terror on anybody ever again. Back on Earth, without him, the volcano suddenly became completely dormant, and the lava that was flowing immediately went cold and turned into mere rock and smoldering embers. The dark plume of clouds, smoke and ash quickly disappeared, and weather phenomenons around the world vanished altogether, making everything go back to normal. Fortunately, the girls were okay, and the trio knew that even though they were no longer heroes, they would always be friends. However, to their astonishment and delight, they discovered that they still had their power belts and began flashing, and to their ever-increasing delight, they could still change into superheroes and continue to save the day. To his and Ken's relief, Pucci was also still sentient. In reality, the professor discovered that the white rays possessed far more regenerative qualities than he had ever imagined. After regaining their abilities, the girls went to apprehend all of the villains connected to him. These villains had been rendered unconscious after having their black lights taken away, but they still possessed them because they had regenerative qualities of their own, though not as strong as the whites, so they fled like cowards. However, everyone started to wonder where the white lights disappeared to, even as things were beginning to return to normal, as normal as this town could get given everything. Then, as if a piece of each of them had stuck with their lights, the girls were suddenly able to feel their presence and that they were flying in space. It seemed as though they wanted to see what was out there now that he was gone for good. Even as the lights' presence grew farther away from them, they grinned and sent their own thoughts to the lights while they could, hoping that they would receive their message to either be safe if that was their desire, or, if it was their choice, to become a comet that would shine hope for everyone who saw it, or to lend their power to someone else who shared their pure heart and wished to do good for the sake of good. Soon after receiving that message, the white light's presence disappeared as they began to move across the galaxy and even into other dimensions. Eventually reaching a parallel Earth which was different from the one that it knew before, as this one was one where 80% of the population had special powers known as quirks. It knew that this would be the ideal location to find a deserving person who would use its powers for good, because it could sense that there were many heroes battling evil. However, it was able to sense that it needed to reduce some of its abilities in order to become passable once it entered the atmosphere of that world. Therefore, it decided to take the traditional weakest to strongest route, manipulating itself to ensure that it would not only be able to enter that world without running the risk of harming the person it chose to bear it and possibly killing them, but that it could also pass itself off as a quirk to everyone else without raising too much suspicion, even though it knew that it wasn't a quirk. In spite of the fact that it had a lot of options, it decided to give its power to someone who was quirkless. However, it knew that this would not be easy because it could tell that people without quirks were treated like trash, so it had to carefully search for one person with the purest heart who still aspired to be a hero despite not having one. This person wanted to do good for the sake of doing good, regardless of the cost, even though some people believed they didn't need help when they most needed it. However, it decided to go with the latter because Melissa Shield, the former, was already planning to follow in her father's footsteps and use her intelligence to create support gear for other heroes. She wanted to show that being quirkless did not equate to being useless and that she could become a hero in her own right, even if it was only in a supporting role. Thus, it decided to choose the alternative candidate. Izuku Midoriya was a young girl who was working hard to strengthen her body in order to receive the quirk of her mentor, Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might, who was the symbol of peace and the current holder of the quirk One for All, which was similar to it in many ways. It knew it had made the right decision because if both itself and the quirk were to combine, they would help this young girl not only fulfill her dream but also be able to bring joy and hope to everyone. Additionally, the two would readily combine to create a single, potent quirk due to their similarities. Contrary to what everyone on the other Earth thought, the white Z-rays were much more sentient than people thought. In fact, they had always been since they were first created. It had long since selected the three girls to be its bearers because it made it appear as though it was going to strike someone else, which would spur them to act and defend them. This was a test that they passed to determine whether they were willing to defend others from harm at all costs. And it did just that, just like it had the previous 3 times, as it moved in the direction of her mentor, causing her to react quickly and protect him from the blow with her body. Consequently, a new Powerpuff Girl was born. Looking equally shocked and agitated, Aizawa questioned, Wait, so you're telling me that the lights themselves that struck Midoriya have always had a mind of their own and they purposely chose to aim for her mentor in order to test her as they did her original 3 predecessors? As he adjusted his glasses, Sir explained, yes, as hard as it is to believe, these lights were always sentient. It was their choice to explore vast space even through different dimensions, also following the girl's final desire to either become a comet that would give people hope or lend its power to another who would need its power most. And as I've said before, because it was able to sense that One for All is very similar to it, it believes that it combined with the quirk eventually would become something grand for her. He was still quite shocked by everything he had learned, but was doing well to maintain a composed expression and tone of voice. It is interesting to know more about the 3 who came before Ms. Midoriya, Nezu responded. Ms. Akutsutsumi, Gotokuji, and Matsubara have gone through a lot to keep their fair city safe. It's really admirable even though it feels sad that they have to do it themselves most of the time without having any help from others, only receiving so if they do not have a choice because of circumstances against them. I can only imagine how much toil all 3 of them go through each day to try and maintain things in their hero lives and in their normal civilian lives. Still knowing that despite the obstacles they face they're willing to see it through no matter what, it truly shows that they are worthy of being called heroes. Still I find it really bothersome knowing that 3 middle schoolers are forced to take care of the city when the city should try to do it themselves. Okay, I will agree that really can't be helped given the circumstances, and I'm glad to know that their other gang members are willing to step in when the chips are down. It doesn't change the fact that the 3 of them are risking their lives every day just to protect their city and live to see another sunrise. Especially with their latest debacle they had to deal with that could have caused them to meet an early grave and numerous others. Even though their greatest enemy is gone, it doesn't change the fact that nobody's even bothering to set up some kind of special task force to step in when the girls are not always able to save the day themselves or if the other members of their gang need an extra hand too. Aizawa said in disappointed anger, massaging his growing headache at the mere thought that 3 middle schoolers had to carry a burden so heavy this early on in their lives when they should have been more focused on what they want to do for their future or what kind of boys they wanted to date, not fighting tooth and nail to fight off bad guys with their lives on the line and struggling to juggle between managing things in both sides of their lives. I have to agree, Tsukauchi said with concern. Thinking about it feels rather disconcerting. Do they even get therapy if they face a rather scary situation? Have they been treating themselves well? If it weren't for the fact that they're from a different dimension, I would have set up a task force to reinforce the state of police there to help the girls more so that even if they can't always avoid stepping in when absolutely necessary, they can at least have some help so that things can be stable in their lives. Still, knowing they have any help when things get bad is a bit of a relief. Even if their gang is rather small, each one of them has proven to be an invaluable member that's willing to step in when things get tough. Even though the rest of the gang is basically quirkless, they've proven to be a huge help to them. Toshinori smiled as she said, despite the concerns, the girls clearly have proven time and time again that they are worthy of being called heroes regardless of whether they should be of proper age or if they were thrown into it at this stage of their lives. He's not wrong there. Gran Torino concurred. Sure, it stinks that there's nothing we can do to help them, as it's just something we're going to have to accept. Knowing that they're doing well to manage things despite the difficult challenges they've faced is a relief, especially now that their most powerful enemy is out of the picture. The recovery girl said, at least we know more about the world these powers came from and who they used to belong to. This clarified several of the questions she and everyone else had about this. The foresighted hero sighed wearily as he leaned against the pillows that were placed against his back so that he could lean against them if necessary. There's still more to be said, but I think for now we can say that we can wait on that for another day or at the very least for a few hours. He was more emotionally and mentally exhausted by what he saw and experienced when he made contact with Midoriya than by any ordinary visions he saw from other people. Even 5 or 6 years ago, when he looked into All Might's future. And that's a powerful statement. So, it was acceptable for him to take a break before continuing. Izuku, still worried about his condition, was the first to inquire, will you be okay? I am all right, just got a bit of a headache, but nothing that can't be fixed by a little ibuprofen and a nap. I can assure you of that, Ms. Midoriya. I am in no danger of facing any serious issues from all of this, Night Eye responded while gently massaging his pounding temples. Izuku gave a little sigh of relief, but she couldn't help but feel a little worried. If you say so, was all she could say. She knew going forward that she would have to be cautious if she ever came across someone who had a specific mental type quirk that allows one to see into another's mind, because the last thing she wanted was either them having an existential crisis like a headache or important information leaking out. If Night Eye's use of his quirk on her could leave him in such a state, even if it wasn't all that frightening and could be easily fixed. Knowing what was going through her mind because of the way she looked, the recovery girl reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear, I'll be keeping him here after you all leave to make sure he does so." Izuku nodded to her, and a tiny smile appeared on her face as relief increased. If anyone could ensure that he was completely okay, it would be the elderly, seasoned medical hero herself. The older woman was relieved because she always felt bad when someone worried about something related to their quirk unintentionally hurting someone, and she wasn't lying when she said that she truly wanted to make sure the Foresight hero was completely okay before allowing him to return home. As they say, it's better to be safe than sorry. After giving him a cup of water and an ibuprofen pill, everyone except Night Eye soon found themselves having a quiet conversation about how to move forward with Izuku's new training now that they were aware of the source of these abilities. The young brunette also had the chance to find out that Mr. Yagi's homeroom teacher during his last year at UA was Gran Torino, who served as his mentor. She had a sneaking suspicion that there was a good reason why her mentor was both respectful and afraid of the older man, given that she had learned that he was cruel when he trained her mentor in the past. As that was happening, Night Eye, who had taken the pill a few minutes earlier and was now able to straighten out his optical bearings, felt that he had missed something. He came to the realization that he didn't see the girl's future after mentally assessing the situation, but this time at a slower and more relaxed pace than before. He had unintentionally skipped over it entirely because he was so preoccupied with the history of her new abilities. He had more than enough time to see what was in store for All Might's chosen successor. He was still unsure of her, but he was willing to give her a chance after all that had transpired in that office. Fortunately, since his quirk was still in effect and would remain so for the next 24 hours or so. His quirk was useful more often than not, especially during his investigations, as it allowed him to see into the future of one of the suspects he was investigating. This allowed him to determine whether the suspects had nefarious intentions, where they were hiding, whether there were any clues that would be important information to remember, and whether there were other people involved, whether they were victims, henchmen, or both. When he looked into Ms. Midoriya's future, however, well, it's not necessary to say that it didn't present a positive image at all. However, it was more about what was going to happen that week. He began to truly regret his actions after reflecting on how he had treated her since he had first arrived at work and even before he had met her, when his former boss had told him about his choice of successor. Are the others aware of her situation? Night Eye dropped the honorifics and said, "Midoriya." Izuku turned to face him, his expression genuinely worried and even feel guilty. It made her uncomfortable, and she scowled, wondering what was wrong. Everyone else looked at him, wondering what he wanted to say, why he abruptly stopped using honorifics, and why he was looking worried and guilty. He said, without question, but firmly, "You're being bullied at school and by your teachers and classmates, aren't you?" Izuku froze for a moment, but before she could try to deny it, it seemed as though her personalities wanted to emerge at that precise moment. She unexpectedly disclosed that her personalities can still emerge even when she is not in her hero form, as evidenced by the obvious changes in her hairstyle and eye color that correspond to the personality they represent. Unquestionably angry, more like tortured, Kaoru says, "My quirklessness makes me the object of everyone's hatred." Miyako, waving her arms quickly in exasperation, "No one gives a damn about my grades or behavior in school. They dislike me and will stop at nothing to get me in trouble, even though I have never done anything wrong." Momoko, clenching her hands and stomping her foot angrily, "The teachers don't even assist either. Their only concern is whether or not their quirked students will be able to get into a good hero school so that their school can improve its reputation. They're even willing to sabotage other students' profiles in order to make certain students appear more attractive. They even encourage bullying." Miyako, crying, "Moms have been trying to stop them for a long time, but nobody is listening, and it makes her very sad. Are you aware of how heartbreaking it must be to watch her cry knowing that her words are being ignored and having to keep it a secret to avoid breaking her heart any more than it has already been?" She huffed a few times before returning to her normal self, but as soon as she did, her face turned pale and her eyes widened at what her other selves had just revealed. She then slapped her hands over her mouth. She tried to flee the nurse's office without thinking, but she only made it as far as the door before feeling a rope that bound her arms to her chest and prevented her from running any farther. Despite her best efforts, it felt like she was running on a treadmill. She didn't want anyone to worry, so she wanted to deny that it was true and claim it was a practical joke, or be aware. However, she was unable to, as she recalled the events in their original lives from her other personalities. She knew that she is unable to conceal it, that she cannot stop people from worrying about her, and that everyone has the right to do so. And they are entitled to know what was happening. Since they are concerned, no matter how much she would like to, she cannot deny that trauma and fear played a significant role in this. That she detested being by herself. And she was tired of putting up with it. Her feet remained motionless as she felt herself being dragged back inside, her head lowered because she didn't want to see everyone's successor, or rather, she was afraid of looking them in the eyes knowing what she had let out. The more she thought, the slower her running became until it came to a complete stop as more tears filled her eyes. Her back was still turned to the door as she felt the bindings finally begin to pull her in. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the bindings were Aizawa's scarf because she felt them come loose and then felt free. However, she remained motionless, and the only sound she heard was the door closing and footsteps approaching before she felt two hands those familiar hands rest on her shoulders as she heard his voice. Izuku. She was slightly startled when she heard her mentor say her first name for the first time, but what really caused her to look up at him again was the tears that fell to the ground near her mentor's feet. When she looked up to meet his eyes, it was evident that he was crying and that some were streaming down his face. There is a deep frown on display, and the eyes are bright with worry, pity, and grief. She could see how much it hurt him to see her like that, to know that she was in pain. Children being bullied or abused was something he detested more than anything else. He had a bleeding heart that was almost identical to his students. She noticed that everyone in the room was equally as worried about her as he was, albeit to differing degrees, so he wasn't the only one who was now very worried about her. Since she could see that running away from a problem would not help, Aizawa's eyebrows were furrowed in worry, keeping watch in front of the door to prevent her from trying to flee again. The recovery girl appeared as if her cherished cat had been carelessly kicked. Gran Torino was grasping his cane, which she couldn't recall him bringing in when he first came in earlier, tightly trying to prevent himself from doing something hasty. He had a look of frustration knowing that the intended successor was, as he feared, a victim of bullying because of her status just like Toshinori, but worse. Tsukauchi gave her an apologetic look, expressing his own concern while clenching his fists in tight awareness of her involvement in such an incident. Even though what he said had to be known or else things would worsen, Sir Night-Eye himself was displaying more pity and guilt as he looked apologetic and as though he had done something wrong. It was truly amazing if he could still predict her future after seeing everything connected to her new abilities, but she would have to inquire about that later because this matter needed to be addressed immediately. Despite the fact that a part of her didn't want to, she signed with regret, saying that if someone was going to discover this or figure it out eventually, it would be with people she trusted rather than with vile jerks who would only make things worse. Though she could sense that other parts of her wanted to step in and help, she still didn't trust her own voice to tell all the details without trying to sugarcoat them because she knew that no matter how you look at it, it wouldn't paint a pretty picture. If they could explain things to her, even though it felt wrong in a way, this would at least help her to actually express how she felt on the inside, everything that she kept inside for far too long. Kaoru. With a defeated, tired sigh, where would you like to begin? They could tell by the defeated expression on her face that there was no point in running, even though it was clear that she needed therapy to learn how to speak for herself in this situation. For the time being, however, they knew that she was willing to confess regardless. As he gently wiped the tears from her eyes, Toshinori said, "From when this all started, I'm going to have to guess that it happened when you were a kid." Although the tears continued to fall, she was appreciative of the effort. Miyako nodded. "Yes, it began when I was still in kindergarten. I had a best friend who was like a brother to me in all but blood when we were babies because our mothers had known each other since we were young and had been like sisters ever since. As a result, it made sense that I would view his parents as surrogate aunts and uncles and he would view my mother as his surrogate aunt. Everything was fine until I turned 4 years old, at which point it became clear that, while everyone else in my class had already acquired their quirk, I was the only one who hadn't." Momoko cheerfully frowns in frustration. "When we went to the doctor to find out what was going on, we were informed that I was genetically quirkless after seeing an X-ray that clearly showed I wouldn't have a quirk. The doctor, who was as blunt as a hammer and had no bedside manners towards either of us, didn't even bother to be gentle in his explanation. Miyako. Face softened with more sadness. When we got home that evening, I asked my mother if I could still be a hero even if I didn't have a quirk. All she could do was apologize profusely, which broke my heart because that wasn't what I wanted to hear. She called my father later that night to inform him of the situation, believing me to be asleep when in fact I wasn't, but all she received in return was him hanging up the phone silently. She called him multiple times, but each time he would either hang up right away or not answer at all. Kaoru. Clenching her teeth in rage. Later that month, we received a check for money and a brief note that read, "I'm sorry, expect money each month, bye." The dreadful jerk didn't even have the grace to speak to her face to face. Mom was devastated because we knew a Euro, despite her belief that I was unaware at the time a Euro, that this was his method of ending our relationship. He never even bothered to file for divorce because she didn't want us to be linked to someone who just left us because of my status, and the only communication he had with us was a monthly check. The foolish no-show didn't even have the grace to physically visit the house to pack the remainder of his possessions or, at the absolute least, bid us farewell. Mom was so enraged that she threw out everything that belonged to him and made sure it ended up in the burnables instead of the regular trash or donations. She tried to tell me that she should be the one consoling me, but after that, she started crying and I was the only one there to console her. Momoko. Clenching her hands. By the time I arrived at school the following day, word had quickly spread that I was quirkless, and everyone began to shun me as though I were a sickness, despite the fact that quirklessness was by no means communicable. Bakugo, too, who I used to refer to as Kachan, began to treat me differently. He and his posse initially just made fun of me for not being able to do things like kick a ball properly or skip a stone across the river, to mention a couple of examples. Then he gave me the nickname Deku, which literally translates to useless and can't do anything. It soon became a thing, and people stopped even referring to me by my last name. Despite everything he didn't push me away because he still wanted my company, which I appreciated. Sad smile, lowering her head. However, on the day we went exploring in the park's restricted area, where we were not permitted to go, he led me and his posse through the area to demonstrate our bravery. Thankfully, I refrained from speaking up because I didn't want to be made fun of for being cowards, even though I knew we would get in trouble for it. Then the pyromaniac fell off the log bridge we were using to cross the small ravine river below. I went down there to make sure he was okay and offered him a hand to get back up, but what did he do? Kaoru. Gripping hands even tighter to the point they turned white and threatened to bleed. He became enraged. He thought I was looking down on him and instead of accepting my hand and thanking me like any friend would, he knocked me down with his quirk causing several burns and told me he didn't need help from a spineless quirkless coward like me. After that, nothing was the same, and he tormented me every day of my life. Whenever I felt happy, he would simply come in and yell at me and find a way to ruin my life, making it seem as though I was not permitted to be happy. He verbally and physically harmed me every day. Because they were afraid of becoming angry too for simply being connected to me, none of the students offered assistance. While preschool teachers were better at stopping bullying, none of the teachers I had in elementary and middle school were helpful at all. They assumed it was just roughhousing and even took his side whenever something went wrong, even though I was the victim. Even those who knew that I was being bullied chose to ignore it, either acting as though nothing was wrong or even supporting the bullying despite the fact that it was completely against the rules. Momoko crossed her arms, boiling with rage. I'm not even surprised at this point if the principal is purposely manipulating the files of both of us just so that I would not have a good future ahead of me while Bakugo would, as they don't care about anything but getting any kind of credential recognition as older as anything but a stellar middle school. Exclamation mark. Nobody wants me in clubs. I'm the target of quirk practice in the gym because I'm the only one who doesn't have a quirk, and I frequently have to patch myself up because I didn't want my mom to worry or cry any more than she already did because she's tried numerous times to get the school to stop it and no one listened, which breaks her heart so much. More often than not, I have to pay a lot of money for replacement school and medical supplies without telling mom because I use my own allowance to ensure that I have enough supplies to last a month and prevent us from going to the hospital. I can't even begin to count how many times I had to use my allowance to pay for a brand new uniform when it got so damaged that there was no way it could be fixed. How many times I got in trouble because my uniform got messed up even though it wasn't my fault, and how many times I stopped using my locker altogether during my first year because it would either be filled with nasty letters from other students or fake love letters to make my life more miserable, or it would be filled with something nasty to frighten me, make things worse at school, or make it look like a garbage can. I'm just thankful that I didn't have to worry about that the following year and that I was free to decide not to have a locker. In addition, even though his parents are punishing their son more effectively than our teachers, he is threatening to do me more serious harm if I continue to try to get him in trouble with them. Additionally, I fear that I will destroy the friendship between my mother and his mother. Miyako. More tears well up. No matter what I do, no matter how hard I try to prove my value, everyone thinks I'm weak, worthless, stupid, creepy, ugly, and not even worth the air I breathe. I'm not shocked when people murmur behind my back that I ought to quit and leave everyone's lives. Lowering her head, however, for some reason, and for that I was initially thankful, Bakugo never advised me to end my life, regardless of how cruel he was to me. I foolishly hoped that as a result, he would eventually own up to his mistakes, apologize, and we could make amends. But one day, that changed. It was the same day that I first met you. I tried to explain to Bakugo that I wanted to be a hero since I was a child and that I at least wanted to give it a try, but he glared at me even more and said that I would die in the testing grounds while everyone laughed even more. The teacher had announced that I was planning to attend UA with Bakugo, not caring that I wanted to keep it private. As a result, everyone laughed at me and Bakugo confronted me, blowing up my desktop for the umpteenth time and yelling at me. Following the dismissal of school, Bakugo stole one of my notebooks €1. My hero notes volume €1, while I was packing everything. 13. Fortunately, because of the way it was labeled, he didn't ask questions or look inside. Instead, he just burned the cover and back and threw it out the window like a dodgeball. He also threatened to hurt me later if I didn't show up for the exams. Additionally, then he said, the tears were getting so big they began to drip down like a dripping faucet. He uttered. What did he say? Mr. Yagi asked, his voice full of sorrow, grief, and overwhelming fear. He gripped her shoulders so tightly that he was afraid he would start hurting her instead of providing grounding support. He hoped that what she was about to say wasn't what he feared. Unfortunately, it was true what she said. Sniffles Miyako. He uttered, if you want a quirk so badly then here's what you should do, make believe you'll get one and take a swan dive off the roof. These words practically reverberated throughout the nurse's office as she barely acknowledged that she heard gasps of horror all around her. She didn't even try to stop herself from falling as she landed on her knees before her palms touched the floor, gripping her hands tightly despite the possibility that she might cause herself to bleed. Her mentor, who was also on his knees and kept his hands on her shoulders despite their violent trembling, didn't even acknowledge that he had followed her down. Kaoru. That heartless bully didn't even seem to care that what he said was inappropriate for a bully victim. They might end their own lives as a result of words like that, and he might run afoul of the law and be arrested for suicide baiting. A hero will never be that tyrant. His only skill is being a villain with that awful attitude and the way he treats me and everyone around him, regardless of how much he wants to prove that he is the greatest of the best. He has been and will continue to be a villain pretending to be a hero, regardless of how great his wit and determination are. There was total silence, broken only by her panting from emotional, mental, and verbal exhaustion. That didn't last long, though, as Izuku, who has returned to being herself for the first time since the exclamation, spoke as herself and tried desperately to say her final words before she broke down completely. It told him that it's a wonder how his page parents. C could still love him with how much he acts more like a villain than an hero. B before I ran out of TT there to avoid W whatever he was going to do to me if I stayed. A- and UK know the R rest from TT there. It was a awful T to say T that, but. Before she knew it, she was jerked into her mentor's arms and held tight by Mr. Yagi, who pressed her face against his chest while she felt his tears fall on her. She blinked open in shock, which caused more tears to fall as she saw the other person's condition. Gran Torino's back was turned to the side, his head lowered in grief as he attempted to conceal his own tears. The recovery girl was crying and her face was filled with anger, as if she wanted to march over to her bully's house and attack all the other bullies she had to deal with, giving them a good, lifelong beating. Aizawa gritted his teeth so tightly that he didn't even care if he threatened to break them. He tried to hide his tears and bury his face in a scarf. Only Hisashi was aware that he had been cruelly bullied as a child. Although it wasn't as bad, it was still painful, and he now regrets not investigating the severity for quirkless people sooner. Tsukauchi sniffled quietly as he attempted a euro, and failed a euro, to stop himself from sobbing with his handkerchief, which was rapidly getting wet. When children were involved, it was always the case of bullying and abuse that wounded and angered him. Even though his eyes were tinted in the light, she didn't need to see them to know that they were screwed shut because Sir Night-Eye had his head lowered and was gritting his teeth and gripping his hair viciously. He looked more guilty than ever. For the first time since we met him today, Nezu had his head lowered solemnly, his eyes closed, and a frown on his face. What about Mr. Yagi? With sufficient effort in his trembling hands, she managed to look up and see her mentor's face. His eyes were filled with grief, fear, guilt, and deep-seated heartbreak, and they were streaming down like a waterfall of tears that almost matched her own. His lips were quivering during his sobs. She was unable to speak because her voice was stuck in her throat, but she didn't have to because her mentor simply held her tightly, her head nestled beneath his chin as he gave her the most tender and loving hug he could. This girl, his daughter and successor, was in dire need of assistance and didn't care if anyone would speak out about it. She had been in dire need of it for a very long time, but until today, she was unable to express it due to unfavorable circumstances. Even Izuku was at a loss for words. The last time she saw her father, he was only there for a short time when she was 2 years old before he left to work overseas to support their family before abandoning them. She had never been held by another man before, and she can't even recall the last time she was ever hugged by her own father, let alone what he looked like. However, this embrace, it sensed, reassuring. It's almost like a parent embracing his child. Dad. She had begun to think of Mr. Yagi as her father, but she was afraid of what he would think, so she lacked the confidence to tell him. But the manner in which he was embracing it. That's how it was. Instead of speaking, she was providing her with the consolation and encouragement she had been lacking since she was very young, the aspect of her childhood that she had been missing her entire life. Such warmth. She believed that she was no longer able to enjoy experiences from anyone other than her mother. Now, though, her sniffles worsened and her sobs became louder as the dam she had been trying to keep intact began to slowly but surely crack at the seams. Everyone could. Mr. Yagi, her teacher, her dad, was present. He held her body in one hand and ran a calming hand through her hair while keeping her near his heart. The way he hugged her conveyed to her that everything would be okay, that he was here to make sure that no one would ever hurt her again, that she wasn't alone, and that she would never be alone again. The way a true father would. Her lifelong admirer, the man she aspired to be like, the person she turned to before meeting him, to try to console herself after a difficult day at school, the person who gave her the opportunity no one else had, the person who trained her to pursue her dream, the person who took care of her throughout her life, the person who cared about her for who she truly was in her heart, and the person who is now crying as she embraces her. Demonstrating to her his love and concern for her, that he cherished her. Was her father. She threw her arms around him and hugged him as tightly as she could, mentally making sure she didn't break his spine but still tight enough to show she didn't want to let go. That was what finally broke the dam inside of her, and she sobbed deeply into his chest as her mentor held her even closer. Her wailing in desperation, grief, sorrow, and the intense internal pain she had been suppressing for so long was all that was audible at this point. The pain she had been trying to conceal and keep from the world was now erupting like a flood that could instantly submerge a city, and she was practically pleading for it to end as her words failed her. However, she did not need to say anything because her wailing was more powerful than words. Words could never express Toshinori's feelings of heartbreak after hearing her story. He now realized the true horrors of what she had endured throughout her life, that she had to grow up quickly and was unable to enjoy her childhood because she was primarily focused on trying to survive each day alone, with only her mother by her side. Words could not express how much worse it was for poor Izuku and what it must be like for other quirkless people out there. He was aware that the quirkless were treated very poorly in this era, and although it was somewhat more evenly divided in his own time, he still felt the wrath of bullies back then. The fact that this young woman, who is crying deeply in his arms right now, is kind, caring, determined, selfless, considerate, brave, and wonderfully heroic, has been forced to endure hardships that were not her fault, to the extent that she felt she had no one to turn to because she thought that if she did, she would be attacked for it or would only break her mother's heart even more. to the point where she was nothing more than a punching bag for everyone, to the extent that essentially no one wanted her alive at all. She believed that she had to keep all of this a secret from the people who truly cared about Harayuro, her mother and him, who both had every right to know. Both deeply infuriated him and simultaneously made him sad. Well, this was not going to go on any longer. He vowed inwardly that he would never, ever, ever, ever allow her to suffer in this way again, that he would do everything within his power to ensure that she received the assistance she required, that she and her mother would no longer have to worry about hostile individuals hurting them, and that neither of them would have to endure the agony any longer. That, unlike her real father, he would be there for her. And he would ensure that everyone who caused harm to her and her mother would be held accountable. And he knew he wasn't the only one thinking a number of those things as one by one everybody joined in, forming a group hug, giving her the silent comfort and support that she needed right now, which made her cry even more but in a way that they knew that she needed to, as this was the first step in helping her to recover, as this time she was crying with relief. He was aware that each of them was pledging to do everything in their power to support her, to show everyone wrong, to make them regret their actions toward her and the pain they caused her mother by witnessing her daughter's suffering, to help her live her life as any adolescent should, to be happy and not have that happiness swiftly taken away from her, and to let her know that she didn't have to face everything alone. It would take time, but they knew it would be worthwhile if it meant she would be able to fully recover from this for the first time in a long time, regardless of any scars that might still exist. To reassure her that she could still see her dreams. She didn't belong to the physical spectrum, but she was stronger than most people ever thought. That if she really needed assistance, she would have someone besides her mother to turn to. That by no means was she a punching bag or a waste of room. She should prove to everyone that she is capable of becoming a hero. Though it was fairly clear that she had fallen asleep after sobbing herself until she was exhausted, she was unaware of the exact moment she had dozed off, because when she opened her eyes, she was lying down in one of the nurse's office beds. As she approached her bedside on the right, the recovery girl's voice could be heard as she turned to face her general direction, seemingly in response to her unasked question. "It's good to see you are awake, dearie. Before you say it, don't. It's perfectly understandable why you would fall unconscious after suffering extreme tearful mental and emotional exhaustion, and not just because Momoko, Miyako and Kaoru took over for most of the talking. It would be foolish to believe otherwise. After everything she had experienced today, what else could have worn her out to that extent?" "Hold on, today," Izuku asked, bewildered. "How long was I unconscious?" The elderly veteran pointed to the window next to her and said, "For a good couple of hours. It's already early evening." She could see that it was already dark outside, though not quite so, and that it was getting closer to being completely dark. As she threw herself into an upright sitting position, she had an epiphany. Before being stopped by the medical hero placing a left hand on her right shoulder, Izuku essentially yelled in panicked worry, "Oh no, my mom is so going to freak out if I don't call her, if she already isn't." When did she jump on the bed? She was unaware. "Calm down, dearie. Don't push yourself any more than you already have to." The recovery girl responded in a firm yet soothing voice, "We already long since called your mother. In fact, we thought it'd be best if we spoke to her in person, so we asked her to come to Ua while we let you get some rest here. It was quite obvious to us where you got most of your traits from." The young brunette blushed greatly at this. It was well known that she inherited the majority of her characteristics from her mother. In fact, it was so similar that very few people would ever believe that she possessed any traits from her father. However, she was aware that, based on what her mother told her, she did inherit her freckles and the darker portion of her hair from him. "Before you say it, don't. Your mother had every right to know, and it was high time that she knew the whole truth. Although I would be lying if I said that the nurse's office didn't nearly get flooded had we not calmed her down about a dozen times," the elderly woman said, covering the child's mouth with her other hand. "Yes, that seems to be about correct. They were both water-spout criers because they both wore their emotions and hearts on their sleeves. According to her mother, that was a family trait that came from her mother's side of the family. She had always known that she was adopted, and even though she didn't know much about her mother, she did know that the tear trait came from her." The recovery girl took her hand out of her mouth and proceeded to say, "And we didn't just talk about what you went through during your childhood and up until recently. We also thought of the best if we told her the truth about both what had occurred today and about One for All. In fact, it was Tashi's insistence that your mother ought to know the truth and should have been told this straight from the get-go for the latter." She was astounded by this. Was he prepared to share the secret with her mother? And how did she take it? Was all she could say as she blinked. To say she was equal parts awestruck and fearful for your life would have been an understatement, but never let it be said that she wasn't understanding. She listened to everything without interrupting once, only stopping every once in a while to question something that came up while explaining. While she was understandably upset that she wasn't told this right from the start, she understood the reason why and she's willing to let it continue if we promise to not keep her out of the loop anymore, to be careful going forward in your training and let her help when needed, which we all agreed on. And soon after that she profusely thanked us for looking after you through all of this. She replied with a smile. Izuku responded with a relief. She had always detested keeping the truth from her mother, so it was comforting to know that she would support this. It was only a matter of time until it was revealed in one way or another. Furthermore, looking back, her mother's anxiety was only exacerbated by her failure to tell her right away. It was always the two of them and no one else for a long time. That kind of reality was frequently quite depressing. Furthermore, she genuinely didn't want to consider what might have transpired had they never met. Her guide. She told herself that she had seen her mentor as her dad, as if she were his daughter, the way he held her. Was it true? She noted that she would consider it later, but for now. Where is everybody else? I just got the call a minute ago. They just finished doing a mandatory meeting in the principal's office and are on their way back here. If you like I can let them know that you're awake and ready to see them. Izuku hesitated for a second, but then, as if to shake her out of her reverie, she lightly slapped her cheeks on both sides with her hands. Then, with a determined expression, she addressed the elder hero and said, Yes, sure I'm nervous about what's going to happen. But, I want to face it head on. To which, Recovery Girl gave her a smile and a confirmed nod. Glad to see that despite some hesitation she didn't want to run away from this again. She saw that those new aspects of herself were benefiting her in many ways, and she hopes that eventually she won't need to rely on them too much to speak for herself when she needs to say something urgent. It's best to avoid trading one issue for another. There's one last thing I want to tell you before you return home. She told her as she pulled out her cell phone and sent the others a text message to let them know that she was awake. It's okay to not feel okay. Even heroes have times where they may look like they're okay on the outside but really on the inside they're not, and it's okay to admit that sometimes. That's just a part of life and growing up. There's no shame in asking for help when absolutely necessary, especially if it's something that's disconcerting, or even if it's something seemingly not so important but could really actually be important and it needs to be said. Don't be hesitant to admit when something is wrong, dearie, otherwise we won't be able to help you, no matter how awkward or serious it is. That really made her think about the person behind All Might. She knew that to everyone else his hero persona was a shining beacon of hope. He was virtually invincible, that nothing got to him, that he was never sad, scared or lonely, that he never got hurt, or even if he did then it was nothing but pretty mild in his case, that there was nothing wrong going on in his life. However, she was more aware. The others followed suit. He had his own problems, but he would prefer not to talk about them and worry everyone else. Nevertheless, depending on the situation, he was willing to acknowledge when something was wrong. He was just as human as she and everyone else. He gets hurt, and he may even feel depressed and lonely. He might become frightened too. She was aware of his injury and his health status. She understood that he would eventually retire, even though the idea itself seemed unreal but was still understandable, albeit somewhat frightening and depressing. She also knew that he had his limitations, particularly after he had acknowledged that he would require assistance in training her, which is why he was now seeking assistance. According to what the elderly veteran told her, she would be foolish to ignore his attempt to set an example for her in his way. Right, she nodded firmly in response. She received one back from the Recovery Girl. Given that UA was a very large high school, including the campus itself, the veteran insisted on giving her one last checkup while they waited to make sure she was okay after the entire ordeal that had occurred hours earlier. She understood and complied without any problems. She did occasionally ask her about her hero career during that time, to which she was more than happy to make fun of her. She didn't mind at all, and it was understandable and charming because she was a fangirl, both as herself and because Momoko was also a fangirl. Given what she had been told about her exceptional knowledge of quirk analysis, she reciprocated by occasionally asking her opinions on how one can improve specific quirks. She received essentially an encyclopedia chapter worth of explanations, but she did not mind because it was very illuminating. The young teen was relieved when the Recovery Girl eventually gave her a clean bill of health. And just in time, the nurse's office door opened, and everyone, including her mother, arrived. However, her mother was the first to confront her when she saw her, running over and giving her daughter a tight embrace while crying and wearing a look of relief mixed with guilt and sadness. "Izu, my little Izu, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Had I only known how bad it was getting for you, I would have done something more. Every day I worry about you, and it broke my heart knowing that you felt like you couldn't tell me just because you were scared of making me upset. Honey, I have every right to know. A mother has every right to worry about their child. No matter what happens, you'll always be my daughter. I'll always love you no matter what happens. I'm so sorry I wasn't as supportive as I should have been all those years ago. I'm sorry I couldn't put more effort into trying to stop the bullying from continuing. I'm so sorry that you had to suffer and felt like you were alone, and I'm especially sorry that things got so bad between you and Katsuki. I knew that you two weren't close anymore, but I never knew how bad it was getting between the two of you, especially as he was the one who was your main bully and told you those unexcusable words. I absolutely will be talking to Mitsuki about this, as she and her husband have every right to know. I promise I will never let that boy hurt you again, and don't you dare blame yourself. You never asked for any of the bullying to happen. Whatever happens, it won't be your fault, and from now on if there's anything you want to speak about, you can tell me anything, as I'll also be in on your secrets too, understand?" This caused the dam to erupt once more as she began to cry and hugged her mother as tightly as possible. She nodded angrily, feeling as though something had exploded inside of her, but in a positive way, something she had been holding inside that she no longer needed to worry about. Her mother simply told her not to blame herself, and her other personalities told her that there was nothing to be ashamed of, so even though she still felt guilty, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Because she had nothing to do with this. The people who had wronged her for so long were the only ones who were truly at fault. Additionally, it was a huge stress reliever to know that she was no longer required to hide secrets from her mother. She buried her face in her mother's shoulder, where her heart was, and her sobs got worse the more she considered it. Wearing a pink button-up cardigan over a pale pastel yellow shirt, a purple knee-length skirt, and brown flats, Inko, who had the same skin tone as her and the same pure emerald green hair, more solidly, and eyes, could only shed more tears as she held her daughter closer. Words cannot express the guilt she felt for never knowing the truth or even bothering to look into it herself. Perhaps if she had, she could have at least avoided some of the suffering she and her sweet, kind little girl had to endure since she was labeled quirkless about 10 years ago. There were no words to express her sadness at realizing the suffering she endures on a daily basis at school. It would never change the fact that her bully still hated her and was still hurting her, even in a different way. Night Eye claims that her main bully hasn't been threatening her lately, primarily because of the upcoming entrance exam, but that doesn't change the fact that the boy still hated her for even existing. Knowing her daughter's fears of what he could do to her if he discovered that she was still planning to take the entrance exam despite his threats both scared and infuriated her. She truly meant it when she declared that she would no longer allow that boy to harm her daughter, even if it meant fighting him herself and losing her view of him as a surrogate nephew. For the sake of her daughter's safety and future happiness, she was willing to do what any rational, hard-working, loving mother would do, even if it meant doing the unimaginable, something she never imagined she would have to do. She was prepared to endure for the sake of her daughter, even though it would ultimately hurt her. Her daughter meant more to her than anything else. On the plus side, neither of them will be by herself in this situation. A part of her was willing to forgive the boy because everyone else had so inflated his ego that he believed he could do anything he wanted without repercussions. Because he had never received criticism for his actions, he developed into the person he is today. However, another part of her would never be able to forget what he had done to her only child, particularly in light of his threats against her and the unacceptable things he had said to her daughter that day. If Izuku hadn't encountered Mr. Yagi, since she didn't think she could live with herself and the last thing she wanted was to kill herself, she really didn't want to think about it because the idea was so unbearable. Even though she never gave it much thought, the idea of her daughter acting in such a way was even more horrifying. Even if that number was small, it was wrong and would only cause heartbreak. She would never be able to leave her daughter alone or realize that she was the reason she lost her. She made an internal vow to improve as a mother, to be more encouraging and supportive of her daughter going forward, and to do everything in her power to support her in pursuing her dream, no matter how frightening it may be, so that her daughter could genuinely live life to the fullest without fear. She felt relieved to know that she wasn't the only one experiencing this. Though some tears remained, the two eventually broke the embrace as their sobbing eventually stopped. Her mother held her face in her hands while she gently wiped away the last of her tears, bringing the two of them face to face. "Just leave everything to us, okay?" she asked softly, and her daughter nodded while trying to reassure her with a slight smile. Now that she had the chance to intervene, the recovery girl had politely asked the two if she could talk to her mother in private about the specifics of her treatment plans. After her daughter assured her that she would be okay with the others, Inko agreed and then assured her that she would return as soon as possible. Inko then accompanied the nurse to the room next to that one so they could talk about the specifics in private. She was left with Night Eye, Gran Torino, Tsukauchi, Nezu, Aizawa, and Yagi. She sincerely didn't know what to call him at this point, but she hoped to speak with him briefly. The older man asks her, "How are you feeling, Squirt?" With a slightly rough but gentle tone. She smiles reassuringly and responds, "I feel a bit better, I mean not entirely but, I'm fine enough for now." Gran Torino nodded before he said, "That's good to hear." Basically, everyone was thinking the same thing, at least she's trying to be more honest with herself. "I'm assuming Recovery Girl already told you about us telling your mother everything that happened including the fact that she's now in on the secret?" Nezu inquired while nodding before responding, "Yeah, and to be completely honest, a part of me still feels a little unsure but for the most part it feels relieving not leaving my mother out of the loop again." The principal nodded, acknowledging that trauma played a significant role in her hesitancy, but he was happy to see that she was making an effort to be more accepting and open about her feelings. She appears to be benefiting more from the girls than he had anticipated. And hopefully, this can go on in the future. In a slightly less neutral but gentle manner, Aizawa told her, "It's okay to still feel a little unsure, just as long as you don't let it become a problem later, as long as you are willing to admit how you feel all will be all right." The girl nodded, and then she told him that the recovery girl had told her something similar earlier. He nodded in relief, knowing the elderly woman had already been one step ahead of them. "We had all agreed that for the next couple of days you'll get time off just to try and relax and de-stress after all that has transpired. Rest assured this won't affect you in your training as everybody needs time off every once in a while, even as, otherwise we will be too wound up to the point that we would explode, metaphorically speaking." Night Eye said with a reassuring grin of his very own. Even though Night Eye still felt a little bad about what had happened earlier, he made a self-promise to learn more about her as a person, not pass judgment too quickly, and listen more before passing judgment. He needed to set priorities if he was going to assist her in getting ready for the future. For her sake. Even though she hesitated a little, she said, I understand." He had a point, even though she had every right to be concerned about finishing the beach cleanup and preparing for the entrance exam. She sensed that Momoko was telling her that it was acceptable to take occasional breaks because, in addition to the fact that overworking oneself to try to avoid a problem is never a good idea because it will only lead to another, she would end up hurting herself if she didn't take breaks. She said, primarily to reassure herself, Besides, this could give my mom and I, and the rest of us, time to be able to get to know Momoko, Miyako, and Kaoru a little better, since they're going to be a part of our lives from now on. It would do us good to be able to reorient ourselves to finding where the new normal is going to be from now on." However, she also expressed her opinion when she noticed that the others agreed with her. Even though he had been informed that he had already warned her about the risks of overworking herself and that it was acceptable to ask him to increase her training so that he could make the necessary adjustments to ensure she wouldn't burn out, Night Eye felt particularly relieved that she wasn't as destructively stubborn as Toshinori. However, there was something slightly more relieving about receiving that kind of confirmation in person. Even though he didn't doubt his former boss, he was relieved to receive that confirmation because a part of him was still concerned. "Before you leave though, I would like to ask you a couple questions about a few things to help with putting this case together so that we can file a lawsuit against your school, and make sure that none of your perpetrators will try to hurt you again nor ever attempt to sabotage you as revenge." Tsukauchi explained with a disarming smile. For as much as he didn't want to push her any more than she already has been, he knew that this was important and that the sooner they could get this done the better. Izuku recognizes this as well, and with Kaoru's assistance, she tries to crush her anxiety because she knows that it's better to finish this as soon as possible rather than put it off and let it fester until another catastrophe occurs. She nodded once more in agreement and told him, of course. She did so with a little force, but she meant it. Although the officer was a little uncomfortable witnessing her attempt to push herself, he could see from her eyes that she was committed to seeing this through and was prepared to comply if it meant that everything could be settled as quickly as possible, despite her possible nervousness. Baby steps. During this break period, we will also discuss how we're going to do your training from here on out, and this will give us time to establish how we're going to do it, not only so that you can get a handle on these new powers completely, but also so that you'll have enough ample time to be able to learn how to use one for all before the entrance exam. Nezu went on to say, but for now, after you finish speaking with Tsukauchi and Toshinori and return home for the evening, you should focus tonight on just relaxing and having some family time with your mother. Knowing that she would still continue her training, but at a later time to allow her time to unwind and make the necessary plans, she smiled broadly at him. Toshinori was the last one to confront her, as he wanted everybody else to speak with her first before he did, as he approached before kneeling down to her eye level as he asked her, "Izuku, please be honest with me, how do you feel about all of this?" Instead of asking her if she was feeling okay, as his former mentor had already done, the man she perceived as her father, who spoke her name with such care and showed her such fatherly concern, asked her how she felt about this, that is, whether she was okay with this in general. She inhaled before taking a deep breath and responding, "I still feel like my world's been turned upside down. I feel like things are starting to smooth out, though I still can't help but feel like there's still some things that still feel kind of bumpy here and there, but... I'm managing so far. I'm not entirely fine, but, like I said, I'm managing, and I hope I will be in time, and I know I don't have to be alone anymore. Sure, it will take some getting used to all this, but..." When Toshinori noticed her frown, she lowered her head for a short while before turning back to him and grinning contentedly, saying, "Everything is going to be all right, I'm sure." Satisfied with that response, Toshinori grinned back and ran his right hand lovingly through her fluffy yet soft wild hair. He was shocked and froze a little at first, but he quickly relaxed and smiled more as he made the gesture again. However, he was definitely not expecting her to grab his hand and pull him towards her as she gave him an embrace. Izuku nuzzled him in the chest while saying, "I don't know where I would be if I never met you that day. Honestly, the thought of it scares me. If not for you, I wouldn't be where I am now. You've done more for me than anyone else ever had. I'll always be grateful for our encounter all that time ago, and every moment we spent. Thank you, Dad." She could feel him freeze up for a split sec. At first she felt like she said something wrong in her confession, but quickly that was silenced as she felt him hug her even closer to him, her head under his chin as he nuzzles her back and said, "And I am grateful for that too, Izuku. I don't know where I would be if I never met you that day either, and in now knowing what you've gone through, the very thought of it scares me even more. But one thing is for certain, no matter what happens, nothing will change how I feel about you. You made every day something for me to look forward to in a way like I haven't felt for the first time in so long, as I believe it's been the same for you. No words can describe how much joy I felt spending time with you, not just in training but also just simply talking with one another and getting to know each other more and more. I always have and I always will be grateful to have you being a part of my life and that I can be a part of yours too. My kind and brave daughter." As before, a fresh round of tears erupted, but this time they were tears of relief and pure joy. A broad smile spread across her face, and she nuzzled him even more into her chest as they embraced, oblivious to the fact that her shirt was getting soaked by his tears as his was getting soaked by hers. They felt as though a part of themselves that had been lacking was finally filled with something they knew they had been lacking and was finally able to fully embrace, filling the void that had been lingering for too long, regardless of whether anyone was watching. This gave them the assurance that everything would be all right regardless of what transpired. The others were all grinning and watching with contentment. While some did have a few questions, they were content to hold off on asking them for the time being. They needed some sort of closure, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to interfere. Following the departure of the Midoriya, they were content to wait until they were done and to face the top hero. No one dared to break the silence between a father and daughter for the time being. Nobody even made a comment about the fact that Inko and Recovery Girl, who had just concluded their conversation a short while ago, had entered while they were conversing. It was cute to see Inko crying with joy at this development, and it was amusing to see her snapping a photo of it with her phone, but it made sense that she would want to hold on to this moment for as long as possible. There was silence in the night, calm and peaceful, when most people would be asleep. Keep the word, most, in mind. Depending on the situation, it was occasionally difficult to fall asleep. For instance, Izuku Midoriya was lying on her back in bed. After everything that occurred during the day, I was unable to fall asleep. Is it really her fault? If the roles were reversed, wouldn't you feel the same way? These new abilities, their beginnings, meeting a number of professional heroes and a police detective who offered to help her, unknowingly realizing that she had more sides to her personality now, revealing the one dark secret she had never planned to share but did so in tears because she knew that if she didn't, the pain she kept inside would never go away, that she didn't have to be alone anymore, and that she had so many people who were willing to help her out of their own free will. Confessing to her mentor that she saw him as a father and learning that he saw her as his daughter in return, and spending the evening with her mother, letting the girls get to know her and get used to her changing sides, knowing that this would be a constant going forward. Yes, that is a lot to process. She didn't want to wake her mother, but to be honest, lying on her bed was preferable to pacing her bedroom until she was exhausted. Speaking of whom, she was extremely appreciative that her mother didn't mind that she had MP. On the contrary, she loved all of the girls just as much as she loved herself. You are and always will be my daughter, whether you are yourself or have new sides to you. My love for you, all of you, will never change, no matter what. She was relieved when her mother told her, but she also started crying because she could feel her mother crying too. In response, her mother hugged her and held her close, allowing her to cry quietly on her shoulder. She also sensed from within that Momoko, Miyako, and Kaoru shared her sentiments. Yes, these copies did not have their originals, families, but they did have memories of them. She could only speculate that it might appear somewhat perplexing and possibly even offensive to them. It was a huge relief for them to have a real mother who loved them as much as their birth families did. Her eyes glowed like fireworks, and she couldn't help but laugh as she remembered Momoko's delight at the idea of baking cupcakes with her. Although Miyako warned her that she occasionally goes overboard, I'm glad she enjoyed cleaning up with Mom. Fortunately, Mom was able to convey this to her. Very amused to see Kaoru support them as they all decided to watch a few films. One of them was an old MCU film from the pre-Quirk era. Even though some of the scenes made her mother uneasy, she still enjoyed watching it with her. Yes, it should be mentioned that even if one of the girls is in charge, she is still fully aware of everything that is happening, and the opposite is also true. In addition, she can switch between them more quickly when she is not wearing a uniform. In contrast, when she was wearing a uniform, it took her a few seconds to touch the compact in order to switch between forms on each side of each one. As Mom showed them her baby pictures and pictures of herself as a child, there was no escaping the girls giggling and gushing, but she was blushing so much on the inside that she feared she might burst from embarrassment. If that ever occurs, that may be more true for Bakugo. In a hypothetical sense. Despite everything, she was still unable to fall asleep, even after saying good night to her mother. One more thing was still circling around in her head. At that point, she and her mentor were taken to the principal's office so they could talk to the principal. Ua High School earlier that afternoon. She didn't think she would be here until the day of the exam, so just standing at the gates felt like a nostalgic dream. Words alone couldn't adequately describe seeing the school in person. It was not only larger than the pictures taken for it, but it was truly amazing to witness. In order to avoid delaying their meeting with the principal, Toshinori had to gently lead her through the gate and into the building. He was able to do so because he already had a card to enter the security gate and a visitor's pass in case of an emergency. The child was apologizing profusely for taking so long, and he had to reassure her that everything was fine. He told her that his first visit to Ua, when he was her age, had been exactly the same as hers. They would have gotten lost if the brochure he had long since committed to memory hadn't given him directions. She had the idea to ask him if it was okay to see him in this state while they were traveling there, and Toshinori reassured her that it was okay because he and a select group of people whom she would meet later were aware of his dual identity and his quirk. She was relieved. Before long, they arrived at the principal's office, where he welcomed them inside and offered them a seat and tea, which they both accepted. Izuku had to really bite her lip during introductions to avoid becoming a fangirl, but her mentor in the hybrid could see it clearly as they both grinned with laughter. Nezu said more than he asked, as if he already knew the answer. So, from what I've been told over the phone, a strange phenomenon occurred on the beach you were cleaning and training on just as you two were planning to stop for lunch, resulting in this transformation we see now. Am I right? Nezu said. He must have already investigated the situation before they arrived, if rumors were to be believed. That's right, Toshinori acknowledged. We don't even know how or why this happened. And you need not worry, I've already taken care of uploading a little bug to the camera that spotted you both so you do not have to worry about any unwanted attention stumbling onto this whether by accident or intentionally. The hybrid told him, taking his tablet out of a side pocket on one side of the couch he was sitting on and pulling up the video that depicted what had happened earlier before they arrived. Internally relieved that they would have one less thing to deal with going forward, the man and child nodded. Before taking a sip of his tea, Nezu thought, a curious conundrum we have. It'll be very interesting to dissect this case and see where it leads. Why do I think it's funny that the word, dissect, gave off a rather eerie feeling to it? Izuku worriedly thought to herself that although she had managed to conceal her shudder on the outside, she could not conceal the shudder she felt inside. Even though Nezu was a mystery in his own right, it was difficult to extract any additional information from him beyond what the media could find, and it was difficult for her to find the information. He was every bit as elusive as any underground hero she knew, if not more so. He was both intelligent and enigmatic. Like many heroes, she was aware that the principal was the subject of numerous rumors and stories, but it was difficult for most people to determine which were true and which weren't. She was one of the few who could distinguish between stories that were made up or blatantly exaggerated and those that were true, but she still had some unanswered questions. And you can forget about attempting to extract anything from him about his civilian life beyond the fact that he was a principal at this school and one of the most revered heroes in the world. Doing so would be like trying to describe a grain of salt on a beach. From one perspective, it's not entirely impossible, but it's extremely challenging in almost every aspect, to put it mildly. Your mentor told me that you believe that these powers are not of this world but are from another. This jolted her out of her reverie as she turned to face the principal, ready to respond, but instead she yelled in surprise and mild fear upon realizing that he was holding her most recent quirk analysis notebook in his hands. The notebook still had burn marks from Bakugo's use of his quirk on it that day months ago. He then complimented her on her thoughts, as she had been muttering unintentionally while focusing on the notes in her book. When had he taken it out of her backpack and begun to read it? He jumped out of his seat in an instant, leaving her with no time to pound as she frantically attempted to retrieve it. Ignoring her sore nose, she looked up to see him, who was already turning to a new page in her notebook, and she couldn't help but crash face first into the other couch where he was sitting. She could feel him land next to her head gracefully. The more he read, the bigger his smile became, and she could see the sparkle in his eyes. However, he remained silent while he awaited her response, acting as though he hadn't just leapt to keep her from grabbing a notebook from him. Why yes, she replied tremblingly, taking a deep breath before steadying her voice enough to prevent her from stuttering. I just had this instinctual-like feeling that these powers are more than what they seem, and that they came from somewhere beyond our world as we know it, but I don't really understand why I feel that, I just do, she continued. The principal nodded, still focused on the notes in his paws, but if his twitching ears are any guide, he was listening intently. Flashback ends. When she reacted to the principal looking into her notebook, she could still feel her bones shaking, but the principal didn't appear at all alarmed. She felt a warm sensation in her chest as he began to compliment her on her notes, express interest in her quirk analysis, and even speak with pride. Her mother and her mentor are the only people who have ever commended her on her notes, much less acknowledged her intelligence in this way, expressing genuine appreciation for it. Although it was novel, it felt pleasant. She thanked him and, with Toshinori's assistance, slowly got back up onto her seat while gently massaging her nose. It took all of her strength not to cry in front of him. Even though he was surprised by her quick response, Toshinori couldn't help but squirm at what the principal was thinking, but he was also happy to see his proto-copyright ga copyright get recognition for her expertise from a person as esteemed as the principal. She had a suspicion that the room temperature wasn't the reason he shuddered at the principal, but she would have to inquire later. In order to prevent any accidents, they discussed bringing in Eraserhead to help train these powers. Since he is the most proficient in that area, after Smentos and Ectoplasm, it would be prudent to ask him for assistance. Given that he has been a high school teacher and an underground hero for years, she assumed it came with the territory. However, after agreeing to bring in the Erasure hero, she became confused about a few things they were discussing, and she scowled when she remembered asking them how they knew each other academically. She received responses that were equal parts startling and thrilling, but shortly after, it was depressing. Flashback. The office of the principal. Before signing, her mentor hesitantly said, "Well," and then gave her a small smile. Given the circumstances, it's perhaps better that you know now than later. As of this upcoming school year, I'm going to be joining the UA staff as a fellow hero course teacher, he added. Izuku blinked once, then twice, and then her jaw dropped in shock and her eyes instantly widened. What? She asked feebly, incredulous. Did she hear correctly? Was she not experiencing hallucinations? Toshinori laughed a little as he told her, believe it or not, I've actually been planning on this for some time, but haven't gotten down to the proceedings of it until only recently this year. Also, what better way to ensure I can continue with your training with ease than to become an official member of the staff of my old stomping grounds? He was amused by her response when she finally picked her jaw back up and slapped herself on her cheekbone, just enough to sting, confirming that she wasn't dreaming. For clarification, she questioned, are you serious? Very much so, he replied. As I've said, it's something I've been planning for some time. Though I'm still working on proceedings in getting a lot of paperwork done ahead of time so I won't have to worry about it later on after the exams are over, as well as getting an official license to teach. Which is why there have been some days where I wasn't able to be there to continue helping in your training and had to ask you to continue on your own, but making sure to not go overboard. That did make sense. When you think about it, her hero had other responsibilities in his civilian life in addition to his official hero duties, just like all the other heroes she knew. However, were you aware that All Might, her favorite hero, mentor, and father figure, was planning to join the faculty of the same school from which he graduated decades ago in order to continue training her? It was practically impossible to, well, have faith. After giving it some thought, she realized that it would be simpler for him to keep teaching her how to be a hero and strengthen herself if he were a staff member. He could still be close to her and assist her when needed outside of teaching in the hero course alongside the homeroom teacher. She may not know who the homeroom teacher is yet, but she was pretty sure the two of them were going to be co-teaching. The idea of it was exciting enough. However, being a school teacher can be very time-consuming, not to mention it's a huge responsibility, and next to you being the top #1 hero, it would be a hard task to juggle with it, wouldn't it? She asked him, frowning slightly as she asked him the question she would soon regret. When Toshinori returned the frown, he said, it would be if not for the circumstances. You see, young Midoriya, I'm actually thinking about retiring, and have been for a while. His tone was more solemn but firm. Without a doubt, if she had been holding a glass cup, she would have dropped it and done nothing to prevent it from breaking on the ground at what she had just heard. From her point of view, the world simply fell silent. The exact thing that she never imagined hearing him say. He's getting old. I mean, it makes sense that heroes eventually retire for one reason or another, and it's different for each case, she thought to herself, terrified by shock, but then she tried to think of a constructive way to try and fix that. Some people would prefer to continue until they decide to hang their cowls, so to speak, when they are in their 50s or mid-60s, but it is somewhat uncommon to see older heroes still going at it even if they were in their 80s or so. Professionals who retire earlier than expected typically do so due to external factors affecting their civilian lives or because they have been so severely injured that they must do so for their own health and future. However, each situation is unique. However, a deeper frown grew on her face, and she lowered her head. I am aware that he suffered severe injuries years ago. It makes sense that he would eventually need to be put on pasture and consider a retirement plan given a serious injury like that, in addition to the fact that it was the primary reason he lost his time and his hero form. Let's not overlook the fact that he is a human being. Similar to me, like everyone else, even though he gets injured, he occasionally needs to take a break. He worries about things too. She did nothing to stop the tears that were beginning to well up in her eyes, even though she was only dimly aware of it. Eventually, even he must retire. The truth is, if he continues, he might. Well, things wouldn't work out in the end. That's why he was initially searching for a successor. Not merely because he wishes to give them his influence so they can fulfill their dreams. However, before he could transfer it, the flames that were still inside him would have died. The quirk itself would perish within him, and he is well aware that he wouldn't be able to assist people much in his retirement state, and he might feel as though he was losing a part of himself that he had to put on the shelf. If he were to retire, he would want it to be in a way that would allow him to continue helping, even if on a smaller scale, which is why he is becoming a teacher at UA. For him, it's a win-win situation where he can stay nearby to support my training until I graduate and fully transition into his new position. His allotted time is up. However, her shoulders were shaking and her hands were gripping the hem of her skirt as she realized how sad it was. She could already feel the tears falling to her knees, but she did nothing to stop them. However, it's unsettling, being aware of his impending retirement. I am aware that just the idea of it's simply too unbelievable, it's frightful. Why wouldn't I feel this way? After all, I've always looked up to All Might as a child. He would have too, I know that. I am aware, however, I don't want to come across as self-centered. I simply, euro. She was snapped out of her thoughts when a pair of firm but gentle hands were placed on her shoulders. She didn't need to look up to know that it was the #1 hero himself as he spoke. Young Midoriya, please calm down, you'll go into a panic attack at this point. Take a few deep breaths, can you do that for me? Was she on the verge of a panic attack? She was completely unaware, but she was able to pause and carefully follow his instructions because his voice was both worried and reassuring. As she did so, she finally noticed how tense her body felt, that she had been badly clenching her hands so tightly around the skirt she was gripping to the point that her hands started to really hurt and, from an outsider's perspective, it almost looked like she was going to tear it up. She would later that night attribute it to her developing super hearing, but she was still able to hear her mentor clearly despite the fact that everything else around her had felt numb for a while, as if she could only hear a blaring noise. Eventually she was able to breathe properly after what felt like hours, when really it was a few minutes, as she let go of her skirt as she started to slowly clench and unclench her hands to do away with the soreness in them as she started to breath heavier from some bit of exhaustion from there, not enough to make her completely worn out but definitely enough to need to collect herself. She felt his right hand gently wiping the tears away as she looked back up to face him. He gave her a look that spoke of reassurance, yet it had a bit of sadness, in his eyes a defeated look, yet in his smile it despite having some sadness what was more visible was that of comfort as he spoke. I knew telling you would leave you shaken, but I didn't think this would happen. I was afraid you would faint from not giving your mouth a rest mid-panic attack. This caused her to look down once more, feeling ashamed and embarrassed that she had gone on another unintentional muttering spree. However, she soon felt that same hand cup her right cheekbone and looked up at him as he told her, gently but firmly. Young Midoriya, please don't be ashamed, and you have no need to feel embarrassed either. You have every right to feel rather upset and even sad about this, because even though you understand why I've made my choice, that doesn't change the fact that you still have every right to feel disheartened. It's okay to not feel okay sometimes, and even to admit it even if it might be hard, especially given the fact that All Might has been part of your life for as long as you can remember, so it's understandable why the very thought of retirement would be rather jarring and even scary. Honestly, it scares me too, and a part of me doesn't really want to retire yet. But I know that eventually I'm going to have to, not just because of how much time I have left with my quirk but also because of my health. I neglected it so badly because I wanted to try to be there for the people, to give them peace, to let them know everything was all right for as long as I possibly could regardless of how my condition was, being a stubborn fool and not heeding my friends' warning and even making them upset in the process. Especially one in particular. I still feel ashamed of it. Though I really don't know which is scarier, the thought of retiring in general or the fact that if I leave then crime will spike up again and cause unease to rise in the public. He said all of this with a slight frown as Izuku paused for a moment to process what he had said. It made sense, really, because retirement can be frightening for anyone, whether they are heroes or just regular civilians. Even if it wasn't at times, it usually feels intimidating and like you're letting go of a part of yourself that you've grown accustomed to and couldn't imagine ever parting with. Additionally, he is aware of, it's also difficult to accept. Let alone make a general decision. It's never for anyone. She was aware that some people decide to retire because they truly detest their jobs and want something better, or because they are happy with their work and accomplishments and believe it is time to pass the torch on to someone deserving, but for others, well, there was no need to repeat the explanation. At that moment, her mentor gave her a reassuring and hopeful smile before telling her. For a while I was looking for a successor, someone I could pass my quirk to. I didn't know what to expect beyond just training to not only help them have a strong body to be able to hold the quirk but also be able to train to use it. But then I met you. A young girl who wore her heart on her sleeve. Always willing to help others no matter how much it may hurt her in the end. Willing to brave everything despite the apparent fear that's present. Willing to give as much as she could no matter how much it may require of her. Determined to become a hero despite the unfair circumstances that have been laid out for her since childhood, whom I spent time with, from the beach cleanup, to making plans and adjustments that would be beneficial, to the times chatting about heroics or everyday things, getting to know the other as individuals beyond our respective endeavoring goals, it all made me feel a warmth I've long forgotten due to my stubborn loneliness. You made me actually look forward to what the next day brings, made every day worthwhile in more ways than I could describe, brightening up my downness of days, reminding me to look forward and see that light that we're striding towards, reminded me that there was more to heroics than what's on the surface. Gave me a reason, reminding me more, how to smile and to really look forward to what the future would bring for us. When I look at you, I see a young heroine in the making, ready to take on the world no matter what may come, to shine a new light for the future for heroes and civilians both. Sure, retiring is going to sting, might be hard to adjust to. And things might get a bit grim for a while after, he continued, adding, but the fact that I have a successor like you who will one day bring an even brighter light than I ever had, and in knowing that even if I may retire I'll still be able to help even in a smaller way and even after I've finished training you, I can safely say that I have no regrets in the choices I've made up to this point, and I very much look forward to what tomorrow and beyond will bring for all of us. Flashback ends. Izuku remembered crying once more, but this time she understood what he was saying, and she felt so warm when she saw that he was fully confident that she would succeed and that everything would be okay even if things might get a little rough. Although she was surprised to see that he had a defeated expression on his face, she could still see in his eyes that he had accepted the decisions he had made and was satisfied that she would one day become a hero like him. After a few minutes, they went back to their seats as the principal called for Eraserhead to come because he knew he would be the best person to help her understand these new powers. She remembered that after she nodded in understanding, he gently pulled her closer to him and allowed her to cry on his right shoulder to let it out of her system. And the remainder of his past, even though it seemed like it lasted much longer to her, it was still difficult to accept that everything that occurred only occurred within the last few hours. And there was a lot more to discover. Not just her abilities, mind you. Meeting people who were aware of One for All, learning about the origins of these abilities and their personas, realizing that she essentially possessed a part of each of the girls, and briefly wondering if she might one day be able to actually contact the originals. Given everything that's happened, it seemed like a possibility but it was too soon to tell, and creating a new training schedule in light of everything that happened today. And admitting that her quirklessness has made things difficult for her. To be honest, she had no intention of telling anyone about it, she still felt guilty about saying it. However, another part of her and the others knew that if this wasn't addressed, things would only get worse and that it had to be discussed or else something negative would happen later. The sooner trauma was addressed, the better, as it was a cruel mistress. While she understood her reasons for not telling her, her mother made it very clear to her daughter that it was more important to tell someone what was happening and have it addressed than to let it fester even more. Her mother had apologized profusely to her for not knowing what was going on and told her that she didn't have to apologize because she didn't do anything wrong, although she knew that technically she did for never telling her mother in the first place. Every mother worries because they love their children, and result in the unimaginable. She knew that it was still a possibility, even though she would never intend to harm her mother in that way and she couldn't bear to leave her alone. Her mother informed her that after talking to the others, they were going to arrange for her to see a therapist who would not be prejudiced against her or treat her like trash due to her past or current situation. Nezu was actually the one who would be giving them the person who would support her during this time. However, she won't know who she will be seeing to help her cope, comprehend, and come to terms with things until her first appointment, which is scheduled for next week. He stated that he wanted it to be a surprise. Apart from the fact that she would not be attending school for some time, she had no idea what the future held. She nodded silently, hearing Kaoru tell her in her mind, which would be an absolute break from you-know-who. If she were to return to school the very next day with these new abilities and personalities, she still fears what the explosion boy would do to her. Bubble then noted, given the current situation, it would be very difficult to keep all three of us hidden from him. She made an excellent point. One could probably characterize their current situation as a form of puberty, but only in a more emotional sense rather than a physical one. Even though she is still herself, Momoko, Miyako, and Kaoru help her express her other emotions in ways that are not typical. If she arrived at school in this manner, okay, so Bakugo would either believe that she had been keeping her quirk from him all this time and viciously accuse her of looking down on him as if she were the bad guy instead, or he would explode literally and figuratively, as usual, and violently demand answers from her. All three, perhaps, probably, all of them in common. He'll destroy her. Not if we have anything to say about it. Momoko said this in her head because she could hear and sense her resolve and her rage at the explosion boy. Still, generally speaking, she hoped to stay away from him for as long as possible and didn't want to see him again anytime soon. Hopefully, there was an uneasy feeling. He was aware that something felt, but he wasn't sure what it was. Away. The following morning, everything appeared to be going smoothly until he arrived at school and saw that Deku was absent. By the time the second bell rang to start the first class, Deku was still absent. There would only be 4 explanations for her absence. 1. She became engrossed in watching another hero fight. It should come as no surprise that Deku is a fool for allowing her fangirling to control her. 2. He noticed that several other students were also absent from class due to a hero fight on the way to school, which caused some sort of delay. He can actually relate to this because he has been caught in that situation a few times before, but fortunately the teacher was forgiving and willing to pardon him because nobody could have predicted that it would happen. 3. She was ill. Deku is foolish for getting herself ill in the first place. Everyone gets sick occasionally, including him, though he will never admit it. The 4th option was that she was absent from school due to a family emergency, which was not his concern, though it would be his mother's if it did occur. Since the teacher had informed the class that she would not be in class due to a family emergency, it turns out that number 4 was the right response. He thought to himself, it must have been abrupt if she wasn't going to be here today. The old hag would have informed me if something came up. He then sighed in frustration. It doesn't matter if Deku isn't here, she wasn't really contributing anything here. I don't care if she drowns in the foolish ocean. This feeling persisted even though the day went smoothly and he and everyone else didn't have a favorite punching bag to scream on. As if this were the quiet before the storm. He couldn't get rid of the itch. A stain that was difficult to remove. He would never acknowledge how much it bothered him. Before he said it to anyone, he would prefer to blow up his own tongue. Or out loud for that matter. Even though he had threatened to kill anyone who laughed at him, the feeling that something was watching him didn't help, it only made him feel more agitated and exhausted. Their foolish biology teacher made matters worse by assigning a practical week's worth of homework that was due tomorrow and would have accounted for roughly 90% of their final grade. He was tempted to blow up the teacher for doing that, but he reluctantly complied in order to keep his records clean. Later, when he was by himself, he blew up a number of pointless bushes on campus before leaving for home. He considered simply leaving his bag at home and marching straight to the Midoriya residence to demand an explanation for Deku's absence from school, but he decided against it, arguing that if it was a private emergency, it would be best if he stayed out of it so as not to be caught. Even if he had wanted to, he would never have had the opportunity, though, as his mother asked him to assist her in rearranging the living room because they had purchased new couches to replace the old ones. After a brief argument with her, he reluctantly agreed after being informed that his father would not be home until later because he had been called into the office due to an error that was unavoidable. By the time they were done, it was already getting late because the sun was beginning to set. He had to start working on the homework right away after dinner if he wanted to have any chance of finishing it before school in the morning, which he did. Tomorrow, he would question Deku for answers. If she didn't show up again, he would either give up and go directly to their home to demand answers, or he would insist that the old hag call Andy to find out what was going on. He merely used that hero stalker as a stepping stone to get to his destination, so it's not like he gave a damn about her. For once, she should pay attention, or else she will fail the entrance exam. He was halfway through his homework when he thought to himself in a haughty, conceited manner. He wasn't going to let some rotting mountain of paper do him in, school-wise. It was almost midnight when he finished everything, and since he was too exhausted to take a bath, he quickly made a mental note to take a quick shower before school the next morning before collapsing into his bed with a sigh of exhaustion. I'm staying up past my scheduled bedtime because of this dumb teacher. What a dumb teacher to suddenly throw all of this on me. I wouldn't be shocked if he was fired for doing this to his gullible class. He kept complaining in his head until sleep finally took over. When he woke up the very next morning, and thankfully he woke up to the chime of his alarm on his phone, he immediately went to take a shower before getting through with his morning routine. After making sure all of his homework was in his backpack, he went downstairs and had breakfast, his father at the table reading the newspaper while his mom was cooking omelets for everyone. His would, of course, be extra spicy as usual. He quickly took his prepared lunch from the refrigerator and left. Deku was absent once more. Yes, he is aware that his teacher had informed them that she would be absent for some time due to a family emergency, but he was more upset than necessary because he was unaware of the nature of the emergency. Additionally, he was extremely irritated because he had only slept for 6 hours, which made him extremely sensitive all day long. When he attempted to question his mother about it after returning home from school, she informed him that, based on her most recent text message to Auntie, it was a private matter and that everything would be discussed in a day or two. However, receiving this information via text made his mother a little anxious, and she hoped that everything would be okay with her and her daughter. Far from being content, he was tempted to simply visit the house and find out what was happening. Who are we even joking with, anyway? He made the decision to just head straight to their house in order to minimize his losses. However, it turned out that plan would not work out because he noticed that road construction and what appeared to be significant damage to the pavement and road itself blocked off the route to his destination. Since you could see the sewers from above, it appeared as though someone had literally torn the concrete out of the ground like it was made of clay, leaving behind nothing but street-style ravines spread out over several blocks. He was perplexed by this as everyone left. When he inquired about it, just kidding, demanded with one of the construction workers, he was told that, apparently, 3 hours before he had woken up this morning, a villain known as Quake Ripper, who usually lives on the southern coast of Japan, had come into town for business with some of his colleagues to try and raid the National Musatafu Bank. However, he was caught red-handed by a group of heroes who were there by coincidence alone and had been pursuing them for the better part of an hour. The majority of them had been captured, but Quake remained at large. He used an illegal drug called Trigger to give himself a huge power boost, which allowed him to use his quirk on most of the pavement and roads around him. However, he was not paying attention to his own footing and used too much of his juiced-up quirk to the point where he ended up standing on very little concrete left beneath his feet. Because of his fear of heights, he lost his balance and almost got buried alive by the concrete he was controlling. This took place during a large struggle. It was amazing that he had not drowned from being in the sewer while buried under debris until more help arrived, even though he had survived the impact and was left unconscious with a nasty head wound. Fortunately, none of the residential homes were damaged in any way despite what had occurred. Although there was some minor property damage, it was easily repaired. Additionally, no innocent bystanders were harmed or killed. Road construction, however, was going to take a long time because of this. Normally, it would take a few weeks or months, give or take. Fortunately, they had received word that Smentos would help with the repairs as soon as he returned to town after finishing a meeting he was attending later that evening. This would help to shorten the time and help get the roads back in working order as quickly as possible. Strangely, despite the extent of the damage, none of the pipes or other crucial components connected to the pavement and road were damaged in any way, so none of the residents had to worry about losing gas, electricity, or water anytime soon. However, getting off their properties was a different matter. Due to the severity of the road damage, some people would be compelled to stay at home because no one would be available to assist them in getting to their designated locations, such as work or school. On the other hand, those who were absolutely unable to miss any crucial meetings would either have to take care of those matters online or would need a hero's assistance to leave their property and stay at a hotel away from it for a while in order to ease the transition until everything was back in working order. A map of the extent of the damage, showing every path he might have taken to reach the Midoriya residence, was even shown to him. Before being escorted out by another employee so they could resume their duties, he was told to avoid the area until everything had returned to normal. So, yes, that did occur. He was all too aware of how long he could stay in the air using his quirk before the strain came up and he would fall to the bottom and either get horribly dirty from the sewer or end up getting badly hurt. So even if he wanted to take a chance and use it to fly over there was no way he could stay in the air indefinitely, or pass away in some way. Whatever you want to call him, he was by no means suicidal. Stupid lame brain villain preventing me from confronting stupid Deku with a ridiculous amount of damage. I'd kill him myself if he weren't already arrested, he thought angrily as he stomped all the way home. As he dimly recalled that Auntie works from home, he thought, at least she doesn't have to worry about using the roads to get to work since she works at home. Oh, again, what was her job? He couldn't recall. When he asked his mother after coming home, she informed him that she works as a secretary online, handling schedules and paperwork. Why, she did initially work for the company where she was employed, but the boss and his 3 brothers, who helped him run the business, contracted a very bad illness. And it seems that they were still suffering from it today because, although it wasn't killing them, it made it difficult for them to leave their homes. In addition, it affected their legs so much that they had to use wheelchairs, walkers, or crutches to get around. How did they all get hit with this at the same time? They would never find out. Since all 4 of them were germaphobes and didn't want to take any chance that any of their employees, particularly those who worked closely with them, could become ill, they reached a compromise and had those employees work from home to handle those issues as long as they had to do with paperwork, scheduling, or other online-related issues. When it came to making an appearance and handling personal matters that they were unable to do in person, their Sansa Euro, all of whom graduated from the same Collegia Euro, took over. Thankfully, everyone else was able to carry on working for the company without any problems. They didn't feel comfortable with it and instead assigned their sons to new secretaries and personal workers, even though it shouldn't have been a problem for those who worked closely with the original bosses. What caused it to be the way it was? She didn't even know why. In fact, neither she nor Inko did, as the men had clammed up and refused to discuss the issue further. Katsuki uttered the words, "They're idiots." His mother agreed, since it made absolutely no sense at all. In addition to the fact that it seemed foolish in general, it also seemed as though those bosses were being overly complacent, not to mention that it was illogical to have their appointed employees leave their sons rather than hire new employees. They were still productive, but it seemed like they were doing the opposite. There was something fishy going on. He claimed that he couldn't help but think about it for a while, even though it wasn't any of his business. Fortunately, he was able to put it out of his mind quickly because he had dinner with his parents after finishing his homework. Having the opportunity to take a proper shower before bed this time will allow me to sleep better than I did the night before. The following day, the little twerp was still absent. He disputes that he was going crazy because of this. He had a fairly calm day, but school still smells. However, anyone who saw why some of the gym's equipment was particularly burned that day made the sensible decision to avoid asking and running the risk of being blown up by the living firecracker the following week or damaging his record. It felt more suspicious and annoying the longer she was gone. To cut his losses, he even made the decision to give her a call. He reluctantly acknowledged that he was happy, that in case something came up, his mother made him remember both his aunt's numbers and hers. However, it appeared to be in vain from the beginning since he quickly changed his mind and concluded it was useless after trying multiple times and failing to contact either of them for several minutes. What's the point? Anyway, what stupid Deku does with her life is none of my business. He essentially screamed in his mind as he gave up trying, threw his phone on his bedside table, and made the decision to go to bed early in the hopes that he would dream about fighting villains to vent his rage and prevent his mother from yelling at him to stop using his explosives around the house. He thought to himself, besides, Auntie can take care of herself and Deku, so it's not worth getting a headache over. After some tossing and turning, he was finally able to fall asleep gradually. Unbeknownst to him, if he had stayed up a bit longer, he would have heard his mother receiving a very concerning phone call that would signal the beginning of serious trouble. Because something felt totally wrong the very next morning, even more so than it had for the previous few days. For starters, neither of his parents was in the kitchen preparing breakfast when he woke up that morning and finished his daily tasks. This type of situation wasn't particularly unusual because his mom worked as a fashion designer and model in addition to being his dad's manager and choreographer. They occasionally had to attend meetings without warning, and it was well known that they occasionally forgot to write down when they would return because by the time he got home from school, he usually found them settled in. However, this time, something didn't feel quite right to him. Why? He didn't care and didn't know. Since the week wasn't even over yet and he was already annoyed enough, he really didn't want to think about it. When he woke up that morning, he would have seen the warning signs that his parents weren't home this time around if he had just taken the time to consider the odd things that had been happening that week. And soon after, regret. Before getting his lunch and leaving for school, he made himself a simple breakfast that included leftover sandwiches from the previous evening and a soda. However, a series of events led him to seriously doubt what was happening with some, and he'd rather bite his tongue off in denial, apprehension. 1. He saw a plain-looking man in a tan trench coat and fedora walk past their classroom window just as the second bell rang for the start of the first period class. He didn't get a glimpse of who was with him, but he didn't appear to be alone. It was difficult to determine whether he was a new employee or a school inspector, but to be honest, he didn't give a damn or understand why he had given that detail any thought, as it shouldn't have mattered to him. 2. About 30 minutes later, there was a lot of distant yelling that really startled everyone. No one could understand what was being said, but they could tell it was coming from the principal's office because the walls were so thick that they were almost soundproof, so you could only hear a lot of muffling rather than actual verbal audio coming from there. Only if you were close to the door itself would you be able to hear what was happening clearly. Even their teacher was shaken by it, but she gently but firmly told them to ignore it and return to their work. Although it was easier said than done, nobody has heard this much shouting within these walls since the incident 2 years ago involving a former student, Hyoruto-jun, if he recalled correctly, who was caught in possession of drugs. Other than the fact that the child was expelled shortly after, he and the majority of them knew nothing more. The remaining information was police only. Even so, they were all aware that the outcome wasn't particularly appealing. Overall, the yelling continued to go from high to low to barely audible, lather, rinse, and repeat until the 4th period, when it finally fell silent after the first 5 minutes. This became number 3 because, although it was a relief to everyone else, it seemed foolish to him and a few others, he mentioned, because it felt like the foreboding silence before the earthquake, as if he knew something significant was about to happen and he needed to run away like most animals do when they sense a disaster is approaching. He is not an animal, and there were no impending natural disasters. He shouldn't even be bothered by this, I promise. But despite his best efforts, he was unable to get rid of it. Finally, and most definitely not least, the grandfather of them all, 4, the intercom chimed as it lit up, drawing everyone's attention before an announcement was Medea Euro, not by the principal himself, but by his secretary, who sounded terrified and occasionally stammered. It was so bad, in fact, that the woman had to take a few deep breaths before forcing her voice to sound firm but strained in order to convey the message. First, he was to go directly to the principal's office with his bag because his parents were waiting for him there. Second, all students were to report to the auditorium in a composed manner. And third, all school employees were to gather in the gymnasium for a crucial meeting that needed to be addressed to the faculty and student body alike. And finally, the school would be closed indefinitely due to multiple reports of suspicious activity. While most of the other students, who were admittedly more sensible extras, were quiet and anxious as they wondered what was going on, most of them had uncertainty and concern written all over their faces. Only a few of the students in his classroom, as well as those from the nearby ones above and side to side, cheered with the simple news of school being closed. Along with the teacher, who was much more anxious than the others, Katsuki himself was left feeling deeply suspicious and wondering what was going on, while the noisy extras left the classroom quickly and the others simply left quietly after gathering their belongings. I was just acutely conscious of the tense atmosphere. It must have something to do with him and whoever was with him that the 15-year-old didn't have a chance to recognize, much less catch a glimpse of, he thought as he thought about the man who had passed by his first period class earlier that day. However, if this was the outcome, then something significant must have occurred. Since everyone here was a group of foolish, greedy, lazy, lame-brained, sleazy, immature, weak-willed midgets who dream too big for their own good and never put in any real effort to get real things done, or who were too sick in their heads to consider any consequences that may arise as they go about malicious tasks that would raise red flags too flashy to ignore, he wasn't entirely surprised that his school was finally getting the hammer brought down on them. He was still perplexed by the fact that, in the midst of everything, he had to go to the principal's office, where his parents were waiting for him. However, why were they present? Was it merely a coincidence that they were returning home from an early meeting, which was unusual for them in and of itself? He snarled and roughly palmed his forehead, telling himself to stop asking questions about things he didn't understand and to simply go to the principal's office to find out what was going on. The sooner he found out, the better. In light of that, he gathered his belongings and headed for the door, patiently albeit with a little growling, waiting for the halls to empty sufficiently to allow him to pass, since the halls were currently overrun with both faculty and students, and he had no intention of getting caught up in it all and jeopardize his reputation by rashly attacking everyone simply because they kept running into him because they were following the secretary's instructions. Even though he was the school's star, he wasn't that dim-witted. He wasn't going to let anything ruin his chances of getting into UA, regardless of how forgiving the staff was or how well he did academically. It took a good few minutes before the hallways were finally clear enough for him to leave the classroom and walk without incident to the principal's office. He blatantly ignored some of the looks he received from the staff and students, who were clearly perplexed as to why he was called up there rather than sent to the auditorium with the rest of the group. He won't admit it out loud, but he was also perplexed. However, he thought that his parents were there to pick him up early because they had come in because of whatever news the principal himself had given them. However, the other part of him was telling him otherwise, and as the feeling only grew unbelievably worse, the unsettling and annoying feeling he had been experiencing throughout the week was returning. Even though he really wanted to, he knew that he couldn't just blast the problem away like the weak, defenseless bushes he detonated the other day. He would receive the exact answer rather than a series of pointless what-ifs, the sooner he actually went to look into what was happening. He eventually reached his destination, blatantly ignoring the terrified secretary who was pitifully attempting to shrink and hide beneath her desk as though it would protect her from potential predators. This was a stupid move that gave the impression that she was a paranoid freak. However, in retrospect, that ought to have been yet another clue that something was seriously amiss. He would have called them insane and delusional, threatened to blow them up unless they left him alone, and told them to go play in traffic if anyone had told him what he was going to be dealing with that fateful day. Can anyone blame him, though, for thinking that way? Well, ignore what I said. How could he have known that as soon as he opened the door? Or perhaps everything would change for him even before that, to the principal's office, but in a bad way. Upon opening the door, he was confronted by an unexpected scene that felt incorrect, because there aren't any better words to describe it. Generally speaking, the principal's office had always been rather unimpressive. If not for the overall layout, it was because it was so dull, especially given the atmosphere. However, when he entered, it exuded a serious and icy aura that he had never experienced before, not even from his mother. Speaking of which, his mother and father were present. Along with, to his surprise, Auntie Inko, the man he had previously seen but who was now draped on a chair without his trench coat and fedora, whose outfit demonstrated the professionalism of a police officer, another man with a cat head and even a small bell around his neck that made him appear more adorable than a respectful authority figure, whose outfit was the epitome of a policeman in contrast to the former, and finally the principal himself. However, there was definitely something wrong. First of all, the principal himself, who had dark brown skin, short black combed back hair, and shiny green eyes the size of a dragonfly, was wearing a black dress coat over a plain white dress shirt. Because he was into outfit contour, he was probably wearing shoes and pants that matched the color of his coat. He appeared to be trembling in his seat, his face simply screaming fear, as if he were about to faint, have a toddler-like accident in his pants, or actually die of fear. His parents' appearance came in second. They were wearing the same clothes they usually wore to meetings, and his mother's expression was one of intense anger, disappointment, and, to his surprise, disgust. His father's expression was also one of disappointment, but it was also mingled with sadness and anger, which was extremely uncommon for him. Both of them were pointing the finger at him in a way that made him realize that he was completely messed up even worse than before. Third, and this really scared him the most, Auntie Inko gave him a look of disgust and disappointment that was literally tearful. The redness of her eyes indicated that she had been crying for a long time, and the anger of a protective, enraged parent was radiating off of her like summer heat, as if she didn't want to be anywhere near him at all. That sounded completely wrong to him. Her gaze seemed to be scrutinizing every inch of him, focusing only on flaws that were too great to overlook. Lastly, the two officers give him a nervous glance, but their posture adheres to the strict professionalism of their profession, as if they were scanning him as if he were dangerous. The plain-looking man was holding a file so full of papers that he had to hold it firmly with two hands to prevent them from spilling out or possibly exploding given how overstuffed it was. The cat man was holding a clipboard, and judging by the number of papers folded over the top of it, it was clear that he had written at least 12 pages, give or take. The tension in the room was almost as thick as the fog of London, and he thought for a moment that whatever was happening had something to do with him. The principal had better not have made up some dumb lie to hide whatever crime he had committed, because if he had, he was in for a once-in-a-lifetime explosion. With a calm yet firm tone, the unassuming man said, "Katsuki Bakugo, I presume. Thank you for joining us, please have a seat, we have a lot we need to talk about." He did this while focusing on the police officers and partially ignoring the stares he received from his parents and aunt as he approached. His stomach still turned from the looks on all of their faces, and he couldn't understand what he had done to cause such a reaction that was unlike any other he could ever remember seeing growing up. He pointed to the cat man and said, My name is Naomasa Tsukauchi, I'm a police detective, and my partner here is Sansa. Then he said, I'm sorry to say this, but I'm afraid your plans of enrollment to UA has been completely revoked. Later that day, the Bakugo home. It was your own fault that all of this happened in the first place. Had you only just left poor Izuku alone, then this wouldn't have happened. But no, you had to go and torment her for a decade all because she didn't have a quirk, which is the lousiest excuse ever. And now Inko and I can no longer see each other anymore, not to mention that you basically threw your life away from the first moment that you started to hurt my surrogate niece. You should be thankful that she never committed suicide the day of the sludge villain, cause otherwise you would be going to prison instead of level 10 juvie. Mitsuki Bakugo screamed at the top of her lungs so loudly that all the neighbors in the neighborhood did everything they could to try and block it out, still utterly frightened from the sheer volume of how much screaming there have been in the Bakugo residence among any other time, but a lot worse than ever before. It was. Katsuki attempted to respond, struggling mightily to stop her from screaming at him at this speed, but Mitsuki interrupted him instantly, preventing him from going any farther. No, I don't want to hear it, you arrogant punk. It wasn't her fault. She had every right to ask for help and you know it. She is not to blame and she never was for your actions. If you dare blame her again, then I'll make you regret it even worse than you really should be right now. You should at least be thankful that you were given tonight to pack your things before you have to leave for Juvie Hall first thing tomorrow morning instead of being taken in handcuffs back at the office right then and there. None of this was any of your. He attempted once more, viciously ignoring the tightening and twisting in his chest as he struggled to make his point. At this point, he was merely attempting to say anything to get his mother to stop, but his mother stopped him once more. It had everything to do with our business. We had every right to know what was going on. I honestly thought I raised you better than this. I thought after the first few times that we punished you for your actions that you would have known better by now. But no, apparently it never got through your stupidly sick and think head. It's of little wonder why Izuku never came to visit us anymore. Inko had every right to know too. I don't blame her for never wanting to see you again and cutting ties with us at this point of time. She has every right to cut us off from their lives if it means keeping her daughter safe. And he can't just. He attempted once more, trying not to shake, but she stopped him once more. Honestly, I'm shocked that you respect Inko way more than you ever did her daughter. It still confuses me at how can you even live with yourself knowing that you're tormenting your former surrogate aunt's daughter all because of something that wasn't even her fault. Do you have any idea how much Inko went through in knowing how much harm and pain and suffering her daughter had to go through? Exclamation mark. How much it killed her knowing her daughter was suffering because of something as simple as that diagnosis all those years ago. Exclamation mark. How heartbroken she was when it was revealed to her what was really going on in her daughter's life outside of her home. Question mark. How heartbroken and furious she was knowing that you of all people were the one who made her life the absolute worst among anybody else. How angry she was knowing that the school did nothing to stop you and instead resorted to making her life even more harder and attempting to sabotage her school records if it meant making you look good, all because of your stupid quirk and because of their stupid, arrogant, no good greed. Katsuki exploded in a fit of rage. I never asked them to make me look good by doing something stupid like that. It was their own fault. And besides, Deku is nothing but a freak and a waste of. This time, his father silenced him instead of his mother because, to his complete surprise, he felt a hard slap in the cheek that knocked him to the ground. He couldn't stop his trembling in shock, so he held his left cheek with his left hand without realizing it. When he looked back up, he saw his father staring down at him with more anger than he had ever seen him displaying before. Indeed, both his and Inko's anger was extremely uncommon. It only makes them more frightening when it does occur. But it wasn't his expression that scared him more. No, it was his voice as it practically bled with calm anger and stern disappointment. He didn't need to raise his voice to make his son start trembling far worse as he said. We are very disappointed in you, Katsuki. You should know better than to do something this inexcusable. You of all people should know that this kind of behavior is not what it means to be a hero. There's more to being a hero than beating up the bad guys, and it most certainly has nothing to do with beating up innocent people just because of something that they had no control over or because they either just watched you or encouraged you genuinely. You have no one to blame but yourself for what has happened today, this past decade, and what is going to be from here on out. As far as you know, the Midoriya family is no longer any of your business, and never will be again. The attitude you have had towards Izuku and essentially Inko as well has been nothing but villainous by every means. This time, Katsuki flinched so violently that the tears he had been fighting so hard to contain began to form around his eyes. He was desperately trying to blink them away as he tried to say something, anything, but nothing came out of his throat, as if his voice had suddenly deserted him. He felt a sharp chill run down his spine. He had never been addressed in this way before, and he never imagined that his father, of all people, would call his behavior Euro, his mother, perhaps, but not him, who was typically gentle and submissive. "We're not going to argue about this again. Go to your room and start packing. You're leaving first thing tomorrow morning," his father said, turning away from him and clenching his hands even more. Katsuki was startled out of his reverie by his final words, which were too obvious to ignore. He quickly scrambled to his feet, denying that he was retreating to his room like a sobbing child as he ran with all of his strength. His body felt strained, as if he had been training all day, even though he hadn't done anything to cause it, and his room seemed farther away than it actually was from up the staircase to down the hallway. Disregarding his mother's cry as she broke down after suppressing it for so long, his father went to console her, even though he shed a few tears himself. When he finally reached his room, he locked it behind him and slammed it shut. His feet finally gave out, and he was on his hands and knees, still shaking from everything. "I wasn't at fault. It wasn't," he tried to tell himself. But it seemed like his brain was on the fritz because the voice box inside his head was beginning to imitate his verbal voice box's disappearance. He lay on the floor, trying in vain to ground himself by gripping the wooden floor, not even realizing that his body had finally failed him. This was further reinforced by the room's silence, which grew much more oppressive and deafening than the atmosphere in the principal's office. His life had fallen apart. The principal's office in flashback. "What do you mean my enrollment has been revoked?" he screamed, indignantly, and did not as Tsukauchi, the detective, patiently clarified. "What I'm saying is that you are no longer eligible to apply for the UA entrance exam or for any exams for any other hero school out there, or even a normal high school by any means. I hate to say this but, due to the multiple counts of bullying, abuse, quirk abuse, gross negligence, civilian endangerment, destruction of property on and off campus, to name a handful of crimes, and worse of all, baiting suicide towards a minor, you are under arrest and will be transferred to Juvie Hall Level 10 in Shibuya." He had done research on that specific topic for his history class the previous year, and his eyes grew wide with shock. Prior to quirks, Juvie halls were merely standard federal detention facilities for juvenile offenders under the age of 18. However, when quirks emerged, they had to increase the security and severity of their districts to handle specific cases that were much more severe than what a typical one could ever handle. Depending on the severity of the situation, there were different levels of juvenile hall. The first level was for something that was milder, all things considered in terms of the law, but still disturbing enough to require correction. However, Level 10 was the worst since it meant that you were almost considered a villain and that you would likely be imprisoned if you even slightly deviated from the rules, whether or not you were yet 18. One would have a better chance of getting rehab in any of the juvie halls that were available if they truly set their minds to it. The chances of going to rehab later were also rather low because the majority were either too far gone to have a chance to be allowed something like that or far too stubborn to accept such a thing. With the last 3 levels being as close to prison as possible and level 10 being dangerously closer than its 2 predecessors, Juvies 1 Euro, 7 were essentially miniature jails. And from stories he had read, the level of security and the rules there were of the highest degree, and their tolerance towards their violent actions were 0, to put it bluntly. In some ways, it's comparable to Tartarus prisons. "You have no right to plain-looking freak," he screamed in denial. Why you can't do this to me?" But the detective said, narrowing his eyes at him, "We can and we will. Had it not been for your parents you would be put in prison instead, but even then your actions are far too deep to lighten the sentence any further than that. Your actions towards the Midoriya family have been ignored for way too long, quite mainly because of the school itself. While a part of it wasn't your fault because the school essentially coached you into doing what you had done and will be punished accordingly, it doesn't change the fact that everything you've done up until this point towards the Midoriyas have all been your own and you did nothing to stop it. And it's not just you who is in trouble, but both the staff and a number of students in the student body who will be facing serious trouble if not going to juvie themselves on different levels, then at the lightest either be transferred to another school altogether or be homeschooled. Or be under house arrest until further notice, or facing a different punishment altogether and fervently grounded too, and all the records including yours receiving a black mark, and being blacklisted to prevent all of you from going to any hero school ever again, any chances of any of you redeeming yourselves enough to get one last chance there will be slim at best. This is not possible. This isn't possible. His face was plastered with shock and anger as he tried to ignore it in his mind. Then, he turned back to his parents, whose expressions remained unchanged. Auntie, on the other hand, started crying again and did nothing to stop it, but in a manner that was similar to if he had actually killed her daughter. We've already gotten the testimonies from your parents and from Miss Midoriya, and we've already gathered all the evidence involving everything that's happened in this school, including video footage which has been restored as it had been tampered with a majority of times to try and cover up the despicable crimes that been taking place in this facility. Quirk discrimination and anti-quirk discrimination to this degree are extremely intolerable and are a huge felony. The detective told him, the boy's anger even more visible as he tried to protest, but he was cut off as the man told him. And you are by no means an exception to the rule in any manner. It doesn't matter how good your quirk is or how good your grades are, your actions and your attitude have been nothing but unacceptable, and the fact that your file has been manipulated from the very start in order to cover up your actions just so the school could get some kind of great reputation for once is completely unacceptable as well and should have been rectified years ago. This school along with any of its connected districts are being investigated and will effectively be shut down. And all the staff will be brought into questioning and either be put behind bars or revoked of their teaching license and be put on probation until further notice. While the children on the other hand will be facing a serious grounding from all of their parents, while some are being investigated by the police to make sure that it had nothing to do with any sort of bad influences that may have come from each of their households, and if it was then those children would either be sent to other relatives for them to live with while their parents are being further investigated or be put in foster care and their parents arrested and have their parental license revoked completely. But if it wasn't because of something going on in their households, then those children will be facing different punishments themselves. The detective took a moment to take a deep breath as he then said, but more firmly, not only will you be facing juvie level 10, but your parents will be paying a huge fee towards the Midoriyas for all the money that was spent in getting medical supplies and replacement school supplies for years as a result of your actions. In addition to that, both you and your parents both will be getting restraining orders that will not allow you to be anywhere near the Midoriyas for the foreseeable future. And your parents will be going into parental counseling, will not be allowed to leave their home outside of going to work, as this will be kept quiet from their staff to protect them from any further harm and to ensure your family does not go bankrupt, and will have someone come and deliver groceries to them for the next following year. Regarding visitation to see you, it will be arranged ahead of time. And finally, you'll be attending mandatory anger management and counseling until further notice. If the results are good after a year, then you will be transferred to a lighter level and have better chances of being released early from the juvenile district. If not, then you'll either remain where you are until you turn 18 or until you do anything to break the rules to result in you being transferred to prison. You'll still be allowed to continue your school education from there, but your actions will be monitored so you won't fall behind nor cause any mishaps that would further cement your sentence. Regarding going into rehab, that will be your decision to make altogether, as there's a difference between that and counseling. Katsuki wanted to stop talking and tell him that he was mistaken, that he wasn't some shady criminal, and that he was going to be a hero stronger than All Might. But Inko broke her silence by saying, "It's for your own good." His heart fell to his stomach as quickly as dropping an anchor from the top of the Hoover Dam when he turned to face the green-haired woman and saw her clutching the hem of her skirt so tightly that you would think she would end up tearing it up. She gave him the hardest glare he had ever seen her give anyone. He was so shocked by the sheer volume of grief and rage that filled her voice. "I loved you like you were my nephew. I loved you and your family both. I welcomed you in my home. I saw you as part of my family. I thought I could count on you to look after my daughter and keep her out of harm, and what did you do in return? You hurt her, you brought harm to her, you hurt my baby so many times that I wonder how you never got arrested in the first place. I showed nothing but kindness to you, but in return you spat hatred and endless suffering on my daughter just because of something that wasn't even her fault. She never asked to be quirkless, and yet you're treating her as if you have an excuse to beat her up, as if quirklessness means they aren't human anymore, even though it's not true, yet not caring at all and hurt the people connect to her. By all means, it means you also hate me too if you hate my daughter this much." He wanted to deny that it wasn't true, but he was unable to do so as she went on. This shocked him even more when she said that, snapping him out of his rage and putting more denial on his face. "Izuku has shown you nothing but kindness and admiration towards you for your control of your quirk and its versatility, determination to pursue your dream and your stellar grades, how you never give up, and has told me this on more than one occasion. She saw you as a friend. She cared about you, and she was inspired by you to follow her dreams. And what did you do in return? You sought to make her life filled with misery, despair and hopelessness. Instead of actually trying to sit down and reason with her to follow a safer career path like any decent person would, you get it in your head to crush her dreams so mercilessly that it's as if you're a murderer in that regard and made it your life's goal to make her life anything but happy. Taking away any happy moments she should have been allowed to have and essentially force-fed her pain and hopelessness so ugly and disgusting that it's a wonder how she hasn't started throwing up from that. As if only you were allowed to be happy and not her, when you never had any right to dictate her life like a tyrannical war-hungry pyromaniac that wouldn't spare a second glance to the slave they hold captive except to use as nothing more than a punching bag. You hated her as if she did or said something horribly wrong to you when she never did in the first place. Never once had she ever done something horrible to you to warrant it, and yet you accused her of it anyway, regardless of the fact that she's never caused you any harm at all, period. She wasn't looking down on you. She was encouraging and supporting you, and yet here you are thinking it the opposite. Inko took a breather and then said, if you truly cared about us then you wouldn't have done what you've done for this past decade. Even if you didn't like Izuku you should have just left her alone instead of making her life a living nightmare. Rather than doing the smart thing, you instead choose to hurt her in every way, ignoring the fact that it's my daughter you are hurting. Ignoring the fact that I get worried and scared for her when something bad happens to her, no matter how hard she tries to hide it, especially when she shows obvious signs that she had a bad day. So I ask you, how could you think of doing something so deplorable and heartless knowing that you're hurting me as well by doing it? How can you love me but hate my child who is my only family? Could you ever imagine what I had to suffer because of what you put Izuku through? Are you going to kill me too if you ever attempt to actually murder her just to erase her existence? He had no chance of speaking because the more she spoke, the more overwhelmed he was by everything. There were no words he could ever utter to try to disprove her when it seemed like his voice had simply vanished, and even though he wanted to deny it, he was unable to do so for some reason. He wished for Auntie's survival. He did care about her. In fact, he was disgusted by the idea of killing her, let alone detesting or harming her. Deku, though, he simply couldn't come up with a response. He made a feeble attempt to shake his head in denial, but it appeared that she was ignoring him because her next statement was the last straw for him. If you ever come anywhere near me or my daughter again I will not hesitate to fight back nor call the police. As far as you know neither me nor my daughter ever existed in your life. Focus on your own life for once and stay out of hers, and essentially mine. I mean it, and don't you ever call me auntie ever again. You've lost all right to from the first moment you wanted to hurt my baby for even existing. Put an end to a flashback. No matter how hard he tried to ignore her words, they continued to reverberate in his mind. The more he thought about them and the harder he tried to ignore them, the louder they became. What she meant to say doesn't have to be stated. She had removed him and his family from both her and Deku's lives. However, she is unable to. He attempted to reason mentally. After everything, she can't simply cut him out of their lives. Could they? After being shut down in that manner, he was genuinely shocked that he could still hear everything. The officers had given him the remainder of the day and night to pack his belongings, reflect, and bid his parents farewell before being taken to juvenile detention the following morning. Regarding what will happen to his classmates and former teachers, the school itself will be shut down entirely, and the police will handle everything else. However, he did learn that the principal, who is primarily responsible for their file manipulation and increased coercion in cases of gross negligence, false doctrine in students' grades, abuse of power and authority, and worsening of life in the school, will receive a far more severe sentence than his staff and students. Which will be made public later, even though it was clear that his life was also over. However, he had clamps placed on both of his wrists before he and his family left. This would prevent him from using his quirk until he was granted permission to do so, and even then, it wouldn't be for a long time. This way, he wouldn't try anything in case something went wrong before the next morning. Like Deku, he was weak, helpless, and eccentric. Additionally, it left his mouth feeling extremely bitter. The fact that he didn't blow up until roughly 2 hours after arriving home was rather odd. From there, you all know the rest. The only thing that jolted him out of his reverie was the crackling thunder outside. He looked up from his window and noticed that the sky was very overcast, making the room darker than it should have been for the time of day. He only dimly recalled hearing the TV downstairs announce that there would be an unexpected storm that would last until 8 p.m. that evening. However, it appears that the storm only matched this scenario's mood. However, this also made it possible for him to think. He had no intention of killing Auntie. I never intended to. He didn't despise her. Not at all. Deku, though, he was so frustrated that he gritted his teeth because he had nothing more to say about his relationship with her than what all the adults had already made plain to him. He needed to go speak with her. He had to go talk to Auntie, even if she tried to stop him at the door and it meant smashing the door. He had to know that he would receive answers, even though he had no idea what he would say or do when he arrived. Whether or not she found it appealing. He didn't care if the restraining order was overturned, he wasn't going to let that deter him. At least they'll be put to use for once, he thought to himself as he grabbed his roller skates and his helmet and silently made his way to his window after gathering himself and furiously wiping away his tears. He was surprised but thankful that he still had them, that they still fit, and that his mother had forced him to spend time learning how to use them in an effort to get him a new hobby. Since he knew how loud his quirk was and didn't want to be discovered by his parents right away, it wasn't the first time he had slipped out like this under their nose. He also had to use pieces of the roof and the old ladder that coincidentally leaned on that side of the house to help him descend from his second-story home to the ground in order to avoid detection. And he had to use this escape route because he couldn't use his quirk even if he wanted to. He was never a junkie idiot who sneaked out to do drugs or any other foolish, life-threatening nonsense. Instead, he only ever sneaked out to do more serious training with his quirk in secret even after his parents told him he had done enough, when he was bored and didn't want to get cabin fever in his room, or to take a walk around the neighborhood to clear his head, sometimes bumping into Deku in the process and reminding her where her place was. After landing on the pavement, he hid behind a wall that faced away from his house to put on his skates and helmet before heading to the Midoriya residence. Although it wasn't raining yet, there was a good chance it would be in a moment. However, the last thing on his mind was purchasing a raincoat for this circumstance. Fortunately, some of the roads had been fixed, so he could travel to his destination using one of the current routes without being noticed. Deku, you better be there when I get there. A little more than 30 minutes later, Building A of the apartment complex. This is not possible. This must be a sick joke to trick him. This simply isn't possible. This must be a dream. No, they wouldn't simply, abruptly leave in this manner. Correct. To prevent himself from going insane or exploding in rage, he had to remind himself of this. Before stopping himself from doing so and running the risk of permanently impairing his vision, however short-term, he had already rubbed his eyes enough to make them red from being rubbed raw, which had momentarily clouded his vision. The "for sale" sign had to be a fake, the apartment's nameplate had to have been replaced with a blank one to trick him, and they must have concealed their doormat and fake plant to give him the impression that he was seeing things. In all the time he had known them, they had never left. Even after Deku's father had abruptly left without saying anything and never returned, they refused to move in with the hags until they were able to recover emotionally. They had no intention of relocating. Never. At the very least, let them know if they ever made plans. They must still be present. After searching that area, he finally discovered the spare key concealed behind the nameplate. He remembered that when he was younger, on one of his last visits here, he had heard Auntie mention that she had made a backup key in case she misplaced or lost her original one. As much as he wanted to bang on the door, he didn't want to wake up anyone who might call the police or tell his parents about the racket. He grabbed the key and opened the door. He opened the door right away, prepared to locate Deku and drag her outside so they could speak, only to be confronted with an even more startling and unnerving sight. In front of him, nothing existed. Literally. There was no furniture left in the living room, hallway or foyer. The marks and line prints left by the furniture's previous location were the only clue that it had ever been there. The only sounds he could hear were thunder and the first drops of rain as the apartment's chilly air, which had previously felt cozy, now felt forgotten, chilly, literally, additionally, empty. A feeling that he didn't like more than what he had been feeling all week, and today in particular made his body tremble. Disregarding the stealth, he rushed into the house like a man on a mission, thinking, it can't be true. But without success. There is no one path and nothing. No furnishings, no food, no water or electricity. No aunt, not to mention Deku, even though the junk closet was, for once, completely empty, with only dust bunnies remaining. He made a valiant effort to deny it as he continued to search harder. The restroom was also off limits. Yes, he even peered inside the toilet, but that did nothing and only made him appear foolish. The master bedroom, nothing. He searched all over, but he was unable to locate anything. He had been deliberately delaying his investigation until now because there was only one more room. Deku's chamber. There was only a nail where the All Might-themed nameplate that had been hanging on the door's exterior was now gone. His arms, from the elbows down, were twitching and trembling from practically slamming his hands on the walls and even on the floors repeatedly to make sure he didn't crash face first into anything in his increasingly clumsy haste, biting back the pain from feeling them throb. His knees were buckling from relentlessly running all over the apartment looking for something, anything to prove himself wrong. "You better be here or I'll kill you, Deku," he said in a barely audible whisper that leaned more toward desperation than threat. He tried to persuade himself that despite what the police, his parents, or even Andy said, he wasn't the reason they left, that they didn't decide to move because of what he had been doing all this time, and that he wasn't a villain but rather a hero in training. It's not possible. He swung the door open so quickly that he didn't care if it crashed against the wall, which it did with a loud bang, and he grabbed the doorknob with his remaining strength, holding on much tighter than he had intended. To his dismay, her bedroom was as empty as the rest of the house. No furnishings, no All Might merchandise, not Deku. He stumbled inside in a daze and then tripped over his own feet, landing on his hands and knees just like he did at home. He looked around the room, barely noticing that his breathing was getting more difficult. One more attempt to locate anything, and that's when he saw it. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was something, so he quickly crawled on his hands and knees to the object in question because it was so dark inside that he couldn't tell what it was from a distance. When he eventually arrived, he was truly broken by what he saw. A single picture and a broken black Sharpie marker were on the floor. He was all too aware that the photo was the first one ever taken when the two of them wanted to test out the new Instagram camera that the Midoriyas had just acquired. In his dim memory, he remembered how much fun they had using that camera to do ridiculous stunts and pose like superheroes throughout the day. However, that first image in front of him was the initial photograph that sparked it. Deku, the sentimental nerd, ultimately decided to keep it in order to cherish that particular moment and made a vow to never allow anything to happen to it. Despite her flaws, she consistently fulfilled her commitments. However, it appears that she has cut off her relationship with Katsuki, as evidenced by the large black X that was sloppily drawn on the picture in the middle, between the two of them when they were children. In addition to the obvious dry spots where the marker had bled, which were now about as hard as dried-up nail polish, he could see up close that this had been sitting here for days, a euro, certainly longer than enough for the Sharpie to lose any use at all, even though it was clearly broken right down the middle. The bottom portion of the photo was completely covered in the black Sharpie, and the underside appeared to have gotten some of it on it as well. It took him at least a few moments to hear the satisfying snap that signified that the photo was now free from its spot and that his action had not damaged it. With shaky hesitation, he moved his right hand over to the photo for the first time, trying to be as gentle as possible as he grabbed the photo by the corner in the lower right as he carefully pried the photo from its spot. He started to study the picture more closely while slowly sitting on his legs while holding it carefully in both hands. His chest felt constricted, his body was trembling in a new way that wasn't related to physical exhaustion or anger, his eyes were starting to well up with tears once more, and his teeth were now gritting weakly against both sides of his jaw because he was unable to speak. When he saw a message written in crayon, he slowly turned the picture over, realizing that this was her handwriting before it got better years later. He could read the message as clearly as if he were reading a beginner child's storybook, even though part of the back of the picture was covered in dry black Sharpie. To his surprise, the date on the back of the picture was written days after she was diagnosed, even though the front corner displayed the correct date of the photo's taking. What he read, however, made him gasp. "INK, BFF, you're my hero Kachan, I love you." That's what caused him to lose his temper once more, but this time he hardly noticed how broken his own voice sounded. "You idiot, how could you possibly write this after everything I did to push you away? Exclamation mark. How could you ever think this after everything that I've done? Exclamation mark. Are you sick in the head? What's wrong with you? Exclamation mark. How could you ever love me after all I did to you? Exclamation mark. I even told you to end it all to get you to leave me alone. You quirkless freak, you shouldn't have wrote this knowing how I reacted when you came to school that day. How could you see me as your hero when I did nothing but make your life so difficult that it's hard to breathe? Exclamation mark. And now after all these years you finally chose to cut me out of your life when you should have done so years ago. You slow-minded midget, You stupid quirk-obsessed freak. How could you stand to be around me after everything I've done up until now? You should have fought back against me more, not give up and run away like a coward. You can't just change your mind out of nowhere like this and disappear on me. You selfish buffoon. You arrogant hag. You. The heat behind his voice gradually subsided as the tears that had begun to fall since he began his tirade began to fall in a cascade that he had never experienced since he was a toddler. His eyes were tightly closed because he couldn't bear to keep them open, and he was holding that picture against his chest as though it were a priceless object rather than a symbol of their severed ties. He was fighting back his increasing sobs, but he was struggling just as much as a man in a desperate situation trying to breathe in order to avoid suffocation. He had been trying to kill certain feelings, and the more they grew, the more real they became. Separation, isolation, pain, hopelessness. Feeling guilty. You had, and he had too. You couldn't stay, because I. Gravity had a negative effect on him. As things worsened, he felt as though his heart was disintegrating, the fissures widening with each passing second. They had to move away for their own safety. Especially for Izuku. He remained motionless, but he was aware that his mother was now with him because he could hear her and his father's footsteps coming toward him. His mother's voice was still full of guilt as she spoke. They moved away days ago. Just in time too, given what happened the other day. We met up with her late last night and she, the police, and several heroes told us what was going on with you in the school. Had we known what was really happening earlier, we would have homeschooled you and gotten you anger management years ago. We are at fault for being negligent, which is why we're going to counseling so to set us straight and make things right. His father then continued his speech, saying solemnly, "We weren't there in the morning when you woke up because we were organizing a meet-up with Inko and the police so we could confront your principal before meeting you." Needless to say, he wasn't going to back down without a fight, determined to win to ruin Izuku's life and embezzle in your succession, but in the end the toxic man finally folded when he realized that he was completely cornered and had no more resources to back him up. To put it simply, it got very ugly before you came in. That explains why the principal didn't look like a grown man, but rather like a scared 5-year-old watching a scary movie. His secretary was a notoriously nosy eavesdropper, so she heard everything, which is why he was afraid to talk on the intercom. And it clarifies why there was so much shouting prior to that declaration. As he went on, he felt his father's right hand brush against his left shoulder. Both of your student files have been mended and changed to how they originally should have been. And Izuku will be transferring to a new school that will be better for her and will finally get the therapy that she should have gotten so long ago. As for where they now live, it's been kept secret to ensure you wouldn't know. He didn't react or struggle as his parents helped him stand up. He was only dimly aware of the sound of his skates and helmet nearby because it was obvious that they had been discovered on the ground floor when he used the elevator to go up to avoid the stairs and that he was losing his balance in that box while wearing them. "We knew you would come here," his mother continued. "Sadly, I saw you just as you hid away from the front of the house. I knew where you were going. We wanted to avoid you knowing this until the next morning, but knowing you, it would be useless. We didn't notify the police, because we knew we wouldn't need to, especially at seeing you react like this." He had no idea how he was still able to hear his parents, but he was only dimly aware of everything else because he could feel his parents escorting him out of the house. His grandfather then stated, "It pains us to have to do this, but it's for your own good. Even if we were able to avoid you being sent to prison, we know that you nonetheless would never avoid a punishment altogether. At least you have a chance to continue your schooling. We'll be able to still see each other with appointed scheduling and you'll get counseling to help you. Though I hate to say this, but you're on thin ice with the authorities until you can prove that you've changed. Whatever happens, it's all up to you at this point. It hurts us to do this, to see you like this," his mom says as she holds his right wrist with her left hand and gently squeezed it. "But we know that if we didn't then things would be even worse for you and the Midoriyas both. We're doing this because we love you and we only want what's best for you at this point. Even if you might not think that, know that no matter what you do, what you did, no matter how angry you get, how much we yell at you, discipline you, no matter how much of an arrogant brat you are, we're not punishing you because we hate you, we're doing so because we love you and we always will." For Izuku Midoriya, it has only been a week since she received her powers, learned about their origins and their predecessors, confessed about everything she had gone through since being diagnosed as quirkless, her mother discovering the secrets she had been hiding from her, admitting to Mr. Yagi that he is her father and realizing that he saw her as his daughter in return, and both the healing and moving process. It seems like it happened yesterday. In that order. In just 1 week, a lot has changed a euro, more than one might imagine. The following morning, at around noon, she was taken aback when her mother informed her that they would be moving, not only to a new home and a better neighborhood because the one they were living in at the time was hostile toward her and the people there would only be nice because she had a quirk, which they didn't want. They also wanted to be closer to her new school, which Nezu had helped her find, and this one was close to both their new home and the train station, which would be helpful when it came time for the entrance exam. Izuku will also be able to fly to the beach to continue her training with Dad Might, as her mother jokingly referred to him, which made him blush. Additionally, it was to avoid Katsuki because, knowing him, he would simply reappear in her life after learning that she would not be returning to school, demanding explanations and discovering the truth. The outcome won't be attractive, though. Particularly when Night Eye told her that if everything had gone as planned without their help, that week would have been the worst and she would not have a good ending. He claimed she was better off not knowing, but she understood what he was saying. She also really didn't want to consider it. So, later that afternoon, they started moving everything they owned and putting it all in the moving van. Dad helping in between with his original and muscle form Aizawa, Smintos, who offered to help after everything that had happened the day before, and Sansa, whom Izuku got to meet because Tsukauchi would be busy with her case and sent Sansa to not only help but also keep an eye on things in case unwelcome visitors came barging in. Like the hero enthusiast she was embarrassed when the others saw her room. She was wearing merchandise from almost every hero she knew, most of which was of All Might. She blushed even more when the cement hero and the cat head police officer began giggling. When Dad admitted that he had actually expected her room to be completely filled with All Might memorabilia, she responded that it had been that way until things started to get worse as she grew older and entered middle school. She had to sell a significant amount of her merchandise to raise the money to buy new medical supplies, school supplies, and uniforms, but she only sold the less rare items and kept the rare ones for herself. When questioned, she frequently told her mother that she donated some of her merchandise to charity. This wasn't totally untrue, though, as she occasionally did donate it to charity as a euro, as long as they were prepared to pay a fair price. The only less rare items she kept were those that she had a duplicate of, which was only a handful. The rest of the hero memorabilia came from her mother, who gave it to her as gifts. These included some handmade items that her mother made specifically for her, mostly for those who had little to no merchandise or none at all for one reason or another, like a handmade Eraserhead doll, a hand-sewn Bubble Girl purse which she hadn't used yet because she was afraid that someone would destroy it, a hand-stitched Burnin' quilt, and a hand-drawn poster of a brand new underground hero that had just appeared not too long ago, better known as the aerial shadow hero, Glider Girl. She will no longer have to worry about lying to her mother or selling anything she owns to raise money for replacement supplies, but that doesn't change the fact that she kept the first aid kit on hand because it would be wise to have it on hand in case something unexpected happened. This time, though, her mother is aware that she has such supplies and will assist her in obtaining more if she starts to run out. Since it was almost time for lunch by the time they finished packing everything, they all made the decision to eat at a restaurant before continuing on to their destination. Dad had recommended an American-themed restaurant, and he insisted on paying the bill because money was not a problem because of all the work he had done as a hero for decades. Despite his frequent charitable contributions, he still had more money than he knew what to do with, so much so that people frequently said he could probably buy all of Japan with it. However, he was modest and most definitely not greedy in that regard. A euro, far from it. After everyone had eaten, they proceeded to move into the new home, which turned out to be not only a small but otherwise very roomy and beautiful two-story house, but it was also one that Nezu had bought for some sort of emergency in case something came up, and he was more than happy to let the Midoriyas move in for free. He even offered her mother a job at UA so that when the time came for her daughter to take the exams and attend UA, her mother could always be nearby to watch over her daughter, but not in a helicopter parent manner, be protected by the school in case of an emergency, and receive a higher salary than she was receiving from her previous job. She would be assigned as the principal's assistant because her mother was a skilled secretary and administrator. In addition to handling financial paperwork, she would also oversee schedules, meetings, and student evaluations. From there, everyone soon discovered where Izuku's analytical abilities came from. After speaking with her bosses, she was shocked to learn that they were more than willing to let her change jobs. They even insisted that they shouldn't stop her from pursuing it if it would better suit her and enable her to spend more time with her daughter. Giving her her last paycheck, which was double what she had previously received, as well as a lovely farewell gift of a box of chocolates and a bouquet of lovely yellow roses as a token of goodwill, inspired her to put in her best effort moving forward. Which was a relief because it made the transition much easier. They were very kind to give the woman lovely gifts, and they made a mental note to send a thank you card later as a token of appreciation. In addition to touring the house, the remainder of the day was devoted to getting everything settled and organized so that the following day they could concentrate solely on resting and healing before beginning Izuku's therapy the following day. Fortunately, her first therapy session went smoothly because the person who saw her, Lenora K. Yukina, was a very understanding woman in her mid-40s who was half Japanese and half American. She also had a quirk that was ideal for the situation, which allowed her to feel the emotions of the person in front of her and thus be able to empathize with them more readily without appearing to be pitting them. She was even given panic and anti-anxiety medications in case something went wrong, but thanks to the girls, she would only need to take the medication if absolutely necessary because they wanted to help her avoid any potentially dangerous situations. Occasionally, though, if it became too much, she would take the medication as directed. The therapist was actually very cooperative and happy to hear that she had some very healthy outlets. She was even happier to hear that her father and the others were there to make sure she was okay and were reminding her not to overdo it. Even with her other personalities, it was best to have these suggestions just in case. She also made it clear that if she started to have a setback, she should talk to her right away. She even offered some suggestions of other constructive things she could do in case she needed more than her current outlets to ensure that she wouldn't have any lingering negative thoughts roaming around or become closed up like a clam. She was supposed to see her therapist at least once a week after that, and twice a week if she started to get worse. Hopefully, they could avoid that because they didn't need any setbacks, especially in light of everything that had happened recently. After that, she spent the remainder of the week working at the beach with her dad, spending time with her mother, and occasionally participating in beach cleanup events. When she wasn't occupied, she handled paperwork to get her enrolled in her new school and set herself up to begin working with the UA principal. Speaking of the beach, she spent that time practicing using her new powers so that she could not only get used to them but also learn any other abilities she might have in secret without anyone snooping on them. She also worked on clearing a beach in her normal form, which they estimated had gone by faster because she had gained strength in her base form. She had also learned a few new things during that time. One was that, in addition to being an animal lover, Bubbles also had the ability to communicate with animals thanks to her powers. She discovered this ability when she heard the cry of a poor kitten who was trapped under some rubble, and fortunately, she was able to rescue the little creature before more people could fall on top of it. When she was taken to a veterinarian, the veterinarian not only informed her that her injuries were minor, but also that the poor creature had recently been abandoned by her owner, whom they had helped with his cat giving birth to her babies weeks prior. This infuriated Bubbles, not just because she was horrified by animal cruelty in general and made a note to report it to the police right away. They also told her that she had a quirk, which was uncommon for animals, but it happened because there were a few reports of such a thing. She was aware of this since she had previously read reports on the topic. In addition to making the little creature even cuter, the quirk in question made it possible for the kitten to fly without wings by using her mind. It was thought to be a very useful quirk. However, there was another issue. Although there were reports of quirked animals, she had also witnessed some of them being either captured and taken away to be experimented on or killed unfairly for simply existing, which was heartbreaking and made her and Bubbles cry and want to scream in outrage. Fortunately, some of these animals were not only taken in by good people and found forever homes, but occasionally they were also made as dependable animal companions for heroes, depending on what their quirks were. She did know a good number of heroes who always accompanied them. She practically begged her mother to let them adopt the little cat after thinking about it and recalling one of the suggestions her therapist had given her about possibly getting a therapy pet. She did so because she was heartbroken after learning about the little thing's fate and because the cat seemed to have a quirk that made it slightly smarter than other cats in its species. Whether or not they gain true sentience depends on the situation and varies from one species to another. The only animal they knew who was truly sentient and had great intelligence was Nezu because of his high-specs quirk, which made him much smarter than humans. In addition, the kitten had already become attached to her daughter, and it was adorable. Fortunately, the girl kitten had already received all of her vaccinations and had only been abandoned a few hours prior. The police were able to apprehend the man who had abandoned the kitten and arrested him for animal cruelty and allegedly bribing the officers. The rest of the kitten's family, who were all thankfully found shortly after, were taken to an animal shelter to find forever homes after they learned that only this particular kitten had a quirk, while the rest of her littermates and their mother were quirkless. This prevented the little one from becoming ill, though it did require a thorough bath to remove the dirt and sand. The kitten in question was a tuxedo cat because the majority of its body was covered in black fur, with only white fur surrounding its muzzle, underbelly, and paws. Her most notable feature, however, was her gorgeous coral pink eyes. Izuku gave the kitten the name Sango, which means coral in Japanese, because she had a quirk that caused her eyes to be a completely different color than typical cat eyes. The small cat purred contentedly at that, indicating that she enjoyed it. And the UA principal was more than happy to let her bring her kitten on as a partner. He quickly gave her mother the paperwork needed for the kitten to be registered, and he also helped make sure the kitten had a collar as well as the supplies needed to care for, train, and amuse it. Mr. Aizawa, who loves cats and has 3 cats at home, primarily helped with this. Even willing to assist her mother in presenting her case to the principal of her new middle school, arguing that the kitten's registration as a therapy pet and potential partner justified her need for the animal. The second thing she learned was that she had laser eyes from Kaoru, a power that was rarely used because the first time it occurred was an anomaly when the girls were attempting to try a new strategy to stop him, only to have a few setbacks and the outcome not working out as they had hoped. She gained excellent target practice with it and took the time to learn how to use mirrors to quickly reroute her lasers when confronting an adversary. Fortunately, unlike some cartoon characters, she had total control over her lasers, so they wouldn't turn on unless she wanted them to, and she could easily turn them off when she wasn't using them. In contrast, she remembered a fictional character who had laser eyes but couldn't live comfortably without a special pair of goggles to prevent him from accidentally lasering something he didn't want to destroy because he couldn't turn them off. The third thing she learned came from Momoko. Although she was unaware of her own power, she had a gut feeling that she would eventually discover that she possessed ice breath, which she learned about when she accidentally blew, enabling her to use the power while attempting to prevent an unexpected tub of junk from falling on top of her. This created a number of new opportunities, including the ability to use ice breath to keep things cool when they became too hot, whether it was the atmosphere or an object, to keep food items cold, to freeze her opponents, to freeze water to make an ice rink if she so desired, to put out fires with an icy wind, to keep collapsing structures from collapsing until everyone in the area was evacuated, and to help her control her ice breath in smaller amounts. Her mother particularly used it once when she wanted to make freshly made ice cream and asked her daughter to use it to make the mixture cool faster so that everyone could enjoy the delicious treat. It also served as a means of helping her manage her ice breath in smaller amounts, which helped her control it and tasted pretty well. Not only that, but Blossom was able to transform her bow into a boomerang, which she could use to attack her opponents from a distance. If she caught the boomerang bow and put it back on her head, it would return to its original position without requiring her to remove her ponytail or tie it by hand. Additionally, if she were to misplace the bow, a new one would appear in its place. Then, late on Thursday night, she found out what had happened that day, or rather, what had started since late Wednesday night, based on what she had heard on the news and what was told to her after everything was said and done. Her mother, father, and Tsukauchi had called Auntie Mitsuki to arrange a private meeting. The heroes found incriminating evidence of the crimes in question after gathering all the evidence related to her case, much of which it appears that the people of her former school didn't even bother trying hard enough to hide the increasing evidence beyond just trying to bury what's on the surface and even trying to delete some of the footage. This was especially true because a certain hybrid principal was exceptionally skilled at hacking and restoring footage to the point that you would think it was never tampered with. When he saw everything that happened, he was equally furious and completely hysterical, the former because he was disgusted by how she was treated and how the school was run. It would have been an understatement to say that Auntie and Uncle were mortified, heartbroken, disgusted, and furious after discovering what had been going on in their son's middle school, what their son had been doing to Izuku, and all the other unfair things they had done around the two of them, especially with regard to the girl. Which resulted in their decision to accompany them to the school to meet with the principal in order to resolve this matter permanently. Dad would not be present because he needed to make his own preparations, which were they. She wouldn't find out until the news came out later. Aldera Junior High was obviously no longer in existence. The school was being completely and utterly shut down for good due to numerous crimes that were committed there, such as quirk discrimination and quirkless discrimination, especially misconduct, unlawful and illegal manipulation of documents, gross negligence, child abuse, abuse of power, encouragement of bullying, participation in bullying, ill regard to stop said bullying, sabotaging student files and grades, falsifying documents and projecting a false image of a school, false accusations and unlawful punishments on students, emotional and psychological manipulation and abuse, false teachings, refusing to listen to parents when asked to get a handle on it and demanded the bullying to stop and pointing out the unfairness towards their children and instead proceeded to make things worse. No regard in stopping the children from illegally using their quirks on each other and especially towards those who either had very little or no power whatsoever and were often used as target practice in gym or even in the classrooms. Bodily harm on the student body, attempt of assault on parents and law enforcement. Ill regard towards the privacy and welfare of students. Embezzlement, blaming fake villain attacks for students becoming so severely injured to the point of needing to be taken to a hospital. Attempt in escaping law enforcements, bribery, forced manual labor on students in detention. Destruction of property of items belonging to students, lying to the school board and federal officers, numerous falsified evidence and claims, misconduct of quirk counseling, mistreatment of autistic, impaired and disabled students, complete disregard to corralling the mentally unstable students, and, most despicably, aiding and abetting in villainy and encouraging villainy and even on occasion suicide baiting. And that was just one of the many crimes she could recall because there were so many that she became distracted. The principal and the majority of the school's employees were taken into custody, particularly those who resisted arrest, attempted to buy their way out, and showed no remorse for their actions. Even though only a very small number of teachers realized their mistakes and the seriousness of their sentences, they begged on their hands and knees to be given another chance. As a result, even though they were still under arrest, they would receive a lighter sentence if they cooperated. However, in exchange, they would have to spend a brief period of time in jail, write numerous letters of apology to the families of the students they had wronged for so long, be placed on parole, have their teaching license permanently revoked, and attend mandatory counseling. As for the students, a huge majority of them face serious problems with the police. A handful of them being sent to any of the level juvies depending on how serious their crimes were. A smaller handful outright actually being arrested and put in prison. While others, those who were willing to comply with the police and beg to not be sent away, were absolutely blacklisted from attending any hero school in Japan, would be on probation and got a serious grounding from their families. Some students were either sent to military school or were to be homeschooled until they could apply for college online, as no earnest hard-working high school or college was willing to take in students who bullied and abused others for anything, which most of the time would result in those former students going on to online college to avoid any mishaps. While others who came from bad households were taken from their families and were now put in foster homes until they can find better families to take them in or until they turned 18. Every student had to attend counseling for what they've done, especially when some of them really realized how much they ruined their own lives for their deeds alone. While some students, they being a super small handful, were actually taken away to a mental hospital as their cases were more severe than the others mentally speaking, especially when it was found out that none of the teachers did anything to manage the more unstable students. And even some, who still wanted to be able to become genuine heroes even after everything, were, depending on circumstances, allowed to attend a select few hero schools who had a rehabilitation program to help them to learn from their past egregious mistakes and avoid falling through the cracks and turning into villainy themselves, and also potentially someday becoming heroes if they truly wanted to earnestly earn that again. In addition to being extremely relieved to be out of that horrible nightmare of a school, a small number of students who were also victims of bullying were permitted to transfer to other schools that were more strict about their rules and particularly detested bullying. They were also seen by doctors to ensure that any injuries they may have had were treated, and they would receive counseling to help them deal with the trauma they had been forced to endure. Others who did not want to be heroes but instead wanted to be good, hardworking civilians who used their quirks to improve society were sent to schools that would help them achieve that and also took their rules very seriously. Some of those students who wanted to be heroes in their own right attended schools that would allow them to participate in their dream hero schools, and even those who wanted to work in the support department to assist heroes behind the scenes, giving them the necessary quirk counseling and training so that their quirks could be ready for those sort of calibers. A small number of adults who have long since graduated from that school are being investigated by the police until further notice. As for anyone who graduated and is currently enrolled in high school or college and was equally as bad as the other bullies, they were all immediately expelled and taken in by the police. In contrast, other students who had long since graduated from that school and were now enrolled in high school, college, or adulthood, and who were not only decent people but also victims of all the bullying and abuse there, received a public apology for everything that had happened in that junior high, as well as financial compensation straight out of the former teachers' own wallets, including from the items that had to be sold from them in order to pay it all back when they hardly had any change left in their wallets. Izuku's heart stopped when she heard that Katsuki Bakugo and 7 other students had been sent to level 10 juvenile detention. The list of which students would be sent to which level of juvenile detention was practically as long as a hilarious cartoon list of things you would see on an old cartoon that someone would have, in other words, ridiculously long. She was aware of the seriousness of the situation. Having heard his report at school, he even received extra credit for his thoroughness on the subject, and she knew what they would be up against. Even though she knew they were to blame and that it was entirely their own fault, she still felt sorry for them. Now that they have made their beds, they have to lie in them. Knowing how cruel Juvie would be, she would never want to inflict ill will on anyone, even those who wronged her. Whatever happens to them would be their own fault, and she can only hope that one of them would have a chance to make amends or at least stay safe in the future. Kaoru made the sensible decision to remain silent because she understood that, despite her belief that Izuku shouldn't feel bad and that they should be held accountable for their previous actions, she knew that this time it was best to keep quiet. In spite of the restraining orders, her mother informed her that Inko and Mitsuki would still be able to communicate with each other, but only once a month due to the circumstances. In addition, the Bakugos would be attending family therapy to resolve the situation and, fortunately, would still be able to visit their son at a prearranged time. As requested, this was kept completely out of their work life so they could continue to perform their jobs without any problems. This was especially true when it seemed that their bosses at work understood their feelings, as they had troubled children of a similar caliber to their own son, so they were understanding and agreed to keep quiet around other coworkers and so on. However, the two families needed time apart for the time being, particularly because Inko's heart was broken knowing that her former nephew had tortured her only daughter while his parents, albeit unknowingly, had failed to fulfill their parental responsibilities and allowed this to occur. It was best that they stayed away from the Midoriya and only called occasionally to see how things were going until they could regain their trust. Although her mother did mention that earlier, Katsuki had gone to their old apartment to confront them, likely demanding answers or, worse, giving her a deadly throttling to remember. However, he realized that they had already moved and began to rampage through the apartment, thankfully without explosives, in an attempt to find them, gradually realizing that it was all his fault and that they had actually moved out. When his parents found him, he was crying in her old bedroom, holding a photo that she had ruined just before she and her mother left the apartment permanently. She recalled that Izuku was standing by herself in her room for the final time, taking in everything and realizing that she was moving. Her empty and soon-to-be empty room served as evidence that everything would change after today, and that she would bid her former bully farewell for good without actually meeting him. However, after everything she had been through, everything she had learned about these powers and their predecessors, everything she had confessed to the others, and everything, she remembered pulling out the picture she had kept since she was a Childa Euro, the picture of them taken around the time she and her mother got that new camera. She had kept it even after the bullying began, partly because she was naively hoping that one day he would realize his mistake and become her friend again. However, she knew that keeping that picture would only be a hindrance at this point, especially since it only brought back unpleasant memories. Instead of being her friend, brother, or partner, Katsuki Bakugo was now her tormentor and bully. Her monster. She knew she had to accept that, even though it was a difficult pill to swallow. Even though she didn't get angry very often, she did occasionally get angry, especially when the girls told her that it was okay to be angry as long as she didn't let it get to her head and do something foolish. Instead of ripping it in two, she took out a black Sharpie marker and repeatedly made an X between the two of them on the picture, pressing the marker too hard without realizing that she was squeezing it too tightly to the point that it broke into pieces and bleed out like spilled ink on parchment paper. Yes, she was strong enough in her true form to accomplish that because of the extra strength she had acquired from these powers. Fortunately, her hand was unharmed despite breaking that Sharpie, but she still needed to practice to avoid doing it again because it was annoying when she broke your writing instrument without intending to. Given her past experiences, Momoko told her to leave the mess alone and let the photo serve as her farewell message because there was a good chance the boy would later look into it and try to demand answers. Even though she disliked leaving a mess behind, This condemning form of farewell would have to do and possibly even stop him in his tracks because she would prefer never to face that boy again, especially since there is a good chance, though it would be very slim, that he would flee from everything to become a vigilante and even try to hunt her down to get answers. And in the end, it appeared to have been a smart decision. He realizes now that it was all over. But, in spite of everything, she still hopes that, for once in his life, he will pay attention and begin to try to put things right. It is now entirely up to him what occurs at this point. And as she would later find out, her father had organized a press conference to address the bullying after the news to spread the word. He gave examples of why it is illegal, unacceptable, and sometimes can lead someone to turn into a villain because they had no other option, or as a way to get revenge, or because they had no other choice. He also said that those who torture others may later be labeled as villains themselves, and that sometimes the victims would turn into the monsters they are accused of if they didn't attempt suicide to escape first. All of the above frequently become so lost that they actually start to enjoy being the bad guys and even forget the good people they once were. Bullying will lead to a world of trouble and bring down anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in it, whether they are the victim, the perpetrator, or just an innocent bystander on the sidelines. This is true regardless of whether someone has a quirk or not, whether they have a heroic quirk or a villainous quirk, and regardless of their status. As mentioned earlier, bullying can occasionally even produce villains if it is not dealt with right away. He even mentioned a couple of cases that he had handled in the past, uttering catchy phrases that touched people's emotions deeply. Then came the question about quirklessness and bullying victims. The reporter who asked the question didn't let the hero respond right away, instead letting him go on a casual tirade against the quirkless, using the word as a curse and saying other horrible things as if he were just talking positively about the weather. He didn't even point out any positive aspects of the weather, just used apparent faults and used quirklessness as if it were an abomination, which, when captured on camera, really irritated All Might if his hands turning deathly pale is any indication. It goes without saying that this reporter would go down in history as one of the very few individuals who was not an active criminal but was nonetheless a very bad person who truly irritated All Might on live television and faced one of the worst lawsuits in Japan's history, mostly from other reporters and then some from All Might himself. This was especially true after All Might said the one thing that no one in the entire world could ever think was possible. Why wouldn't I care about the quirkless? Their lives are just as valuable as the lives of every person who has a quirk. Quirklessness doesn't mean worthless, and there's always more to a person than meets the eye. This I know because before my quirk manifested roughly a year before attending U, I myself was effectively quirkless. She, her mother, and Aizawa were aware of this since the erasure hero asked him on that fateful day whether he was truly quirkless when he first started out. Everyone, especially Izuku, who he had never told until then, was taken aback when he replied that he was, in fact, like Izuku before he met his mentor. This caused him to apologize for not saying it from the start as well as for his response to her question at the time, which, despite being kind and helpful, felt incredibly unfair and hypocritical given that he had also begun at the bottom of the barrel. His self-loathing at his weak state and the fact that he had been alone since he and his former sidekick had broken up did not help at all, and he felt like a total hypocrite for forgetting his origins at that point. Eraserhead would have very well strangled the top hero to death for forgetting something that important if it weren't for his somewhat heartbreaking but kind response at the time, which encouraged her to pursue a career path as honorable as being a hero. He also apologized shortly after the incident with the sludge villain and took her under his wing to train her so she'd be ready for UA, and he's been helping her throughout the day as she tries to figure out her new powers. Even so, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, and Night Eye continued to reprimand him for forgetting that small detail right away, and they undoubtedly still gave him a few bumps on the head that left him battered later. He went into muscle form to avoid getting badly thrashed, but at least he didn't look like a big bruised summer peach that had its contents drained out. The man who asked the question essentially said, WH what? In a way that was extremely shocking to all of the other reporters and onlookers. You heard me, sir. The hero responded, the last part holding a bit of venom which made said reporter shudder as All Might then went to explaining. Calmly get very firm with far more sincerity than others could recall. That may be a hard pill to swallow, but I am not joking when I say that I started off without any power of my own, and even though back then it was somewhat more evenly split between the quirked and the quirkless, it doesn't change the fact that like every other person who didn't have a power, I was subjected to bullying by my fellow peers and even not treated quite fairly by adults, especially those who were supposed to be teaching me and treating me like they would treat any other student. Like them, I faced the harsh torrent of being seen as less than favorable and seen as nothing more than a nuisance, collateral damage waiting to happen, a waste of space, a stupid extra who will never amount to anything. And after having seen how much worse it is in the present only makes me horrified and angered about how everything went so horribly wrong as the years pass. Even after I gained my quirk far later than most people do. I can't ever forget where I started off, nor can I forget about how I was treated back then, and yet despite that none of that stopped me from being the hero that I am today. In fact, I even sometimes used the hurt from the past to push me to do better, to never let it get to me nor let it stop me from doing what's right. Push me to work harder as well as smarter, to be an example for others to follow, motivate me to become the hero that my dearly beloved and departed mentor believed that I could be. While fighting the villains comes as no surprise for every single hero out there. For me, I value rescuing people the most, saving those who are backed against a corner all because of things that aren't their fault, those who have been tossed away by society for things they had no control over, those who were automatically labeled something bad all because of one little thing or for one little trivia thing or foolish mistake, those who had become lost either due to the people who had wronged them or because no one lent them a hand when they need it the most. No matter if they have a quirk or not, every life is valuable, life is precious and should never be squandered over something as trivial as whether or not a person has a quirk or not. My past even inspires me to give hope to others just as my mentor had given me hope. To let them know that even when times are bad there'll always be somebody to lend a hand no matter what situation they may find themselves in, give them the hope they need to persevere through the most heartbreaking of trials and even inspire that same hope in others along the way. Believe me when I say that the quirkless are just as capable of achieving amazing feats as those with quirks can, even if there are some things that they cannot do for one reason or another. Although some find a way to overcome those hurdles, it doesn't change the fact that their lives are just as important as everyone else's. Quirks aren't everything, and that shouldn't determine what your life is going to be like. It's what you yourself do that matters more. So, going forward, I suggest you be more mindful in what you say to people or say about them or how you treat them from now on, because as far as you know you're calling me a worthless quirkless nobody as well. He claimed that although he now has a quirk, he was ultimately just as much a member of that quirkless group as the other 20% of people on the planet. To have the gall to say all those terrible things to All Might while being aware of a portion of his past that he had long concealed on camera. That reporter essentially referred to the top Japanese hero as a piece of trash, a useless waste of space, a life that was not even worth saving, much less mentioning, and so on. The police had to escort the man out of the press conference room because the reporters had banded together and were beating the living daylights out of him in their justified outrage. The rest of the press conference didn't continue until he was removed because everyone wanted to forget about that man, and the hero couldn't blame them. There was no way that man was going to leave that room unscathed or alive, much less without a pair of handcuffs slapped on his wrist. The remainder of the conference proceeded without any further problems. The hero also disclosed that, although it is extremely uncommon, there is a very small chance that someone will exhibit their quirk much later than 9 years of age. In some cases, even adults may exhibit their quirks, but primarily because they have a quirk that was so invisible that the doctors mislabeled them as having none at all or were unable to determine what the quirk was using normal methods. There are also reports and articles of such things happening that support this. From discussing his beloved mentor Nana Shimura, a well-known hero who gave her life to save him and her friend from death when he was still in his final year at UA, not naming her killer, but stating that justice was served years later as of nearly 6 years ago, to discussing some of the cases in which he assisted those in the particular situations he had discussed, and so forth. All Might responded honestly and matter-of-factly when asked what he thought of people with extremely weak quirks or those that appeared to be evil. Just like with the quirkless, their status shouldn't dictate what they are as people. No matter how weak or powerful, seemingly heroic or villainous at a glance, the quirk doesn't determine the person, it's the person wielding the quirk that matters more. Even you, my fellow reporters, should know by now that there are even heroes who, despite the appearance of their quirks, have become great heroes. Such as Mirko. Despite having a rabbit quirk, she proves that she's anything but timid or docile and could most certainly kick you into next week. Then there's Best Jeanist, who although has an odd and seemingly feeble quirk proves that he could do more than just take apart clothes at the literal seams, as he can control the fibers of clothing to constrict and ensnare multiple opponents at once. Fat Gum, who has proven that just because his quirk makes him rounder doesn't mean that he can't use his fat quirk to apprehend enemies and even unleash a powerful attack from the hits he takes. Then take Shishido and Gang Orca. Just because they have scary appearances in battle due to their quirks, it doesn't mean they are bad people, for they are both more than just strong warriors in battle, but they are also gentle giants, especially when it comes to kids. Then there's Eraserhead. Although he is an underground hero and his quirk isn't combat-oriented, we shouldn't forget the fact that he's more than capable of fighting against his opponents no matter what kind of quirk they have. Even those who have mutant and heteromorphic quirks won't stop him from doing his job, proving time and time again that even when fighting quirkless he is not somebody to trifle with. And then there's Razor Slash, who despite having a quirk that can allow him to manifest any kind of blade in the world, he's proven that just because his blades are dangerous doesn't mean that he himself is dangerous to people who need his help the most. And let's not forget about Shy Bright. Just because her quirk can sometimes be a little too bright, it doesn't mean it is automatically dangerous. Just because it can potentially cause permanent blindness, it doesn't mean that she would purposely use it on civilians nor go too far. Even in a desperate crisis, she would only make sure it was temporary. Just to name a couple of examples, a quirk is what you make of it, no matter what kind it may be, no matter what appearance it may take on. What you yourself do with your quirk should be what matters more, regardless of what anybody else says. And it also shouldn't matter where you came from, whether you had a simple background or if your family has problems of some sort. Or even if one of your relatives used to be a villain. Rich or poor, whether you have a legacy or not, none of that should matter either. What you do with your life right now is up to you alone. Nobody has any right to dictate your life just because of either your quirk status, lack thereof, or even the status of your own lineage or something else entirely. Nobody is a prisoner of their bloodline, let alone lineage. No human or animal has any right to dictate your life due to your own circumstances. It's you who determines what kind of person you will become. These and numerous other of his responses struck a chord with many of the audience members, particularly those who had been going through a very difficult period for years. They gave them the courage, hope, and encouragement they needed to keep going through the similar challenges they were facing. Even a number of school districts began to heed his advice and began enforcing the policies against bullying and favoritism toward students, regardless of their status, peculiarity or lack thereof, or ancestry. Even heroes who received criticism from fans because of their peculiarities, costumes, or fighting style gained more admirers and supporters who encouraged them, telling them to keep up the good work and that they were doing a great job. This gave them the extra motivation they needed to keep going. In order to address the issue and provide the therapy and direction they require to overcome the issues their abusers have caused them, children who were experiencing severe bullying situations found the courage to inform their parents and even the police about what had been happening. Those with what appeared to be villainous eccentricities in particular were motivated to defend themselves, disprove the accusations made against them, and demonstrate to their persecutors that they are capable of achieving their goals and more. Additionally, those with seemingly insignificant quirks were given the hope they needed to keep going, inspire them to persevere and disprove their bullies, show them that their quirks could be very helpful, and show them that no matter what life threw at them, they too could achieve their goals. Izuku has been receiving numerous reports from the new tablet that Nezu kindly gave her as a gift, and so on. Speaking of him, when the IQ test was administered, it was found to be incredibly high. In fact, it was so high that, even at her age, she could easily earn a degree in quirk doctrine. This only made him happy and determined to support her in developing her innately high IQ. In addition, she would be learning how to fight quirklessly from the Erasure hero. He wanted to make sure she knew how to fight hand-to-hand without her powers in case something went wrong, because there was a difference between having strong muscles and knowing how to fight hand-to-hand. Moreover, the combination of both skills and her abilities would only make her stronger and more adaptable. Every Sunday at 10 a.m. and every Wednesday at 4:30 p.m., she would be scheduled to take lessons with them both. About every other Sunday and Thursday, Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino would assist her when they could. The former would teach her how to anticipate her opponents and how to handle paperwork like filing reports and handling investigative cases, while the latter would teach her how to be adaptable, quick, and quick-witted in combat. At the moment, they were investigating the Yakuza because they had been active lately in such a way that the foresighted hero needed the older veteran's assistance in locating the smugglers in their operations, trying to determine what they were up to. A lot can happen in a short amount of time, so the past week seemed to fly by. Nevertheless, she was thankful that she and her mother now had people who could support them, be there for them, and lend a helping hand when they needed it most. In addition to being pleasant and safer, Their new neighborhood also had neighbors who were not as judgmental and narrow-minded as their previous neighbors. They believed that their lives would improve going forward, that the future was now more clear than ever, and that even if they had to face some difficulties, they would undoubtedly be easier to handle than before. She lay in bed excitedly but anxiously, wondering what the morning would bring at her new school. She can only hope that this new beginning will allow her to have true friends her own age for the first time in years, whom she can treasure, who will accept her for who she is and vice versa, find future hero partners, and perhaps even attend the same high school as her. After checking 4 times before going to bed, she stopped herself for the 17th time that evening to make sure she had everything. She had a brand new backpack which not only looked exactly like her old one but was new and improved as it had more pockets and resembled more of the yellow sleeping bag that the Erasure hero always carried around. Brand new crisp and clean notebooks, pens, pencils and school supplies that were All Might edition which were courtesy of the Foresight hero, along with a letter telling her to give it her all at her new school and reminding her to remain calm and that everything will be all right. Her brand new uniform given to her by her mother along with her new school ID. A brand new first aid kit courtesy of Recovery Girl, as she wanted her to have a new sturdier kit in case something were to go awry, along with the letter that gave her the reassurance that she had made sure that changes were made to her file in regards of her quirk status. A small bottle of pepper spray which the Eraser hero gave to her and made sure that she knew to use as a precaution so she wouldn't get in trouble with vigilante laws. And of course her power belt, all of which she kept in a hammer space which she discovered not too long ago, as unlike with girls she had the power to hide her belt and even any other non-living object inside a timeless space that only she herself has access to. And if she needed any of those items, all she needed to do was simply think of the object in mind, gently reach for it within, and it would come to her instantaneously. This also led her to discover that even without the belt the girls would still pop in without issue. In a nutshell, she can only attribute the hammer space a term typically used to describe a character having an odd kind of space where they store their belongings so that, when needed, they would just pop out or be pulled out from out of nowhere as a power that she herself can use, whether in her true form or even in any of her other forms. This was her superpower and hers alone. The best part was that no one could steal anything from her because she could keep everything she needed in that area. She and the others agreed that it would be very helpful, especially if she needed to carry special and secret objects discreetly without raising suspicions in any way. She could even store food there. Even freshly ordered takeout from a restaurant would stay hot, fresh, and delicious even after being in the hammer space for a few days. Recovery Girl claims that because the space is timeless, she could keep the food there for as long as she wanted without experiencing any negative effects. This also applied to any non-living object she placed inside, regardless of how long it was there or anything else. The only restriction she had was that she couldn't keep anything in that area that was significantly taller than herself. Fortunately, that wasn't a major problem, and it goes without saying that she couldn't keep anything alive in there. In addition to being close to her new home, this new school was highly recommended by Nezu himself. It was a semi-private but semi-regular school with beautiful architecture, a number of clubs and recreational activities for any students who attended, support for cooperation, and most importantly a strict no-bullying policy. Unlike her previous school, the staff was willing to hear both sides of the story before making any assumptions and made sure to gather all of the evidence before deciding who was guilty or not. Even though her therapist said that years of trauma had contributed to her anxiety and uncertainty, she wasn't going to let that stop her from starting over, even though she only had a few months left before the UA entrance exam. She was determined to make the most of her new time at her new school while she could. Even though the likelihood was much lower this time, it didn't hurt to make sure that was ingrained in her mind before she started her first day of school. She was required to call the others for assistance if something went wrong at school, as long as she made sure to excuse herself so that she could call them in a private area so that she wouldn't be disturbed or unintentionally disturb the class. They even devised a method for her to discreetly send an SOS by simply sending her location to all of her contacts in the event that she was unable to do so via text or audio phone call. Being cautious was preferable to being sorry. She finally let out a yawn, taking this as a reminder to begin sleeping so she wouldn't wake up exhausted. After setting her alarm, she lay down again next to her sleeping cat and closed her eyes. Before long, she was sound asleep, surrounded by the embrace of dreams. It would be a huge understatement to say that it opened the youngest Todoroki's eyes. He never imagined that this would occur on one of the few occasions when his father would not be home at all because of a serious investigation that would take more than a few hours. This would give him a rare day off, which he always treasured because having to train with him was always torturous for just about every reason. Before he realized that his hands were getting wet from the tears streaming down from his face, he was unaware that tears were streaming from his eyes as the number one hero's words brought back a memory he had long forgotten because of everything he had experienced because of his father. He was only thankful that their brother was already living in a college dorm so no one would see him in his state and that his sister wasn't home because she was staying out late for a nightly conference with her coworkers at the school where she worked. He didn't want anyone to inquire as to why he was crying. He never shed a tear in front of anyone, especially since his mother was committed to a mental health facility after she unintentionally lost her temper and accidentally sprayed him with hot water, something she deeply regretted. He would prefer to avoid it at all costs, only crying in private if the day got particularly bad, because he knew that his father would only get upset if he ever witnessed him crying. He refused to cry in front of anyone, even though it was painful for his sister to watch him try to hide his emotions so he wouldn't cry in front of her. Even though this was one occasion when the evening wasn't too bad, watching the press conference that All Might was hosting was truly eye-opening. His remarks struck a deep chord with him, particularly when he recalled watching a video of him using similar language when he was younger and his mother was still living. It was one of the few occasions when they could spend time together without his father breathing down their necks. Did I truly forget everything? Looking down at his left hand, he had asked himself, allowing those words to cling to his memory as he remembered what his All Might had said at the time. Yes, that's right, children often do inherit quirks from their parents or develop similar power sets. But the most important thing to remember is that a quirk is what you make of it, regardless of your history. You decide how you want to use it. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. Only you can decide to be a hero, no one else. Take this to heart, kids. You've got it. Did I truly forget what? Then, Mom said. Then he remembered what his mother had told him, and he thought to himself. Honey, you do still want to be a hero, don't you? Just remember, stay true to yourself. You are not a prisoner of your lineage, it's okay to use your power, to become who you want to be. As it rested in the palm of his left hand, he let himself form a tiny ball of flame, and more tears started to fall. For the first time in a long time, he felt that when he truly considered it, he was using his quirk at this very moment. These flames were created by him. No one else but him, not even his father. These were his own flames. The more he considered it, the more he realized that just because he had his father's firepower, it didn't mean that his father had ice powers because he didn't have the same quirk as his son. Similarly, just because he inherited his mother's ice quirk, it didn't mean that she had fire powers either. These were a combination of both of his parents' quirks, but as All Might once said, a quirk is what you make of it, and this was his quirk. He was at a loss for words when he realized that he had actually forgotten why he had wanted to be a hero in the first place. He did want to be a hero, but he had forgotten what he wanted to achieve. The more he considered it, the more he realized that it all stemmed from his father's attempts to make him his tool, his masterpiece, something to help him accomplish what the flame hero himself couldn't. For so long, he had been attempting to reject his father and his fireside that he had lost sight of his own objective in the pursuit of surpassing All Might. Now, though, his last thought was, I can't stay here. He closed his left hand into a fist and swallowed the ball of fire as it defeated inside, ignoring the smoke and simmering sound coming from Ida Euro, not just because he was immune to his own fireworks. As it went on for a little while longer about abuse and toxic environments to avoid, he glanced back at that TV one last time. His sister has fortunately been able to avoid it and has not grown resentful or cold, but what about him? The house itself wasn't poisonous, it was just the man who lived there. He would forget once more if he remained here, and things would only get worse. After all this time, he had finally gained clarity, which he couldn't lose. He remembered that his older brother Natsuo had attempted to call the police on his father years prior, but it was unsuccessful. Although he never discovered who had made the unusual call in the first place, it didn't alter the fact that his father was skilled at hiding the truth from the public. He took his youngest son's training very seriously and merely stated that it was nonsense. No one could believe that something very serious was going on in his family life because he was the public's second favorite hero. It was the truth in his own eyes, but it was the total opposite in the eyes of his family and anyone else who would ever learn. The more he considered it, the more he was incensed at the idea that his father had essentially become a quitter, merely having children to use as instruments to accomplish what he had been unable to do for years on end, regardless of the suffering he had caused to those who were meant to be his family. Shoto had no desire to be used as a weapon against All Might, and his father only offered him his mother before she was taken away. He didn't want to be the instrument used to remove the top hero from his lofty but modest position, even though he aspired to be an incredible hero like him. It would be pointless to even attempt to protest against his father. No matter how many times he had voiced his disapproval of his treatment and everything else, he simply ignored him. He needed to be in charge of everything, including his training, his diet, the amount of break time he was permitted, which was very little, when he went to bed and when he woke up. Before punching him or making their training go longer than planned, his father would simply say that there was no place for backtalk and that he had to listen to him. There were no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He knew what was best. The way his father treated him made it impossible for him to even try to socialize with anyone because all he could see was people wanting to rub shoulders with him simply because he was his father's son. Even when his father enrolled him in school, it was a private institution where many people did nothing but suck up to him because his father was the number 2 hero. Not because his father was a hero, but because he didn't know how to make friends who liked him for who he was. He had no idea how to identify people who were more modest and kind to stay close to. The school itself offered a good educational environment, but that didn't change the fact that he felt very alone when it came to interacting with his own peers. The only good thing was that his teachers treated him like any other student they had. The longer that thought persisted, the more he realized how lonely he truly was. Even though he didn't express it aloud and even though a part of him didn't want to acknowledge it, it was still evident that he had no one his own age to confide in, talk to, or go to. Yes, he has a sister, but she was older than him by a number of years, was already an adult with a job, and while she does care about him and does her best to support him in lieu of their mother, she was helpless to stop their father from doing what he has been doing. She was aware that she would never be able to take the place of their mother. She simply felt helpless, which was evident when she displayed it when she believed no one was observing. She wished for them all to be a happy family once more, but sadly, that would never be possible because too much harm had been done to even attempt to make things right. He became even more enraged by that. He was tired of seeing his sister suffer. He was no longer interested in attending his private school. His goal was not to emulate his father. He also didn't want to become like his older brother Tuya, who passed away when Shoto was still quite young. Tuya died wanting desperately to prove that he could be a hero, to prove that he wasn't a flaw or something to discard, but everything literally went up in flames as his fire became so hot and uncontrollable that it set the forest he had been training in on fire, which led to his death because he didn't inherit his father's fire resistance. He remembered what his other siblings had told him during their one moment together at Tuya's funeral, and he realized that just because he didn't have the same serious flaw in his quirk as his deceased older brother didn't mean that he didn't want to become like him. His father was the cause of his older brother's death, the reason he never had any fun or played with his siblings as a child, the reason he was deprived of a typical childhood, the one who had caused them all so much suffering, and the one who had so severely wounded their mother that she suffered a mental breakdown, which ultimately led to her losing her temper and being admitted to the hospital. What if Fuyumi experienced the same thing? Since he was present, he was troubled by the idea because he didn't want his kind, devoted, and diligent sister to unexpectedly become like their mother. And what would happen if someone one day discovered concrete proof of his father's treatment of his family that was so obvious and damning that it was impossible to ignore? Then what? Would the man's family be spared the shame and mockery that everyone would inflict on him? Or would the mere association of blood bind them? He simply didn't want the answers to any of the many questions. He wasn't going to stay long enough to find out, even though he was at the center of it all. He is unable to remain here. He's not going to stay here. Without saying anything more, he leapt from his chair and bolted from the living room, making his way directly to his bedroom before grabbing his backpack and filling it with only the necessities for school. Despite all of his father's shortcomings, he was at least thankful that he had learned how to pack only the necessities in case of an emergency. Thus, he packed multiple sets of clothes, his laptop and phone and the chargers for them both respectfully. A small but comfortable blanket that fit neatly into his backpack and was actually hand-quilted by his late grandmother from his mother's side of the family, his wallet, and, finally, the only framed picture he had of himself, his mother, Fuyumi, and Natsuo that was taken around the time before his quirk manifested, the one moment the four of them were able to share before his father took it all away from him, and around the time that Chuya wasn't home because he was away somewhere else. He always kept that picture hidden so his father couldn't take it away, just like anything else he considered unnecessary, that wasn't essential in his eyes for his heir. Once everything was zipped up, he put on the backpack before leaving the room with the intention of getting his toothbrush and toothpaste before he left. However, as he entered the bathroom and found what he was looking for, he noticed something that caught his attention: a discarded advertisement for a salon in a different town from his own that specialized in giving its clients the perfect hairstyle in as many ways as you can imagine. He remembered his sister discussing it some time ago during one of their infrequent dinner dates when they were able to eat with each other rather than their father. Keeping that in mind, he stuffed the paper into his pocket for later. He made his way through the house, stopping by the foyer to grab his shoes and intended on leaving from the backyard so no one would spot him out front. But as he passed by the kitchen area, he couldn't help but feel sorry that he was going to be leaving his sister here. Even though he knew what he needed to do, it didn't change the fact that his sister was going to miss him and he would her. Even though he believes that she was better off without him, he should at the very least leave a goodbye note for her. So he came inside and went to the notepad his sister would usually use for cooking preparations before he started to write his message to her. He wouldn't have to worry about him seeing this before his sister, who was scheduled to arrive home before their father. Once he was satisfied with his work, and after grabbing 2 water bottles and some non-perishable foods to take with him, he left the kitchen and eventually left the house itself. He had never run away from home before, so even from the backyard, he couldn't help but feel sick to his stomach. This was going to be unfamiliar territory, but he was willing to disregard caution if it meant escaping. He was aware that remaining here would be poisonous, regardless of any uncertainties he might encounter moving forward. For years, despite being the only home he had ever known, it never felt like a home to him. It was only a place to live, and it was cold rather than cozy like a loving home should be. He made his way to the tall bamboo wall that divided him from the alleyway, where he planned to build an icy staircase that would allow him to escape, intending to melt it afterwards so there would be no evidence once he reached the top. He willed himself to stop trembling as he gripped the straps of his backpack even tighter than he already was. At that moment, he heard the tall tail signs of his sister's motorcycle approaching the house, warning him that she would be home shortly. He secretly regretted having to part from her. But there was no other option. Goodbye Fuyumi, he whispered softly, shedding a final tear before booking it. And never turned around. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard in the stillness of the night as a young boy, almost middle school age but soon to be high school age, ran through the back alleys. He was worn out but grateful to be alive. All he had was the clothes on his back and a tiny backpack filled with the few items he could carry. He was both relieved and terrified by what he had achieved. The former was relieved to be out of that terrible place at last after a long time, while the latter was afraid of being discovered and taken back there or to a worse place. His only glimmer of hope was the report he had read earlier that night, which provided him with the drive to finally break out of that awful institution that people dared not even refer to as a foster home. He would write All Might roughly 1,000 thank you notes for his words and for giving him the strength to leave that poisonous atmosphere if he ever got to meet him. He had been mistreated for far too long due to his peculiarity, which his late parents had described as heroic but which everyone else saw as nothing but evil. For the first time since he lost his parents in a terrible car accident shortly after turning 10, he experienced a renewed sense of hope. He can fulfill his dreams if other heroes were able to do so in spite of their peculiarities, which at first glance appear to be bad. However, he was unable to accomplish that by remaining in that foster home, which was essentially a prison. Even though he had to be careful not to wake up any of his foster mates, who were both his tormentors and bullies, he was still able to succeed because this was one of the few occasions he was thankful that his foster parents had become so inebriated that they had fallen asleep and would not wake up until the morning because they were very heavy sleepers in that state. He was simply glad to be out of there, despite the fact that he was still wearing a muzzle around his mouth and could not find the key to it. He was unsure of what to do with himself, though, and he wasn't sure what would happen if he went to the police. He knew that they would be worried to see him wearing a painful-looking muzzle, but he wasn't sure if they would believe him if he told them that his foster guardians were to blame because they had lied a million times in the past to avoid being arrested. However, if he discovered a hero, perhaps things would be different. He would have to decide whether it was worth the risk, even though the likelihood of finding one on patrol in his neighborhood at this time of night was slim to none. Foster guardians who were anything but affectionate kept him as a cash cow, they didn't give a damn about how they treated him as long as they could increase their monthly income. It was the one thing he regretted leaving behind, but he can only hope that those children would eventually find loving homes to be adopted into and leave that toxic environment. His younger foster siblings, who were around preschool age, were the only ones who treated him like a real person or even showed him any sympathy and kindness. All he could hope for was that the other older foster mates wouldn't have enough power to turn those children into their worst selves. Mori Tamori Na, who was only 4.5 years old, was the only person who knew about his departure and was the closest to him. She was saddened, but she also understood that he had to go because she had seen everything on TV. She wanted to accompany him, but even though he would have loved to free her from this prison as well, he knew he couldn't, primarily because he knew she was going to be adopted first thing in the morning and it would only cause problems for the police. It hurts, but he knew he had to let her go, and even though she was crying, she understood. He was given a handmade teddy bear dressed as a doctor, one of her favorite dolls, as a parting gift to help him remember her. She insisted that he take it with him so he would always remember the kinder times he had spent in that house, especially the years he had practically raised her as his own since she first arrived there as a toddler. He accepted it with tears in his eyes and thanked her profusely, vowing to never forget her, even though he couldn't express it verbally. They bid each other farewell with a final, heartfelt embrace and a silent message to remain resilient and lead fulfilling lives. When he finally made it to the streets, he simply fled in an unpredictable direction. As he ran, he never turned around, his eyes and purple hair gleaming in the street lights that contrasted with his pale skin. Nothing was moving, the night was still, and only one figure appeared to be determined to move. She opened her room's window quietly, put on her backpack, and began climbing out of her room, carefully making her way down the climbing ivy, which, believe it or not, was so thick that you would think it was a different kind of plant than this that clung firmly to the walls of her home that were closest to her bedroom. She descended carefully, taking every precaution to avoid waking her parents, knowing that there would be problems if they discovered she was fleeing the house. Now that she had recently seen All Might on TV, she was not going to stand by and endure this any longer. She had seen that on her way back from school and she saw it playing on one of the many TVs that were being displayed in a nearby shop. She and many of the people watching were soon given free bread samples so that they could snack while watching. And apparently the owner had a quirk that allowed him to detect that her quirk required blood, so he had given her one of the few batches he made that had blood in it. It was thanks to the generosity of that man that she was able to have the first taste of blood for the first time in so many years. The growing pain-inducing headache that she had been having that kept getting worse and worse as time went on finally dissipated and her mind felt far more clearer than it ever had been. Her nerves had finally settled down and she no longer felt internally trapped within herself. Her skin, which had been getting paler and paler as time went on, had finally regained a healthy coloring, as it felt like she had finally been given a blood transfusion after having lost so much of it before, so to speak. She discovered, much to her surprise, that if she hadn't had blood for a long time, she would have developed a severe quirk psychosis. This condition frequently led to poor victims turning to villainy in order to survive because the world didn't want them because of their quirks and their nature, unless they first tried suicide to put an end to their suffering. She immediately made up a plausible lie a euro, which was actually very close to the truth a euro, when her parents questioned why she appeared healthier for the first time in a long time. She claimed that the school had created a brand new lunch menu that week that included wholesome and palatable food options for students. There was absolutely no indication that the bread the baker had given her that day was the reason. Fortunately, her parents purchased it, particularly after speaking with the school and finding out that, yes, they had recently changed their menu and that the students were genuinely loving the tasty new options they had. Later, when she was by herself in her room, making sure she had locked the door, she put off doing her homework and instead used her computer to search for any reports about anyone who might be in a similar situation to hers. It turned out that many other people, albeit a very small number, were also suffering because they had a blood type quirk similar to hers. And that most of those cases ended with the victim either committing suicide or turning to villainy as a way to escape, or being killed by the people who had wronged them under false pretenses that they were the bad guys. But there were a few reports, again small but present, of people who, despite having such a quirk, going on to become great heroes, and even those who weren't achieving great things in their respective careers, especially those who were able to use their quirks for medical purposes or even in the police force. After reading them all, she realized that her parents' preferences for her to be normal were anything but good or healthy. In fact, they amounted to child abuse and neglect. Did they even consider the possibility that she might have had quirk psychosis because they forbade her from drinking blood because of her quirk? They were essentially depriving her of a vital nutrient that the quirk required to stay alive and prevent her from going insane. Didn't they realize that? In essence, they were keeping her from receiving a blood transfusion so that she could survive. Given everything she had to endure as a child, it was easy to assume that the answer was no, that they didn't give a damn, and that they didn't even bother to do the research that she did. Their reputation and how they appeared to others were all that mattered to them. They would not tolerate flaws, and they most definitely would not tolerate their daughter having a villainous quirk that would only bring them sorrow and criticism. And if she did lose it, there was a good chance that her parents would accuse her of being the cause, act like they were innocent, and call her a monster that they couldn't even help with. That she was to blame for everything, even though that was never the case. If it weren't for that loaf of bread, she would have finally taken off her mask and attacked Saito, a classmate who had saved her from a group of bullies that same day. She was triggered by the blood he had shed for her, but she did everything she could to control herself so she wouldn't do anything rash or worse. He would have been the inadvertent trigger that would have sent her life into a rabbit hole from which she would never be able to escape. Her parents shaped her into a quiet, obedient little girl, but that wasn't the real her. Her peers at school were nice, but they gave off the impression that they didn't like her quirk and that she couldn't be with them any longer if she was forced to never be the person she wanted to be around them because they would leave her if word got out. Her teachers weren't good teachers if they were afraid she would lose it over the treatment she was receiving from her parents, based on their observations of her, particularly in recent years. Her entire environment from her home to her schule was toxic, and she had to leave as soon as possible because staying would only make things worse. She wanted to live her life the way she wanted to, without going down a dark path, with genuine friends she could be honest with, people she could truly look up to for support and guidance, individuals who would help her become the person she wants to be, and a hopeful future. She felt bad that she couldn't bring her siblings along because she didn't know how to care for young children and her parents essentially prohibited her from ever interacting with them, but she felt particularly bad about leaving them to her cruel parents because she knew she had no other option. Even though she desperately wanted to visit the police, she knew that was impossible because her father was friends with one of the officers there. He would accuse her of lying to gain attention, and then, when they were at home, he would severely punish her for attempting to bring attention to themselves and cause chaos in their lives. In order to make her feel guilty and make her believe that she was the bad guy, he and her mother would go into a lecture about how they had worked day and night to provide her with a decent education, clothes, and a clean home. She didn't want that because she knew their perspective was incorrect. That was more clear to her than ever. Furthermore, she was not aware of any officers who possessed a lie detector quirk that would demonstrate that her story was accurate and theirs was a fabrication. If they did, she would have to fight to the death to locate the officer in question who possessed such a quirk. She was able to carefully consider how she was going to flee from home because she had a much clearer mindset now. Even as she went about her days as though nothing had changed, she kept from telling her parents that she had grown wiser and was now feeding her quirk in secret to keep herself from getting dangerously close to going bankrupt again. She would covertly buy the same type of bread from the store every day before and after school, making sure to finish it all to satisfy her quirk's hunger. Due to her lack of funds, her parents gave her a very strict and unfairly low allowance. She began selling some of her belongings to her classmates in secret for a fair price. This allowed her to have enough money to last her while she was on the run. And fortunately, some of her wealthier classmates paid her generously because they had no trouble purchasing some of the items because they also needed some extras. She accomplished all of this without her parents noticing that her school supplies, which they usually kept in abundance for her, had been gradually running low. She could easily buy herself a baker's dozen before permanently leaving her hometown because the bread she had been purchasing was also reasonably priced. The only things she had in her backpack that were worth keeping were several sets of clothes that really were cute to her in her eyes even though they were from her parents to her. These specific sets were far cuter than the other clothes that her mother had bought her. The few dolls that she managed to buy in her childhood that she still kept after all this time. A framed picture of her and her pet kitty that she once had before the poor kitten was kidnapped and never seen again when she was still in kindergarten just before her quirk manifested. A couple of notebooks and pens that she'll keep for diary purposes and maybe even a new hobby on the side. Several water bottles, a good number of undergarments as that was an absolute must. The only picture she was allowed to have of all of her little siblings on the day her newest baby sister was born. and several gifts that her classmates had given her during her time at her school which she genuinely liked, such as a couple of adorable and fashionable hair ties, a bird whistle, a bell bracelet, a framed picture of her and her classmates having a fun time at one of their school festivals, which around that specific time was a genuinely fun and happy time for her. A pretty and cute princess hand puppet, a cupcake-themed pencil case, floral handkerchief, and lastly, and most certainly not least, a brand new handcrafted wallet that honestly was more flattering and cuter than the one her parents got her, and the box cutter that she had bought on her way home from school that very day. Just because she no longer had a reason to use it on her classmate doesn't mean that she wouldn't keep it, as it would be her only means to use as a weapon if she ran into trouble on the streets. Because her house had security cameras, she knew which ones she could use her quirk on to avoid being spotted by them because, yes, even the cameras were affected by her quirk in that way. Fortunately, there were no cameras around the corner where her bedroom was outside or in the area where the climbing ivy was, so she wouldn't be caught right away. She also learned that if she held her breath and didn't think of much, she could effectively erase her presence from everyone else. After climbing down, she fled without looking back. Why was there no camera installed on her side of the estate? She would prefer not to know and would never find out. She wore a simple seifuku with a kansai collar, the skirt and shirt dark blue with double white trim, and a red scarf that she tied loosely below. Her ash blonde hair fluttered in the wind as she ran, her golden yellow eyes with the slitted pupils that resembled that of a cat, as sharp as a knife, and she gritted her teeth, revealing her sharp canines that looked pretty cat-like too. She wears knee-length black socks, dark brown outdoor school shoes, and an oversized beige cardigan with a long hem, cuffs, and pockets on either side. Fortunately, she was able to conceal the large, attractive coat she had purchased from Goodwill that same day while heading to school from her parents until tonight. She wore it over her current ensemble, which was so long that it reached her thighs, which provided her with additional warmth given how harsh the cold was at this hour of the night. After making one last trip to the bakery to buy enough of her favorite bread to last her for a long time and effectively bidding the baker farewell €1, with a double meaning €1, she left her neighborhood for good. She had no idea where she was going, and she was aware that she would never again be able to use her last name, not that she intended to use Toga after everything. She had no idea what the following day would bring, but she genuinely didn't care. Because she was free for the first time in a long time €1, who knew how long €1, from the abuse and limitations of her parents, from the possibility of discrimination at school, from the eyes of others who would condemn her for her eccentricity, from the poisonous atmosphere she had spent her entire life in, and she was free to be herself. Finally free. Izuku Midoriya is his name. Birthdate: July 15th. Gender: female. Powerpuff power is the quirk. Quirk description: in a nutshell, this quirk enables her to acquire superpowers akin to those of an old cartoon, particularly an anime with female superheroes. Depending on the form she assumes, she possesses various abilities, including the ability to fly, super strength, and super hearing. While some of her abilities are specific to each of her forms, others are shared by all of them. Although the pink form, Momoko, Blossom, is in the middle category, the blue form, Miyako, Bubbles, is at the lower end of the spectrum, and the green form, Kaoru, Buttercup, is the strongest of the three. Each has its own distinct set of skills, weapons, and strengths that are exclusive to its form. Depending on the situation, each form has a slightly different personality and a different hairstyle. Even when she is not in her superhero forms, she can passively use some of her abilities. As previously mentioned, she possesses a slight sentience to the quirk, almost like having multiple personalities, but they are all innate to her and occasionally help her express things that she would otherwise be too shy, afraid, or nervous to do. These can appear at any time, whether in her normal state or in her various forms. More information will be added later, but since this peculiarity blossomed later than most, there is still a lot to learn and uncover. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the information on her updated profile that Recovery Girl had given her. Although she detested lying, she was willing to accept it if it meant keeping the truth hidden and preventing people from snooping around. This was especially true given that her father had always kept secrets for years in order to protect people, and heroes occasionally had to do the same depending on the situation, so this was acceptable. As long as nobody developed a habit of constantly lying. With this most recent update, she would no longer be mistreated because she didn't have powers. It would also make things easier in the future by ensuring that no one with bad intentions went looking where they shouldn't, and it would give her the opportunity to experience what it's like to be a regular student without being harassed by bullies or other students for situations that weren't her fault. For the first time in years, she will finally have the opportunity to enjoy her school days and make true friends, and ideally, those same friends will be able to accompany her to UA. Knowing that they can go to school with her would be beneficial even if they are not enrolled in the hero course. She had every right to be a little anxious because this was a new school and all that, but the girls and her mother reassured her that everything would be fine and that it was quite common for people to experience such emotions when they are attending a new school, especially one that is nicer than the one they were attending before. She purred in her lap to get the comfort she needed, and even Sango could tell she was anxious. For obvious reasons, it wasn't just the girls who would be with her. She was relieved that she would at least have her cat by her side to make the day less nerve-wracking. They were relieved that there was still plenty of time before school started so they could afford to wait as they waited patiently near the door to the principal's office so they could meet before she was sent to her new homeroom class. She also heard from some of the departing staff members that she wasn't the only new student being transferred. Other students from other schools were also being transferred to this one, and others would have the opportunity to have a better school life like her after everything that transpired in the news regarding her case. And have the opportunity to take advantage of better opportunities than those they had to deal with before. According to her, some more rigorous private schools were even open to accepting regular students if doing so would provide them with better educational opportunities and a more conducive learning environment, enabling them to thrive and recover from their own past trauma. They also had excellent school counselors to help them. She was aware that things would change and would continue to change, but she also knew that she and her mother were not alone because they had people by their sides who were always there to support them and would be there if they needed it. She was prepared to face whatever came up because she knew that everything would work out in the end. Even though she was already anxious, she was not going to let new school anxiety stop her. It would be both accurate and somewhat understated to say that it was already clear that this school year would be very different from previous ones. Denki Kaminari was certain of this. Denki had short gold hair that was parted to the right. His side fringe was angled to partially cover his left eye, and on the left was a black streak that resembled lightning. His eyebrows were noticeably small, and his golden eyes were slanted and somewhat triangular. Who has never had much muscle mass and has always been thinner than the majority of male students. Who wore white indoor shoes, a simple dark blue Gakurin uniform with yellow buttons, and the school's logo embroidered in golden yellow on his left breast pocket. To say that everything that happened on the news a few days ago shocked him and his family was accurate, it still seems like yesterday. Given that he was a police officer himself, it particularly infuriated his father, who was furious that such a thing was occurring directly in front of all respectable authorities. Even though he never caused any trouble, the staff and even some of the students didn't like him, which only made him more angry when he investigated the school he had attended and discovered that things weren't as good as they had hoped. While Denki was used to people getting rather upset with him when he either was having trouble with some of his grades or if his quirk caused some issues, things never remotely got bad to the point that he actually had to tell his parents about any potential bullying since it never came up aside from some rough teasing or rude comments from others. He never knew the extent of how much they actually disliked him. He was especially shocked when he learned from his dad that the staff didn't even care that some of his grades were actually better than others. Or if his quirk came in handy when their school suddenly got a power outage, which it had on more than one occasion, nor even that he got along well with his other classmates even though he was unsure on how to interact with girls without coming off as creepy. Not that he had any intention to be a creep or something worse. His parents instilled in him early on to be respectful towards the opposite gender, especially if he ever started to like a girl as more than just a friend. His father especially would have his head if he ever did anything inexcusable, and the staff was willing to flunk him altogether due to too many incidences that he accidentally caused, because of the drawback of his quirk and for being a lackluster student. But what really shocked him was learning that the main reason for their disgusting behavior toward him was his blood type. For some strange reason, the staff members, who were all related to each other brothers, sisters, cousins, and so on were hostile to anyone with blood type O because, years before their decline and eventual arrest, their family had been tormented by a mafia gang, and all of its members had blood type O, regardless of the type of work or occupation any one of them had in said mafia. This was especially true because one of the group's most dangerous members had a quirk that only affected people with type O blood, and even had an electric quirk, as his was in the rare variety of having a dual quirk. It turns out that he wasn't the only student with type O blood who was viewed negatively by the staff, regardless of how well behaved they were. They have harbored resentment for years since, and it didn't even matter if it was their own students. Even though he always made sure that his electricity would never do such a thing, two of them disliked him in particular because they were terrified of lightning and didn't want to risk being killed by his quirk. He wasn't a villain. Instead, he wanted to be a hero. Sure, it would leave you utterly stunned, momentarily paralyzed, and probably give your hair a new, spiky style with a few singes scattered throughout. He was inspired by his father and some of his colleagues who were also heroes, and some of them still had the qualifications that police officers had so they could work with us both. In fact, he wanted to be a hero so that he could fight alongside his father and work as a father-son team with other heroes and the police. When he was younger, he even had the opportunity to meet some of those heroes. In fact, one of them was a visitor from America who shared his electric-type quirk. Indeed, he made every effort to perform well in school so that he could eventually gain admission to UA, even though his grades were poor in a particular subject. He will do everything in his power to finish tasks, even if he occasionally acts like a coward and appears to be a slacker. He doesn't try to be a slacker at all, he just struggles with studying. All of the students had to be transferred to other schools after his school was essentially closed. Fortunately, his father already had a new school in mind, and everything worked out well because he was going to be transferred to a different city to work at a different police pinnacle, which would be the location of his new school. Moving like that had been really difficult, but it had been worthwhile. They still needed to unpack and fully settle into their new house, but other than that, everything was going well. His dad had already started working at his new job, and he was beginning his first day here while his mother was organizing things. Since she was already a stay-at-home mother, she didn't have to worry about having a job, though she did mention that she was considering becoming a novelist as a hobby or side gig. He wasn't the only new student at this school. Two other students were standing in front of their new homeroom with him at the moment, waiting for their teacher to call them so they could come in and introduce themselves to their new classmates. One was a girl, and the other was a boy like him. Fortunately, he was transferred to this school not because he was being bullied, although a few people did make fun of him for being so quiet or for having a weak quirk. The main reason for this was that his mother had a new job opportunity that she couldn't pass up, so the two of them had moved to this city just 2 weeks ago, giving him more time to get settled in and such before starting today. The first boy was Koji Koda, who isn't much of a talker, even though he can communicate through sign language and a notebook he owns. He was unaware of the case until a few days ago, when he and his mother saw it on the news. He is now grateful that he moved weeks earlier because his previous school was one of the few that was investigated and underwent a significant overhaul because it turned out that the janitorial staff was avariciously embezzling school funds and even selling confidential information about the elite students to unfriendly sources for extra money. Fortunately, no one was harmed or abducted as a result, and the offenders and their contacts were all arrested. He hadn't started school sooner because of a problem that arose during the paperwork process, which made it take longer than necessary for him to be admitted. Fortunately, his new home was close to a library, so he could study on his own and avoid falling behind once he started going. He was a tall young man with peach-colored skin and a broad, muscular build. His jaw was square in shape, and his head assumed the shape of a rock, which is unevenly shaped and pointed at the top. Thick hair-like projections sloped down from the back of his head. But it was clear that he had kindness and gentleness on his face. And then there was Toru Hagakuri, whose peculiarity made her literally invisible, so he had no idea what she looked like. She had mentioned that she had short hair because it was impossible for her to keep long hair because she was invisible. This made sense because he could only imagine the various issues that would arise from having long invisible hair, particularly since it would be difficult to see where all the strands were and he would have to use scissors to cut them all without inadvertently injuring himself or another person. Her parents claimed that she had messy, wavy chartreuse hair, pink specs, bushy eyelashes, and large round eyes with pupils that are yellow on the inside and teal on the outside before she developed her quirk. She was only 3 years old when her quirk first appeared, which is why she can hardly recall how she looked before it started. Even though she was invisible, he could tell that she was shorter than most girls her age, which was understandable given her height of 152 centimeters, 5 feet 0 inches. She was dressed in the typical female uniform, which consisted of a seifuku school uniform with a crystal blue skirt and scarf. The entire ensemble was dark blue. She was wearing knee-length black socks and shoes, which are also typically worn by middle school girls as part of their school uniform. In terms of personality, cheerful, bubbly, laid back, and positive in outlook. Not to mention that she was highly expressive, but since her quirk renders her invisible and she cannot turn it off, it makes sense that she would need to use her body to express herself as much as possible when wearing clothing in order for others to understand how she feels without just hearing her voice. Her transfer to the school was somewhat worse than both of the boys' circumstances. Because she was invisible, most people didn't notice her, which was unfortunate because she wanted people to look at her when she wanted to ask them a question. On occasion, it helped her avoid bullies, but it didn't stop them from calling her a phantom or an imaginary friend, claiming she wasn't real or that she would soon vanish. Even though she was able to make some friends, some of them still found it awkward because they couldn't see her face and didn't want to be impolite by inadvertently looking down at her chest. Although some of her friends had quirks that they couldn't turn off even if they wanted to, so they understood her pain. They were also picked on by the bullies because of their quirks, so they were in the same situation as her. Despite this, her friends tried to be understanding and said it wasn't her fault that her quirk made her completely invisible and that she couldn't turn it off. Because of her invisibility, the teachers always made her sit in the front row so they could see her and avoid marking her as absent by mistake. This has happened multiple times and continues to do so even after she was given a front row seat. She was never called up to the front of the class to answer questions on the blackboard because it was awkward for people to see her only when she was dressed. If she ever had to be in front of her classmates, it was to complete a report for their assignment or something similar, which was required even though the teacher wanted to avoid it. At times, it seemed as though the teachers deliberately chose to ignore her in order to spare themselves the headache of having to deal with a girl they could hardly see except for her floating clothing, which only made them feel uneasy and led them to believe she was a ghost or something. They were always staring at her strangely or appearing uncomfortable because they couldn't see her. The majority of girls complimented her on the fact that she was invisible, which allowed her to avoid embarrassing or serious situations involving peeping toms or worse. However, this didn't change the fact that it made her feel depressed, lonely, and anxious, especially when it came to boys. It was unfortunate, to be sure, but she makes an effort not to let it bother her, especially with her parents and younger sister by her side, supporting her and always making her smile, whether or not they can see it. She was thankful and pleased that her friends felt the same way. Particularly because, in spite of some of her personal hardships, Hagakure never failed to lift her friends' spirits and even brighten their days, which truly strengthened their bond and prevented the girl from falling into a deep depression. After a terrible accident occurred at her dad's place of employment one day, his boss ordered him and a few of his coworkers to relocate to a different department in a different city this only a euro, because the damage was irreparable, both inside and outside the small building in question. Nevertheless, the opportunity was good, so he accepted, and they had only moved to the city 5 days ago. Particularly since her parents have repeatedly pleaded with the school to be kinder to her and to put an end to the bullying for her benefit, but every request or demand was ignored because someone would always oppose it in one way or another. Even when she didn't express it, they could tell that she had difficult days because no one paid attention. When this unexpected event occurred, they jumped at the chance, especially if it meant that the girl wouldn't have to suffer any longer. The only reason they couldn't get her transferred sooner was that any other middle school that could take her was too far from their home, and because of difficult circumstances at work, moving in general was out of the question. When they received the news, they had just begun to settle in. Needless to say, they were shocked to learn what had happened without anyone knowing. They were even more shocked to learn that Hagakure's former school was connected to the case and that the staff, who had not only caused her problems but also some of the students, had to be arrested. When the invisible girl learned that she would have been among the victims who would, quote-unquote, go missing, as a result of kidnappers sneaking into the school to abduct students for nefarious purposes, she almost had a heart attack, which was all planned by the staff members who dared to do so. Fortunately, before any major damage could occur, the criminals who had been initially hired for that were also taken into custody. He genuinely felt sorry for them both because they had gone through a difficult time due to circumstances that weren't really their fault, much like himself. He also thought that being able to communicate with animals was a great idea, even though it had some drawbacks, because it helped with stealth operations and made it easier to find criminals because no one would suspect a meat pigeon of being a spy. Additionally, he thought that animals could make excellent partners when spying on the enemy and gathering intelligence because some of them could easily crawl into places where humans wouldn't be able to. He even mentioned this to them both, particularly when he mentioned an intriguing article he had recently read about heroes who had animal companions with their own peculiarities that aided them in their heroic endeavors. They both expressed their gratitude to him, which, to his relief, made him feel a little less anxious as well. He was also able to help them both feel better and less depressed and anxious. The three of them turned to the left to see who was approaching from the corridor when they heard footsteps suddenly approaching. They assumed it was another student because they knew that, based on what they had seen on the news, they weren't the only new students joining in at this time of the school year. And they were correct when they noticed a girl their age, wearing Hagakuri's uniform, with a cute kitten perched on her left shoulder. Her socks, however, were much longer because they were up to her knees, approaching them. Fun fact: the school will let the girls choose how high or low they want their socks to be, ranging from small to knee length. There were conflicting reactions when he saw her. Kota greeted her in Psy language, and she returned the favor, making him happy that one of his new classmates could communicate with their hands just like him. Denki, on the other hand, blushed and felt his heart skip a beat because he had never met a girl who was as adorable as she is. And yet, he was not sure why he felt this way, but it felt different from other girls he had met. Hagakuri squealed when she saw the cat and asked if she could pet it. She timidly said yes, which led her to give the cat hugs, even though the kitten was a little confused by being petted by an invisible person. Nevertheless, the kitten leaned into the touch and began purring loudly. The bell rang to signal the start of the first period, so they would have to do introductions later, or at least amongst the four of them. In other words, they simply needed to wait for the teacher to give them their cue. As she greeted her students, the teacher, who was in her 30s and had an anthropomorphic gecko quirk, said, "Good morning, class." She had light pale blue-green skin, crystal blue eyes, shiny black hair in a ponytail, and a white button-up shirt underneath a bright red dress coat, skirt, and 1-inch heels. The strange thing about her quirk was that she didn't have a tail, which she thought was a blessing because finding clothes that were used to a tail would be a pain in the rear. "Good morning, Miss Hashiko." Her students returned the greeting, with some letting out a sigh of relief at returning to their seats in time for the bell to ring. Now before we begin, as you may already be aware, due to circumstances with the news earlier this week, we will be having new students joining us for the rest of this semester. And given the fact that 4 of our students here have already transferred out of school a few months prior, making accommodations for them will be no issue, although I will ask one of the students to move to the back given the fact that one of them has a quirk that will make it hard for them to be spotted normally. You'll see why soon enough. The instructor took a moment to let her pupils speak quietly to one another about this prior to adding, but more importantly, now keep in mind folks, these 4 were all victims from the case, so please be nice to them and please respect and abide to the rules of the no bullying policy we have here. Is that understood? Everyone said, "Yes ma'am." Since they were all aware of it, it was still shocking, particularly in light of All Might's interview that was conducted shortly after the case was closed. Like the other bullies who were taken in by the police, none of them wanted to fall down the same rabbit hole. Many of them were still shocked by what they had learned a few days prior. It was almost the only topic of conversation, but could anyone really blame them? Since some of the students had experienced bullying as early as preschool or elementary school, they were more sympathetic to the teacher's seriousness in that situation than the majority. They were aware of the repercussions for any bully who followed a callous course. She nodded contentedly and said, "Now with that being said, we can now welcome them." She then called on the students to enter. Kaminari, Kota, Hagakuri, and Midoriya along with Sango soon appeared in front of the class. They did a good job of concealing the fact that they were both calm and somewhat anxious. As anticipated, the students, taken aback by the new faces in front of them, began to converse quietly among themselves. The newcomers chose not to give it much thought and instead waited until they had time to talk to their new classmates and get to know them, even though they had no idea what they were talking about. When their teacher gave the all clear, they were prepared to introduce themselves, their backgrounds, and their peculiarities. Observing the other boy and Greenette's nervousness, the blonde offered to start it off first, hoping that his assurance would reassure the others. In a nutshell, he recalled his father telling him that sometimes the best way to help someone not feel anxious is to take the first step yourself, even if you were also shy or nervous, quietly encouraging them to continue. "I'm Denki Kaminari. I just transferred here a few days ago from Hiroshima. My quirk is called electrification, that means I have an electric-type quirk," he said, grinning as he welcomed them. When Toru realized what he was going to do, she grinned, wanted in right away, and then introduced herself. They could hear how lively she was, and she cheered boldly, almost bouncing in place. "I'm Toru Hagakuri, I'm from Kanazawa, and if it isn't already obvious, I have a quirk that makes me invisible." The two then turned to face the other two and nodded to the bashful pair, smiling calmly but encouragingly. Yes, they could see that Hagakure was smiling too, even though he was invisible. They both nodded slowly in agreement after realizing that they had to be brave and not back down. Izuku Midoriya, who is actually from here in Musudafu, but I came from a different part of it, decided to go next and introduce herself and her kitten because she felt the girls were giving her a little confidence boost to help. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is my future animal hero partner Sango. My quirk is called Powerpuff Power, which basically gives me the ability to have the powers of a superheroine, like those girl power cartoons and anime. Her quirk is called Floaty, which simply means she can fly without wings by using her mind." Even though she understood why everyone was staring at her strangely, the last part made her blush a little, especially when she heard the name of the quirk her mother had called because she thought it would match the kitten's natural cuteness, which at the time made her blush like cotton candy. She felt a little better when her kitten decided to meow and divert everyone's attention from her, which made the other girls in class squeal at how adorable Sengo was. "I'm Koji Koda, I'm from Tokushima. My quirk is Anivoive. It means I can talk to animals, understand them, and call them for help when I need it." Koda laughed softly before introducing himself last. Inspired by the bravery of the others, he decided to introduce himself verbally, though his voice was still soft, rather than signing or writing in a notebook. Before turning back to the class, the four quickly glanced at one another and nodded before saying, "We hope we can all become good friends." As they were walking through the dimly lit hallway, the security guard asked his colleague, "How was today's visit for the newest arrival?" "As well as you expect, although thankfully a little better than the previous times. It seems like this particular counselor we assigned this time has actually helped him make real leaps and bounds than the others had." He responded with a mixture of apprehension and enthusiasm. The other nodded and said, "Good to hear." He recalled that the previous two of their counselors had not been able to reach the big Guya Euro, not even close a Euro, so hearing this was a relief. "How about you? How have things been?" "A little quieter now that we finally got the TV and foosball table fixed in the recreation room, even more so now that we got the approval to add magazines that would allow the other inmates to be able to have some fun through many of the games in them. What a relief, this will save our sanity from getting kicked in teeth by those hooligans. I'll say, still can you believe all that has happened in the last few days? I'm still equal parts speechless yet disappointed knowing that this kind of thing was happening without anyone knowing for so long. You would think that people would have noticed by now or at the very least would have made word to the higher-ups already. Though I'm glad things are resolving. Sure there will still be haters and miscreants out there, but thanks to that interview, things should go by more smoothly going forward. Yeah, but still to think that All Might of all people started out as being seemingly quirkless until his bloomed later than most. I even did some research and he is right, there are people that have actually manifested their quirks way later than the usual time they do. Even if that number is very small, it is still very much true. This only proves how strong he is, not just in the body and quirk, but in heart, will and mind too, as this allows him to sympathize and understand others more readily, allowing him to be able to help those who are backed into a dark corner. Could have turned to the dark side but he did not, which only shows how much of a heart of gold he has. Yeah, that's why he's the symbol of peace. One of the new inmates was in room number 42B1, which the two guards pass as they carry on their conversation. Since his arrival, he had been silent, only responding verbally when asked to do so, and obeying orders. He hadn't even yelled at anyone who tried to poke fun at him when he first arrived, which confused many people and even made them think it was a little unsettling. The guards were genuinely shocked by this considering what they had been told about him, but they didn't lower their guard despite knowing that doing so would be lethal. He didn't feel worthy of these kinds of luxuries, especially after what he had done, even though his room had a nice bed, a small dresser, and a TV in the upper left corner, with the remote on said dresser with a security camera pointed at him in the upper right corner. He wasn't expecting his room to be a little more comfortable than a typical jail cell, though, especially now that I've seen the interview from a few days ago. Realizing what he now knew, what his parents had told him prior to his dismissal, and how much he truly destroyed his own life and nearly destroyed hers to the point of taking the unimaginable action, and possibly leading her mother to follow suit due to extreme sadness and heartbreak. Given what is now listed on his permanent record, he knew that even if he were to be exonerated of any wrongdoing, his chances of becoming a hero were slim to none. After he turned 18, Attending a regular college that would have accepted a delinquent like him was impossible, even if he had done well academically here. He was seeing a counselor, and everything was going well, mainly because he wasn't snapping. He made a concerted effort to at least partially listen to what the counselor had to say, but it was difficult to do so considering how much guilt and shame weighed on his own heart. Once more, he alone was the only one at fault. Knowing how much harm he had caused with his quirk, he would rather lose it than keep it, even if it meant he would never be able to use it again. How much it had actually hurt other people, how much it had inflated his ego to the point where he never considered the consequences, not realizing that he should have been punished whenever he made a terrible mistake, and that those who were in charge of punishing him should have been punished for doing nothing but making things worse, and how much he thought he could fulfill his dream and that everyone else was worthless and only stepping stones for him to use. Allowing everyone's admiration to make him feel so proud would cause him to have a spectacular fall that would be worse than Humpty Dumpty when it all came crashing down. How shamefully and unfairly he had wronged others with his quirk. The extent of his harm to her, and her mother as a whole. His thoughts were still troubled by their most recent encounter, which only served to highlight how badly he had messed everything up. How truly messed up he was. He couldn't forget their argument at the house before he ran off to confront her, only to discover that she and her mother had already moved away days earlier. Although he was somewhat relieved that his parents still loved him, deep down he didn't feel worthy of that love, let alone deserving of it. He still held on to the picture he had discovered, ruined and abandoned, as a reminder of how things had gone wrong and how he should have treasured their friendship, but instead he destroyed it and her entire life, reminding him of the good old days before his quirk even appeared and before the doctor's diagnosis, letting him know that he would never again see her or her mother. The thought still causes too much pain. He had no intention of snapping because this served as his penalty for all of his past transgressions. For lashing out in general would only land him in even more trouble, not to mention that it's not going to make anything better. Even though she did not commit suicide, he still felt that he deserved worse than level 10 juvie because he would have been sent to prison long ago if events had gone differently on the day of the sludge villain. And when he saw the interview All Might did later that day, after nightfall, he felt even worse. Only demonstrating that he wasn't being a hero, never was, and was nothing more than a villain, especially to those who should have been important to him. Instead, he allowed himself to be coached into doing terrible things, became blind to his own shortcomings and flaws, allowed his ego to swell up and become fragile by everyone's praise to the point where it landed him in hot water in the worst way possible, and allowed a dual superiority and inferiority complex to develop in him, which only served to further devastatingly cruel, heartless, and selfish bully. Yes, he would have treated him the same way he treated her if All Might had truly begun the same way she had circumstances been different. Yes, he was told by his parents that her quirk had suddenly manifested days ago without warning, and there was evidence to back that up, both by the doctor and by internet research. He could have become a villain, but instead he became a man to truly admire and look up to because he became an example of how a hero should act even in the face of adversity or even the most frustrating of circumstances. The number one hero had become what he is today despite the trials he had faced before he got his quirk. Even though he had been treated badly because he had no powers from the beginning, he never let any of that darken his heart and instead became one of the greatest heroes who had ever lived. He knows she won't give up on her dream, and he's not a moron in spite of everything. He had observed that she had been working even harder for months, not only in school but also in her body, gradually gaining muscle, which meant she must have been doing some kind of special training. He never followed her to make sure, though, because he didn't care and was preoccupied with his own belongings and UA preparations. But in his mind, all he can hope for is that she will receive the therapy she requires going forward. Yes, people who have been traumatized and bullied by their bullies need to see a therapist to handle the trauma, that things will improve for her, and that now that he is out of the way, she will be able to fulfill her dream. That's all Katsuki Bakugo wants for his former victim right now, and in order to atone for his actions, he will be secretly supporting her. And hopefully by the time they cross paths again in the far future, he will be able to personally apologize to her for everything. He can only hope that things will end on a better note, even if they were no longer able to be friends, because he knew her too well to know that she would always be willing to forgive even if she couldn't forget everything, and even if she decided to never see him again after that, which he understood would be possible, and he wouldn't fault her if she did. However, the shame and guilt he had been carrying still weighed heavily on his heart and shoulders. It hurt every day and served as a constant reminder of the reality he had blinded himself to, which ultimately resulted in his imprisonment. It was so powerful and heavy that he was unable to even think of the girl's name, let alone say it. Even as it lingered in his thoughts, he didn't feel worthy of saying it. And for obvious reasons, it was impossible to refer to her as Deku. Because he had no right to refer to her in that way, nor go ahead and turn her life into a living hell. Because she was unable to make friends again because of him. He was the reason why everyone from their schools avoided her. Everyone, including their middle school teachers, cruelly harassed her because of him. He caused her to become extremely apprehensive, shy, and emotionally unstable. Growing up, she was cut off from everyone because of him. Because of him, she was unable to make any friends without running the risk of being duped, mistreated, ridiculed, or even rejected, putting others at risk of bullying simply by association. She had been extremely unhappy as a result of him, particularly when he essentially took away everything that could have brought her Hoya, almost as if she couldn't be joyful while he was in charge. Because of him, even though she had every right to know what was happening with her daughter's life, she was compelled to tend to her own wounds and acquire replacement supplies so as not to worry her mother. He made her feel as though she couldn't turn to anyone without being rejected, hurt verbally or otherwise, or subjected to the worst possible form of his wrath. From there, the list just keeps growing. And it felt more like someone was twisting and stabbing a dagger in his heart the more those thoughts pierced his consciousness. In order to keep no one from seeing or even hearing him cry, he buried his face in his legs and held his knees close as he began to cry. The security camera will still record it even though he was the only person in the room. He was not deserving of regret, mercy, sympathy, pity, or forgiveness of any kind. His parents' forgiveness does not imply that they will forget what happened, and it does not alter the reality that there are still people who will never forgive him. Perhaps even her, in spite of everything, even though she had every right to be uninterested in him. And he was definitely not going to be forgiving, and he knew that he was to blame because he was the one who ruined her daughter's life and nearly took it, even if unintentionally, or worse, made her so miserable that she turned to villainy to exact revenge on everyone who had ever hurt or wronged her simply for being quirkless. Despite her rambling, she was actually making deductions and intellectual hypotheses because she was very intelligent, especially when it came to quirk analysis, so it wouldn't be difficult for her to disable someone even though she didn't have any power of her own. Above all, though, he was unable to forgive himself. He will never be able to forgive himself. And even if he tried, he doesn't believe he could. And forget about attempting to apologize to himself. He felt so guilty and detested himself that it was like he was choking to death just trying to get those words out of his throat. And he was beginning to comprehend what it was like to have suicidal thoughts or at least he believed he was because it was so painful and frightening that he momentarily questioned whether this was how she felt after going through such a terrible ordeal. Despite everything, he didn't want to go down that path because he knew it wouldn't solve his problems or make things better, and it was also the coward's way out. Especially since if he ever did something like that, his parents would be devastated. No matter how much it hurts, he will endure this suffering for the rest of his life, even if he doesn't believe he deserves to. If it meant enduring the internal pain, then so be it. He is okay with having just one opportunity to lead a typical civilian life after he leaves. For the time being, though, he will have to wait and make an effort to be good for once in his life, learn how to be a decent person, and avoid going to jail even if others don't think he can. A month had gone by since the events of the day Izuku acquired new abilities from a different universe and ultimately came clean about everything that had happened to her as a child. However, things can still change in that brief period of time and I mean in multiple ways. The good news is that Izuku was doing 10 times better at her new school than she had at Alder. She was also getting along well with her new friends as they got to know her. Even though she had transferred to a new school later in the year, she was already blending in without any problems. Her classmates learned that she was not only very intelligent and compassionate, but also had a peculiar personality. She also didn't have to worry about people wondering why she received her quirk so late or about being unfairly discriminated against by accounts that never occurred because of the assistance of the UA staff and the police. In order to help her heal from years of trauma from all the bullying and torture she endured at the hands of her tormentors, she has also been attending therapy on a regular basis, several days a week. And thanks to the girls, she was able to be honest with her therapist. She was still very hesitant, anxious, and afraid, but that was to be expected given everything she had gone through. Nevertheless, she was able to make progress with her therapist, who was more than understanding of her situation because the therapist was in a similar situation as her, even though their circumstances were completely different. They made good progress within a month. There was still much to be done even after she entered high school, but she knew that everything would be okay. Notwithstanding the nightmares, she was doing well to avoid developing any bad habits that would impede her recuperation because the advice from the therapist had been beneficial. She didn't have an intelligence-type quirk, but she had demonstrated that she was exceptionally intelligent, particularly when it came to quirk applications and an analytical study of them. In the meantime, her tutoring sessions went well because Nezu and Sir Night-Eye were both very impressed with her work and knew that her IQ had to be significantly above average. This only serves to highlight the fact that her school had blatantly ignored her academic records and was even more at fault than they could have imagined if they were prepared to overlook and fail a brilliant student due to the absence of a quirk while giving preference to a smart student who had a terrible attitude and an equally explosive quirk to fit his personality, demonstrating even more how shamefully and terribly the old school had let her down. To the girl's surprise, Nezu intended to make her his personal student. She heard some of them mention a panic room, but she wasn't sure if she heard correctly, so everyone around her shuddered in terror. Her rapid training continued as she practiced using each form, practicing how to fight and act even in her regular base form, and even attempting to switch between forms in mid-battle to make herself unpredictable. This was difficult because each form seemed to have its own unique transformation sequence, similar to that of an anime superhero, but only when it came to changing into any of her base form. Switching to her other forms while still transformed was as simple as touching the compact on her belt and deciding which form she wanted to take on. Even then, the transformation frequently and always produced a bright flash of light, even if it was only for a brief moment, making it difficult to sneak around. As previously mentioned, she had the support of her friends, who could relate to her because they had also experienced bullying. Although it wasn't nearly as bad as what she experienced, they still knew what it was like to be treated differently for something that wasn't even their fault. Toru for not being able to turn it off and for being invisible. Denki because he lacks academic intelligence and because his peculiarity renders him foolish whenever he goes too far. And Koji for keeping to himself and spending more time with animals than people. In the same way that they have supported her and shown empathy for her situation, she has reciprocated tenfold. It was a lot of fun for everyone, even getting to know each other's families and occasionally going to the park for a large picnic. Izuku discovered that these three actually shared a lot in common and felt very at ease with them. She, Momoko, and Denki clicked well when it came to anything about heroes. The electric user wasn't as clever about quirks as the greenette, but he was still willing to listen because everything she said piqued his interest, even if there were some things he didn't understand. He was grateful that she took the time to explain things in a way that he could understand, and she even helped tutor him on subjects that he really needed help passing. She also helped him find study strategies so that he wouldn't regress as badly as he had previously. Although he would still require equipment to assist him in a number of ways, the fact that she was able to assist him in a manner that no one else could truly made the electric user very happy. She even assisted him with his quirk training, helping him learn how to be a little more direct with his electricity without upsetting any potential future partners. When it came to learning how to use common objects as weapons, even if it seemed improbable in some way, he paid close attention. It turns out he shares her sweet tooth, and for some reason, he can eat as much as she does without getting fat. This was strange, but no one voiced any complaints because they were both equally content. As Koji and Miyako share a love of animals and can communicate with them, the greenette knew right away that they would get along. He also got along with Sango and was encouraged to have the kitten be her animal hero partner. She even had the opportunity to meet his pet rabbit, Shirayuki, and to their relief and delight, the cat and the rabbit got along well. Not to mention the fact that they frequently purchase clothing with animal themes when they have the chance, particularly when they went shopping for supplies together. In addition to being the boy's vocal coach when he called for animal friends to assist, she has also been teaching him the fundamentals of hand-to-hand combat and assisting him with physical training. Although she was still learning how to fight by hand, she was certain enough to be able to instruct him, understanding that even though he was a gentle giant, he would still need to get physical when needed. The boy was reluctant at first, but he understood that it was necessary, and he was grateful for her generosity in teaching him the ropes. The fact that Toru got along with Momoko and Miyako is not surprising, but she was taken aback to find that she also got along with Kaoru. Like Momoko, she loved sweets. Like Miyako, she loved stylish and adorable clothing. Like the two, she loved adorable things, and as for Kaoru, after discovering that she was the trio's brawler, she began to realize that she would have to learn how to fight properly if she wanted to have any chance of becoming a hero. She couldn't rely on her invisibility in every situation because even stealthy heroes need to be able to fight. Kaoru gladly agreed when Toru asked if she could be taught how to fight, but Izuku cautioned her not to overreact even if the invisible girl told her not to hold back. They even trained on that kind of spectrum, trying to fight an invisible opponent and trying to fight someone while invisible. Needless to say, Toru had the most bruises, but she never complained because the others told her that she would need to learn how to be unpredictable because an opponent would either have more fighting experience or possibly have a quirk that could allow them to detect someone invisible or detect incoming attacks. Given that all three of the girls were experts in hero combat, it was obvious why they emphasized the importance of making sure one's moves carefully, especially if they have the ability to regenerate from injuries. Izuku was picking things up quickly because she clearly needed more physical combat training, so she took part. Toru had a better chance of defeating the Greenette, but that didn't mean she was going to lose easily, and the fangirl was quick to pick things up. Not to mention that she was still quite strong in her base form. For the invisible girl, the girls even managed to create a true hero costume, complete with DNA-integrated clothing, so she wouldn't have to worry about being exposed, left without any protection, or compelled to run around naked with just shoes and gloves. Even with everything going on, Izuku and Toshinori still made time for each other, checking in to see how things were going, giving updates, asking how their day was going, and getting some father-daughter bonding. It wasn't just spent cleaning up the beach, it was also spent at cafes, receiving personal training from Toshinori in his hero form, going for early morning jogs around the neighborhood, and even helping Toshinori himself when it came to trying to get down to the fundamentals of teaching a class, even though the Greenette didn't want to leave the girls. As she prepared for the next high school year and exams, Inko was doing well too. She got to know the other teachers well and occasionally joined them for karaoke, where she discovered that Ectoplasm and Present Mike shared a passion for it because of Ectoplasm's peculiar voice and radio show. She was also beginning to lose weight as a result of her daughter's encouragement and hard work, which inspired her to get back into shape. Although she still had a long way to go, she was making good progress thus far, and Mr. Aizawa was even gracious enough to occasionally assist her in coaching. Even though she has been debating with girls about whether or not she and her mother were dating, at least Kaoru had her back there. Not to mention that she occasionally sees her mother and father figure spending time together, whether it be for friendly conversations over tea and biscuits or meetings to discuss how she is doing. However, even though everything is going well, Izuku occasionally wonders how Bakugo and his family are doing, even though she has already accepted that they are no longer in her life and that everything that was done was the right thing to do in order to deal with them. That didn't alter the fact that she couldn't help but worry a little and wonder how they were doing. According to what her mother told her, Auntie and Uncle might be doing okay, and even though things were difficult, they were doing well at work and at home. In contrast, their son, Momoko, was more or less undecided because, although she was a hero fanatic and enjoyed a good villain to hero redemption story, she understood that the boy was an awful person and did something that was extremely inexcusable. Even though the boy would almost certainly never become a hero, she hoped that he would at least be a decent person, or at the very least continue to try to avoid being put into prison because that was worse than juvie no matter what level it was. Even so, the Greenette herself hoped that he wouldn't get worse because the last thing anyone wants is for him to suddenly turn into a villain with a deadly quirk and an equally deadly temper. Even though he may have declared that this would never happen, actions still speak louder than words. In other words, all it would take for him to be branded as a villain would be for him to blow up at the worst possible moment. For everyone's benefit, she still hopes that their next encounter won't occur too soon or in an unfortunate situation. If that ever occurs. However, that wasn't the only thing on her mind, and it was unrelated to the Bakugos. 3 news stories about 3 children, roughly her age, running away from their homes were broadcast simultaneously on the news last month. It wouldn't have been concerning if they hadn't all occurred at precisely the same time on the same night. Although there were strong rumors that one of the children in question was actually Endeavor's youngest son, who vehemently denied it and simply stated that he was off to a boarding school, many didn't believe that and claimed he was just saying that to ensure there wouldn't be any panic or to avoid a big major scandal. However, their names were kept out of the news because they were still minors. The only evidence was his only daughter, who discovered a note her brother had left and called the police in a blind panic upon discovering her brother was not home. There were no recent developments at the time, and the police were still looking into the matter. According to the testimony of the baker who sold her a lot of blood-infused bread before permanently leaving the neighborhood, the second missing child was the daughter of two aristocratic politicians. However, there was ample evidence to suggest that she fled from her parents because her home life was bad rather than because she was mischievous or malicious. The girl's parents vehemently denied that they had anything to do with her disappearance, much less that they were the cause of it. And any notion that she would become a villain was instantly disregarded in light of the testimony of her teachers and classmates, who stated that she was good-natured, obedient, and cheerful. She may have struggled academically, but overall, she was a good student and had shown no signs of villainy. The only people who truly defended the girl and even asserted that she fled for her own health and sanity were her younger siblings, who all declared that their parents had been abusive toward their eldest daughter because of her quirk and that she had been starving to death because it required her to consume blood to keep her healthy and sane. They also forbade her from doing so because they hated her quirk and wanted her to be, quote-unquote, normal. They even changed her quick registry so that everyone would think she only had a minor cat quirk rather than one that allowed the user to change into people buying their blood. This was later verified by the second oldest child, who had kept a portion of her quirk a secret from her parents because it allowed her to know this without question. It goes without saying that the ongoing investigation caused a mess in their lives, forcing the parents to leave the office for a while. However, it was highly probable that the two would have to resign permanently and deal with significant problems from the authorities. The last child, according to several testimonies, had been cruelly abused and tortured because of a villainous-looking quirk. In fact, the boy had been muzzled most of the time, and the only time he was able to remove the foolish device was when he had to eat and brush his teeth, and even then, he wasn't fed well, let alone frequently. The man in charge of the foster care was quickly arrested on several charges of child abuse, gross negligence, child endangerment, and false imprisonment thanks to the testimony of a specific young girl who was the boy's closest friend. It was later discovered that he was also being arrested for smuggling marijuana, possessing a firearm without a license, aggravated assault, coercion, endangering civilian life, and suspicions of using it unprovoked. The children in foster care were transferred to other foster homes where they would receive more equitable treatment, and those who had shown the boy cruelty and heartlessness were receiving counseling for their terrible dispositions. The lavender-haired boy, however, and the others were still unaccounted for. Wherever they are, she can only hope that everything is okay and that the other issues will be resolved quickly. Although the idea of the number 2 hero harboring malicious intent toward anyone, even his own children, seemed frightening and unbelievable, the girls have assured her that such incidents are common because they have dealt with many similar situations in the past. Nevertheless, she is still worried because she knows that if it were true, the flame hero would be the catalyst for the public's mistrust of heroes, including those in the top 10. Even so, she had no idea what lay ahead for her or the others' futures, but she was prepared to meet any challenge head-on. With her family and friends by her side, she knew she was never alone and was prepared to take on any obstacles that might arise. Nothing could stop her from realizing her dream. The challenges that would truly test her mantle and her resolve as a hopeful hero are a story for another time. She had no idea what lay ahead for her, what trials she herself would soon face, or what unspeakable evil was just waiting over the horizon, ready to pounce, ready to unleash a nightmare upon every single living person who was unfortunate enough to be caught in it.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.